Hi guys, welcome to this session on cybersecurity by Intellipaat. Now before we begin the session, make sure you subscribe to our channel and hit that bell icon for further notifications. Cybersecurity. This is a term we usually come across while working in a company. If you wish to learn about it or make a career in it, this is the session for you. In this session, you'll learn about everything you need to know to start your career in this domain. Well, why wait? Let's get started. Now let's see the agenda, guys. First, we are going to introduce you to cybersecurity and ethical hacking. We are also going to learn the differences between them. Second, we are going to have a discussion about installing Kali Linux with basic commands, and we'll wrap up with data point and endpoint. At third, we are going to see basic networking concepts like VOIP, TCP/IP, DHCP and firewalls. At fourth, we have types of hackers and phases of ethical hacking. Fifth, we are going to learn cryptography and Cipher. At sixth, we'll learn how to become cybersecurity engineer or expert with top skills and certifications. Seventh, we are going to learn CCSP and CISSP certifications. At eighth, we learn domains in cybersecurity. And ninth, we are going to learn basic cybersecurity interview questions and how you can actually crack the interview. And finally, we have quiz for you guys. So without wasting any time, let's get into the topic.
Cybersecurity has become one of the highly sought after careers all over the world. As technology evolves, the need to protect sensitive information from attackers and hackers is becoming quite essential to achieve organizational success and growth. Cybersecurity is a constantly evolving industry, and it impacts all of us. The internet has made our lives invariably easier since its invention. But while it has made our daily lives more manageable and has opened up incredible new opportunities for humanity's future, there are those who want to exploit it for personal gain. Today, from small-scale businesses to large corporate giants, all communications are happening via networks, which makes cybersecurity important for all of these companies to protect their digital assets. With this cybersecurity unemployment rate being 0% and having 4 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally, the salaries offered to cybersecurity professionals are increasing day by day. So guys, if you wish to learn cybersecurity and make a career in it, then this video is the perfect start for you.
So now guys, let's see what exactly cybersecurity is. So basically cybersecurity is the practice of protecting systems, networks and programs from digital attacks. These cyber attacks are usually aimed at accessing, changing or destroying sensitive information. Implementing effective cybersecurity measures is particularly very challenging today. The reason behind this is there are more devices than people and attackers are getting more and more innovative day by day. Now people have a misconception between cybersecurity and hacking. So cybersecurity is a defensive term whereas hacking is an offensive term. Hacking generally refers to an unauthorized intrusion or access into a computer or a network. It can be either organization network or a personal network. Hacking is identifying weakness in computer systems or networks to exploit its weaknesses to gain access. Now that we know what cybersecurity is and what hacking is, let's see some basic concept of cybersecurity. Now cybersecurity basically consists of these three components, that's integrity, confidentiality and availability. Together, these three principles form the cornerstone of any organization's security infrastructure. In fact, they function as a goal and objectives for every security program. Now first let's see what is confidentiality. It refers to an organization's efforts to keep their data private or secret. In practice, it's about controlling access to data to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Typically, this involves ensuring that only those who are authorized have access to specific assets, and that those who are unauthorized are actively prevented from obtaining access. As an example, only authorized payroll employees should have access to the employer payroll database. Furthermore, within a group of unauthorized users, there may be additional, more stringent limitations on precisely which information those authorized users are allowed to access. Next, let's see what integrity is. In everyday usage, integrity refers to the quality of something being whole or complete. Integrity is about ensuring that data has not been tampered with any and therefore can be trusted. It's correct, authentic, and reliable. E-commerce customers, for example, expect product and pricing information to be accurate, and that quality, pricing, and availability and other information will not be altered after they place an order. As in the case with confidentiality, integrity can be compromised directly via an attack vector such as tampering of detecting systems, modifying configuration files, etc. Now let's see a third aspect, that's availability. Systems, applications, and data are of little value to an organization and customers if they are not accessible when authorized users need them. Quite simply, availability means that network, system, and applications are up and running. It ensures that authorized users have timely, reliable access to resources when they are needed. Countermeasures to help ensure availability include redundancy, hardware fault tolerance, regular software patching and system upgrades, backups, comprehensive disaster recovery plans, etc. Now, depending on an organization's security goals, the industry, the nature of the business, and any applicable regulatory requirements, one of these three principles might take precedence over another. For example, confidentiality is vital within a certain government agencies, integrity takes priority in financial sector, and availability takes place in customer care services. Now let's see why cybersecurity is important to learn. The first reason we have is cybersecurity is very high in demand. For those having professional recognition of their skills, there are currently a very large number of vacancies which are available across the globe. The workforce is expected to rise by around 6.5 million to the end of next year. The next reason we have is it's very highly paid. There's nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Now, due to this reason, the experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salaries since recent years. The next reason we have is cybersecurity is future proof. After getting the required training, the professionals are free to work in any organizations, and this is because almost all of them, whether small or large scale, need security experts in this arena. Since the demand is more and supply is less, the salary of cybersecurity professionals is expected to grow at a rapid pace. And the fourth and final reason we have is it increases your value as a cybersecurity professional. One of the best thing about cybersecurity is there's a huge number of organizations where professionals are required. So when you have some certifications and required skill set for cybersecurity, it increases your value as a professional and you get to work with well-known organizations such as Dell, Accenture, etc. So why cybersecurity is important for a company? The first reason we have is it protects your business. That's obvious. Cybersecurity protects your customer database, it protects your network, it protects your systems and everything. So that's how it protects your business. The second reason we have is it increases your productivity. So as everything is secured, it has an impact of your increased productivity in the business. And when you have increased productivity, you have increased customer confidence. So when customers' data are not leaked and they trust on you, it increases their confidence and they keep on working with you. The next and the last reason we have is it stops your website from crashing. So hackers might try to get into your website and steal information, but when you protect it with cybersecurity, it never crashes.
Talking about data security and endpoint security. So firstly, we are going to understand what data security is. Obviously, the name says it all. Data security is a sub-branch of cybersecurity, data security Now, the branch of cybersecurity that deals with the protection of data in specific is called data security. Now, every application, every organization that is operating has a database, right? That may be for a website, that may be for a web application, a mobile application, a video game, a social media website, or just an organization to keep track of its employees, right? So everywhere there is a database that is situated that keeps track of all of that. So data security essentially deals with securing that data, right? So that is pretty common. And let us look at the use cases for what data security covers, right? So data security covers cloud data security. Now, a lot of databases, a lot of online services, ETL services, online processing services are situated in the cloud these days because nobody wants to buy hardware and store it in-house to basically have their servers and have their utilities in the office itself. A lot of people use cloud services like Amazon, Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure, and it is very important for the data that is there in the cloud, whether it's in storage or it in a processing pipeline, to be secured. So that particular branch that deals with the data security in the cloud is cloud data security. So that is covered under data security. And then one of the most common ways of data security is definitely data encryption. So basically that means any file that is there, any message that you're sending, you can basically encrypt that message through the means of cryptography, have a key for it, and then send it to your recipient. And the recipient would use that key to decrypt it and see its original meaning. This is basically done so that anybody who actually is able to access your system, your storage, is not able to access the actual content of the data without the key or the password. So that is data encryption. Then we have hardware security. So hardwares also have vulnerabilities which hackers can use to exploit and get into the systems. So that should be secured as well. You should use hardware that is secure on a firmware level so that nobody is able to exploit it. Then we have a very critical aspect of security, which is password management. Now, it is very important that you keep a password that is very tough to crack, right? It does not have commonly used words. It has a combination of capital, small letters, numbers, special characters if possible. So that is how your password should look like. Because the more complex your password is, the harder it is to actually crack it due to hashing methodologies. Password management is incredibly critical. Then we have payment security. So payment security deals with the aspect of actually performing online transactions, which involve bank accounts or online money deposits, right? So you need to have measures that ensure the security of those payment methodologies from any external attackers. So say for instance, you're making a payment for a product you've bought online, so it should be incredibly secure as well because it is involving your bank account, and anybody else who is actually able to access that network shouldn't be able to see the credentials that you're using for your bank account or the actual transaction workflow that is happening between the website or you and the bank. And then we have email and messaging security. So emails within organizations are incredibly confidential as well. Then we have mobile application security. So a lot of you have Android mobile phones, right? There are other options as well, like iOS for the iPhone. In Android specifically, since there is not a strong regulation policy of applications on the Play Store, it is very crucial for the user of the device to ensure that the applications that he is installing onto his mobile phone are safe in nature. They are not asking for any overreaching permissions. So he needs to ensure all of that. And specifically, when you're installing the application and you're trying to run any feature of it, if the application is asking for permission to have read access or write access to the contents of your phone, be sure that that application actually needs it and can be trusted. So it's very important to be aware of the security threats and to implement security measures on your web browser as well. Be sure that you're using a trusted web browser like one of the common ones like Google Chrome or Opera or Firefox for that matter. Be sure that you're not actually installing any sort of malicious toolbar or any malicious extension onto your web browser because those could be really harmful. And be sure when you're going to a website, you're not clicking on random links that install some scripts onto your web browser because obviously web browsers are using JavaScript to run the dynamic elements of the website. So these are some of the most common ways of ensuring data security because obviously if you're working for an organization, it is very important to secure your data as well as your private information. So, moving on, let us talk about the need for data security from an enterprise standpoint, from an organizational standpoint, right? So, let's talk about an example. So, let's talk about the Google data leak that happened in 2018. So essentially, what happened was the information of up to 500,000 users was exposed due to software glitches, and this gave third party applications access to the private data of those users. While nothing of harm came from this, but it was still incredibly irresponsible on the part of Google. So this happened on the now defunct Google Plus service. And Google also had to pay $7.5 million as a settlement for the users that had filed a lawsuit against Google for the data leak, right? So it obviously cost them money. And we can talk about the big basket data breach if we are talking about the more recent ones. So this is an article from India Today. So basically, when you're shopping for any e-commerce organization like Flipkart, like Amazon, you're essentially entering your card details as well, so that your future transactions do not require you to enter them again. So Big Basket is one of those websites. It is essentially used for grocery items to be delivered to your doorstep. So what happened was, due to a data breach, the information of over 40 million users was leaked. Big Basket has now acknowledged this breach and has filed an active police complaint against the hackers. So these are some of the two large-scale examples of what can happen if there is no data security or inadequate data security in these large organizations. Now, let us talk about what is at stake here. So, say for instance, we're talking about Amazon, for example. So, Amazon must have a user database and must have a sales database where they record all of the transactions that happen on their website. Amazon also uses a server, and Amazon is also using a proprietary algorithm in their recommendation engine. So these are essentially four things that Amazon does not want any hacker to have access to. But what if a hacker gets access to all of these four things? It could lead to a monetary loss. So this monetary loss could come from the proprietary algorithm being leaked to the hacker, and then that hacker selling this proprietary algorithm to a third party, and that could basically mean that that third party could get into the e-commerce industry and perform as good as Amazon from a technological standpoint, causing Amazon to lose its market share because it is their proprietary algorithm. Secondly, it could also lead to a lawsuit, right? So that means if a lawsuit happens, Amazon would obviously take have to take responsibility for the data leak of the user, and then Amazon would have to pay a certain amount of money to settle that lawsuit. And overall, if any of this does happen and it becomes public knowledge, it could lead to public distrust. It could lead to investors not investing in the stocks of that company. It could lead to a lot of other things as well that isn't a good look for the company in general. So it is incredibly critical for any company to ensure data security because data is the most valuable commodity today and you need to protect it as at all costs. So moving on, let's talk about the measures that can be implemented for data security. So the first that we discussed earlier on is data encryption. Now, through cryptographic means, there are a lot of data encryption algorithms available for emails, for messages, for the data that is shared between the server and the user whenever the user is transacting with a particular web application. Then we have data masking. So data masking essentially happens on a static level. So that basically means that whenever you're entering your card details, whenever you enter the number of your card details, whenever it is stored in the database, it is actually masked in a way where any external entity cannot actually see the first digits of your card number. And then we have data erasure. So the data that is not required to be stored anywhere should absolutely be erased. So, for instance, you have your CVV number on your card, on the back of it, the three-digit number. Now, this three-digit number essentially authenticates transactions from your account. Now, Amazon or any other e-commerce website, when you're trying to buy a product from that website, asks you for that number. And if you enter that number and that number gets stored in the website's database and the website's database gets breached, obviously your CVV number is also leaked, right? And then the attacker can use your card number and your CVV number to basically take money out of your account. So that sort of thing should never be stored. It should be a one-time use only. Whenever they take your CVV number, it should be used and then it should be erased. Then you have data resilience. So data resilience exists for the odd case of when an attacker attacks your database in such a way that your data is lost. So this could be through causing a hardware or software failure or by simply deleting the data. Now, data resilience is obviously ensured by ensuring backups of that data on other devices as well. Let's talk about endpoint security now. Now, as the name suggests, endpoints are basically entry points or end user devices. So these could be laptops, these could be tablets, these could be mobile phones, these could be servers, essentially anything that is existing as a node in the network of things or the internet of things, right? This could also be your smart TV, your smart air conditioner, your smart refrigerator, right? Anything that is connected to your Wi-Fi router or your network. So anything that ensures security on these endpoints is called endpoint security. So if we look at the definition, endpoint security or endpoint protection is an approach to the protection of computer networks that are remotely bridged to client devices. These connections could exist between laptops, tablets, mobile phones, Internet of Things devices, and other wireless devices. So let us look at how endpoint security is important. So say for instance, you have a home network of devices. You have a Wi-Fi router, you have a server, you have a smartphone, and you have a laptop that are present in the network that you have, right? So the reason that you need to ensure that your endpoints are secured is that if the attacker gets access to any single one of the components in your network, he can potentially get access to all of the devices that are present in your network. So that is the reason you need to secure the endpoints as well. Because these days everything exists on a network, and if something can get access to one node of your network, it can get access to multiple nodes on your network as well. So ways to implement endpoint security: educating and briefing personnel on cyber threats. So if you have a family, if you have employees in a business, you need to educate them on how to uh, ensure that they are not victims of cyber attacks or any sort of cyber threats. Right? We're going to be discussing these cyber threats in the next slide, but right now let us understand the remaining ones as well. Next is antivirus with event logs. So on all of the endpoint devices that we have, we need to install security measures if we are especially connected to the internet for that matter. So these could be through the default antivirus that your operating systems come with if they are adequate for the time, or these could be through third-party antivirus softwares as well. Just make sure you go with the antivirus that is popular in nature and actually keeps its antivirus database updated with the recent times. Then we have network security. So in order to ensure that no harmful messages or packets are being sent within the network, it is very important to ensure network security as well. It is also important to ensure network security to monitor if any endpoints on the network security are unknown in origin or are not supposed to be in that network. So that is why network security is important, because once you ensure network security, it is very difficult for an attacker to get access to the devices that are present in the network. Then strong passwords. So definitely use a password that is incredibly strong in nature. And then secure device policies. So you need to ensure that the installations, the software installations happening on your devices are secured by device policies. So that basically means softwares of unknown origins or of origins which could potentially lead to a data breach or an endpoint breach by any means should not be installed and should not be given administrative privileges at any cost. So these are the ways to implement endpoint security. Now let's talk about the most common cyber threats that are there. So let us talk about malware first. So malwares can be of many types. They can come in the form of adware. So basically you'll see unwanted ads on your system through softwares or through web browsers. Then you have more severe malwares like the ransomware, where all of the data in your file system gets encrypted. And until you pay a certain amount of money to the attacker will not give you the key to decrypt your data. Next up is a very common sort of social engineering attack. So essentially, any employees in your organization or family members, if they click on a link that is not the actual link of the website that they are trying to access, they could potentially enter their credentials on the attacker's cloned website and give their details to the attacker. So basically, say if somebody sends you a link of facebook.xyz, you should never open that link and type in your actual email ID and password, which could potentially give your email ID and your password in plain text format to the attacker, and the attacker can then access your account as well. So, in order to avoid this, even by mistake, you should ensure that all of the web accounts that you use enable two-factor authentication. So, whenever somebody is actually able to write the correct password, the person would also require a one-time password from your mobile phone or your email account to be able to actually get access to your account. And then we can talk about SQL injections. So essentially, whenever you're entering your account details in the login section, you can essentially enter an SQL statement instead. And if the website, if the web application has not ensured proper anti-SQL injection methods, you can potentially create records in the database of that web application, or you could delete records from there, or basically reveal records from there. So this could be prevented by implementing user privileges in the database, or by ensuring that all of the transactional activities happen on the backend server and not on the backend database. Then we have cross-site scripting. So cross-site scripting is prominent in web browsers. So whenever you click on an unknown link of a shady website, you might see these pop-ups that come up. So those pop-ups are essentially coming up due to the JavaScript execution through your web browser. So since your web browser actually executes JavaScript code, it is very easy for attackers to embed malicious code in that JavaScript code that is supposed to run on your web browser. So you need to be sure that you're not going on any shady websites, and you have ensured that your web browser has anti-cross-site scripting methodologies in place. So you should always use a trusted web browser for that matter. Then we have denial of service. So if your server hasn't ensured anti-DDoS methods, what could happen is an attacker could bombard your server with millions or thousands of requests. And in order to process those requests, the server will become exceptionally slow or may crash in general, denying other users that want to access that server service. And then we have man in the middle attack. So if you're emailing something from point A to point B and anybody has access to that channel, that person could intercept that email in between and see the original meaning of it. So that basically means that if the contents of your email are not protected with the right encryption algorithm, that person could get access to the actual information in the email. So if you're in the United States, at an average, you will fetch the salary of $75,000. If you're in India, you'll fetch at around 7 lakhs per annum. And if you're in the UK, you'll fetch around £46,000. Now keep in mind that this is not the starting or the end salary of a certified ethical hacker. You can obviously gain way more with more experience and more certifications.
So guys, let's start our installation of Kali Linux. You can either install through VMware VirtualBox or into your OS system as well. So in this video, I am going to install VMware first and then Kali Linux and run on it. So I am going to open Google and I am going to type download VMware Workstation. Just go on this link that you see Workstation Pro. You can either buy it or you can get it for free for demo for 16 days. I'll open one more link if you want to download VirtualBox. You can go on this link. Now let's see for VMware. According to me, VMware is better than VirtualBox. So you can download it for Linux or you can download it for Windows as well. So this is the Windows link. Click on it and it will start downloading. So as you see, the file is 621 MB. It will take some time to download. Once you download it, you have to click on it to run the file. So it will start installing on your PC, similar like this. So it's now preparing VMware Workstation for installation. Installation has not started yet. It will take some time. So you'll come on this screen and now you have to accept it and then next.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You can select whatever you want, either Enhanced Keyboard Driver or VMware Workstation. So I select the bottom one. You can either change the directory where you want to install your workstation. Click on Next. So this is again an optional for you. I'm not going to tick that. This is again either if you want desktop icon or you want startup menu folder. Click on Next and then install. So it will start installing Workstation Pro on your PC. It will take some time for you guys. In this video, I'm just fast forwarding it. So this is the same procedure that you do for VirtualBox as well. So now our installation is finished for VMware Workstation. We'll click on Finish and then we move on to our next option, that's installing Kali Linux. I'll open a new tab. I'll type download Kali Linux for VMware Workstation 16. Now there are different versions for it. If you want to download main Kali Linux, either it's for your operating system or it's for virtual machine, you can go on this link. So you'll come here. Now you see you have two options. The first option you have is bare metal, that's for your operating system. The second option is for virtual machines like we are using VMware or VirtualBox. You have other options as well for ARM, mobile, cloud, containers, live boot or WSL. So as we are using virtual machine, I'm going to click on virtual machine. So now you see you have default credentials, that's Kali and Kali. We'll get back to it when it asks for password. You have 32-bit or 64-bit. You can either download for VMware or VirtualBox. So I'm going to click on VMware, the download option. You even have torrent for it. So if you want to download from torrent, you can download it as well. A short torrent file will be downloaded and then you need uTorrent for it to download the file. So now our downloading has begun. So you can even try to download from VirtualBox as well. According to my opinion, VMware is better than VirtualBox just because VMware has a lot of options that VirtualBox don't have and it makes your program goes faster as well. So let's wait for some time until our Kali Linux is downloaded. Then we'll move on to the next step. So now our Kali Linux has been downloaded and I'm going to click on it. It will open WinRAR folder and we have to extract that. We'll go to extract to and I'm going to select download option. So here you can see it's been extracted to my folder wherever I can select it. Even you guys can select wherever you want, either it's a directory or in any folder. It's up to you guys. So now it will take some time because it's a very big file. Downloading was 2.5 GB and after extracting it, it will be around 10 GB or 20 GB as well. depending on the space that you provide. So I'm going to speed up this process until it's totally extracted. So now you see it's extracted to my folder. Now let's open our virtual workstation. That's our VMware. So now there are two options. Either you create a virtual machine or open a virtual machine. So in this scenario, we already have our virtual machine, so I'm going to open it. If you download any ISO file of Kali Linux, you have to go on create a virtual machine. So this folder is already selected. Let me show you. I installed from download and I go into the folder and I see Kali Linux there and I open it. So now your screen will look like this. You have certain options. You can edit your virtual machine. You can either choose how much RAM do you want in your system. It's either 2 GB or 8 GB, 16 GB. It's totally up to you. My system is for 8 GB. So these are the number of core processors. Your hard disk, it takes 80 GB. You can select while installing VMware. Network adapter, USB controller. My suggestion is do not change anything, let it be. So these are all the specifications that you can have. And now I'm going to power on this virtual machine. So everyone will come across this step. You can select anyone. I moved it or I copied it. It doesn't matter. We select it and then it will start booting. It will take some time to boot. So my favorite part of Kali Linux is the way it boots. It totally looks like you are going to hack a system or something. And there comes Kali Linux symbol. So that's how it boots nowadays. So the last version of Kali Linux was different and this is different. So now you have to enter your password and login ID. Remember on the website that you saw, it's Kali/Kali. So Kali is our root and Kali is our password as well. And there we go. We have our virtual machine completely set up. So this is how your Kali Linux will look like, either in a workstation or in a virtual box or your operating system. So if you press Ctrl Alt Enter, it will come to full screen. You can either pin it or unpin it. Let me show you how Kali Linux works. So I'll go to the home folder. Let me show you some files, how they are visualized and how they are created and how it's appeared. So this is how you navigate through Kali Linux documents, all these file directories and everything. You can even go to file system. That's the main C folder that you see in your Windows. We have file system in Kali Linux, and this is how all the folders come like. So now let me show you some interesting thing. We go to our favorites and then you see all the hacking tools that you can use for hacking into different systems. Now we'll get into them in the later stage of the video. You see in information gathering, vulnerability assessment, web application analysis, database, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering as well, exploitation tools. We have sniffing and spoofing. Now that's interesting. We have post exploitation as well. We can even use forensics, reporting tools, social engineering, Kali and offensive links. So these are all the tools and you have to learn every tool if you want to learn cybersecurity. And when I click on any one of them, it will come like this. It will open a terminal and you have to use some options. So that's how you open a terminal. Either you click on the top corner or you have one more option. You can go on there and just type terminal. So you'll get terminal emulator. So this is how your terminal looks like. I'm going to open from there. And let me show you some basic commands. The first command is pwd. That's present working directory. If I click enter, it will show me in which directory I am working. Now in this case, it's home and Kali. So let me show you one more thing. That's ls. It lists all the folders that's there inside the directory that I'm asking. ls basically means listing. One more command is cd desktop. So cd is mainly used for when we get into a folder. So see how I typed cd desktop and I came into the desktop folder. So if I again press ls, it shows me nothing because there's nothing inside desktop folder. Now once you come inside, how do you get back? So for that, it's cd dot dot, cd space dot dot. And if I again check the root directory, my present working directory, it shows home/kali. So that's how you get in and get out of any folder and you navigate through folders in Kali Linux. If you want to use more options, you can use dash dash help. In this case, I used ls dash dash help. So it shows you even exit status as well, and it shows you all the options. For example, -1, -x, -w, -t, and all these things with the explanation. So when you start learning cybersecurity and you start learning ethical hacking, you have to use all these options, and these should be on your fingertips. So let me clear this. And now I'm going to show you one more thing. Let me check my present working directory, and I'll go to desktop, and I'll create mkdir. That means I'm gonna make directory test. You see how the test came when I used mkdir test. So that's how you create new folders or new directories. So I'm gonna get into it using cd command. Then if I use ls, it shows me nothing because there's nothing inside that folder. So let me create some more folders. Inside my test, I'll make one. I'll make the second folder, the third folder, and the fourth folder. So now I have 4 folders inside my test directory. So if I use ls, you can see I see 4 folders inside my test folder. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's how you basically create directories or create folders in Kali Linux. So if you want to remove any folder, you use rmdir, that's remove directory. If I use 2 and I again use ls, see this? I have 1, 3, and 4, but 2 is missing. It's because I removed 2 from the directory. So these are the basics of Kali Linux, how you use it and how you create folders, navigate through them, and pretty much about how Kali Linux operate and how you should come across using Kali Linux or Ubuntu or any type of Linux. So all commands will be same. So I'll show you one more thing, chmod. Chmod is basically used for changing permission of any folder or root or directory. So I'm going to show you some options. I'm not going to do it right away. We'll get into this later in the stage of this video. So let me tell you what are the permissions we have. So I'll go ls -l. So you see I have 3 folders, 1, 3, and 4 inside my test. And if it's starting from D, that means they are directories or folders. Dash means they are executable files. So you see how they are into 3 columns. So the first 3 we see, that's RWS, RWX. R is for reading, W is for writing, and X is for execute. And the first group we have it's the owner group. The second we have it's the member of groups that can execute that file. And the third one we have is the common users, like the end users. If someone comes into my PC and use it, it's for them. So they can only read and execute files. They cannot write them. So that's pretty much about it. Let's move on to our next topic.
So let me tell you, let me give you some history of the networking. In early 1950 or 1960, when computer developed or computer was invented by the scientists, they wanted to, communicate between 2 computers. Then they started thinking about how they can communicate between 2 systems. So in order to communicate, different vendors or different scientists, they have proposed different standard how they can transfer the data between the 2 computers. But it was, that due to this interoperability issue, like let's say a computer is developed by IBM vendor and a computer is developed by some other vendor, then there would be no synchronization. There would be interoperability issue in between 2 particular vendors. Then this open system interconnection or OSI was developed in early 1970 or later 1970. They have developed this part. in order to bring the interoperable between two particular client and server. So in order to understand this, OSI is the fundamental thing. In order to understand OSI properly, you need to know why this OSI is required. As I said, in order to bring the interoperable solutions between two computer vendor, they have bought a new standard that is called Open System Interconnection Model. So in this model, two computers like a client and server, they will follow a common standard in order to communicate between.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Each other. So in OSI layer, when the scientist or somebody they've developed ISO standard 7498, when they developed this, they have when they developed this, they have segregated this OSI model into 7 distinct layer. So if you see this, these are the 7 layer. So generally the top one would be 7 and the bottom one would be 1. Okay. Now, if you see here, in this is the OSI model was developed, and this was the standard ISO standard 7498. When they've developed this OSI structure, OSI model, OSI stands for Open System Interconnections. They've developed with the 7 distinct layer. The layer starts from physical, then data link, then network, transport, session, presentation, and applications. And if you see here how things are working in this case, let's say you browse facebook.com. So when you browse facebook.com from your computer, can I know which layer you are sitting in the OSI layer? What would be your, what would be your thinking on this? Any idea? Right? Whatever you browse from your browser, that is straight away you are sitting on the application. You are sitting like Gmail, you are browsing Gmail, you are browsing Facebook, you are browsing anything in the application related, that will comes from the application end. Once you browse something at application end, then the next step is presentation. This presentation layer defines the format. What would be the format of this facebook.com? Let's say you browse facebook.com, it will think whether it is a SSL connection, or it is a plain HTTP one, or it is what kind of connections. So presentation defines whether is there any encryption, whether any decryptions, whether any encoding, and whether any decoding. Also, it defines the format of your structure like JPEG. Okay, your JP.jp dot any file extension was defined by this presentation layer. So please note, encryption, decryption, encoding, and decoding are defined at the presentation layer. Now, once this particular HTTPS or this format is defined, client, let's say how it work. Let me draw up here. Let's say this is my client and this is my server. Okay, in this case. Now I browse facebook.com. So I am sitting in the applications. The application, after application, like I'm browsing https dot slash slash facebook.com, the next one is a presentation. It will define what type of traffic it is. Is it a SSL encryption, whether it is a plain text, or whether any encoding, decoding, or what is the, if you are sharing any file like JPEG or JPE, that would be decided in the presentation layer. The next layer is called session layer. In the session layer, they will define when the connection will start, when the connection will be end, and what type of connection would be formed. Do you know the difference? Do you know half duplex full duplex. Could you please tell me the difference between half duplex, full duplex, and simplex? These three protocols are belongs to this session layer. What it means? Simplex means unidirectional, like your radio. So half duplex, Kwabena, what do you know half duplex? Let's say this is Kwabena and this is Husam. In case of half duplex, at given time, either Kwabena will transfer the data to Husam or Husam will transfer the data to Kwabena. They will not transfer the data simultaneously, or they will not transfer the data each other at any point. They have to wait. Like Husam is transferring, I need to wait. Once Husam will be finished, then Kwabena will start. That is called half duplex. Means one directional. Okay. Now full duplex. Full duplex means you can receive and transmit. You can receive and transmit at a given point of time. But in case of say half duplex, you can either do receive or transfer. Okay. Now simplex, as I explained, it will define like your radio, your broadcast term. Like you can download anything, but you can't upload anything. That is a simplex type of connections. So this session layer defines what would be the connection pattern and what would be the time when you will initiate the connection with the server. Now next layer, very interesting layer, transport layer. Transport layer will define what would be the connection pattern, whether it would be a TCP or UDP. This will defined by the TCP, UDP and SPX. There are three protocols in this transport layer. They will define whether your connection would be connection oriented or connectionless. In case of, we'll come to that point, TCP UDP difference in detail when we will go to the later slide. I would like to ask one question. What do you mean by socket? Any idea? Socket is called IP plus port number. So every computer has a socket. Every IP address is associated with the port in order to communicate with the destination. When I say IP plus port, so I'm talking about the transport layer, isn't it? Now coming back to network layer. This layer where this is the meat of the layer. This is the crux of the OSI layer, where we define the address, logical addressing. Like this is my Facebook, this is Kwabena, and this is Wasam. What would be the logical address of this guy? What would be the logical address of this guy? If you know the logical address, then you will able to transfer the data. So basically, it defines what is the your internet protocol. Like in order to communicate with you, which logical address I should communicate with you. Okay. Now once this is done, the next layer is data link layer. In data link layer, it is the permanent MAC address, the permanent address, not logical address. Here logical address, here permanent address, like MAC address. And we'll go in detail what is there in data link, like how the frame forms. And once the data is reached here, like yeah, source IP, destination IP, along with the frame, it is embedded. It is will transfer to the physical layer. This physical layer nature is it will transfer the data into 0 and 1 into digital format, 0 1 0 1 0 1 format. When this data is transferred to 0 1 0 1, then it is connected to, let's say it is connected to the server. Then in the where the data will transfer in the form of current or voltage. We'll go in detail about this particular OSI layer. This application layer, like I said, you browse facebook.com. In facebook.com, you need an IP address, right? Isn't it? So we need a DNS. Do you know what is DNS? It will transfer from this, FQDN name to IP address. Okay. So we'll go back to these slides and we'll see. So this is, you can see user human program interface. And if you can see, you can type any message, it will transfer to, respective IP address or human program. You can say human or human readable way it will transfer. Okay. Or machine readable format it will transfer. Okay. This layer is basically, you need to remember SMTP, DNS, IRC, and LDP. These are the protocol which is belongs to the application layer. Please remember, application layer works closest to the user interface, okay, and it provides file transfer, message exchange, and terminal session. Okay, now next layer, as I said, it is about the protocol conversation, like encryption, compressions, data translation, character set. This layer is about, it will define what would be how information is presented to the user interface to the machine level, like, because you are going, if you go to this OSI layer, this layer is transferring the data to the next layer, means you are going deeper inside the machine readable format, because in a application, user sits here, user browse something, then presentation, it defines the format. In presentation, it will, it will define what type of format I need to transfer in order to machine readable format. Okay, and these are the protocol. See, these are the examples, the format: mpeg, avi, waf, bmp. These are the format is defined by the application layer. If you see in this picture, layer 7 data comes from the application layer, encoding, encryption, and compression data is happening here, and then data is being transferred to the next layer, that is called session layer. This particular thing is happening at the presentation layer. Similarly, this part is at the reverse end. If you see here, decoding and encrypted and compressed reverse way, it will transfer. I'll give another example to simplify this part. I would recommend for now you just concentrate on this part. Clients, you don't concentrate about the server end. Now session layer. As I said, if you see three different modes of the session layer: simplex, half duplex, and full duplex. I will already explain. Responsible for establishing a connection between the two application and maintain it during the transfer of data, and controlling the release of this connection. And you need to remember, these are the protocol belongs to the session layer, like RPC, remote procedure call, NetBIOS, and the PPTP and PAP. These are the protocol belongs to the session layer. Now transport layer, as I said, it is based on the TCP and UDP, whether the traffic would be connection oriented or it would be connectionless. This layer responsible for providing host to host communication service. It established, like as I said, it is connectionless or connection oriented, it will define that. Okay, now network layer, this layer insert information into IP packet. So I'll give another example how this data would be converted, encapsulation, decapsulation. So you just no need to concentrate on this part until I'll give the example. Okay, now in case of IP layer, it will add this data. Let's say I will draw like this, it would be really easy to you to understand. This is the application, presentation, session, then transport, then network. So here you browse facebook.com. This facebook.com will come, the data is still there. Here TCP and UDP header would be added. Now here the data is this much data I received from the top. I will head my header of the network layer header, that is called IP header, that is called logical addressing. I'll add logical addressing into the my data. When I'll add this logical addressing, I'll get a complete set of the packet. Now data link layer, similarly, I said, as I explained earlier, there are two main thing in the two sub layer in this particular data link layer. One is called logical link layer, one is called media control layer. So basically, try to understand now till this point. If you remember, it is adding IP into the data. Now when this IP data will come and it will sit here, and this will add his own header, this header, and this is footer. When they will add this will become a frame. When the packet will come to layer 2, it become frame. So in data link it is frame, and in a network layer it would be packet, and in transport layer it would be segment. Please remember this. This you will receive in the questions. You will get many question on this particular thing. So now when the frame comes to this particular thing, you need to think about synchronization. You need to think about the error checking, and you need to think about the flow control. So this logical link control will handle this particular synchronization, error check, and flow control. Similarly, MAC, media access control, control the ways a system on the network gains access to the data and gets permission to transmit it. Please remember there are two important protocol. One is called ARP and SLIP, and point-to-point connection. These are belongs to data link protocol. And as I said, this is the this layer defines the physical address of the hardware. Okay. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
physical layer. When I said in my first example, till the point, whatever till this part you are receiving, you are converting the packet into format. When the frame, when the frame when frame reach to layer 1, it becomes this format 0 and 1 format, and it transmit to the destination. These are the protocol belongs to the physical layer. Now let me explain little bit about encapsulation and decapsulation along with the voice layer. It would be really easy to understand. Okay. Now I'll draw all the picture here. One second. What happened to the pen? This is application, presentation, then session, then transport, then network, then data link, then physical. So now when you browse facebook.com, you're just making a data, isn't it? Now facebook.com by DNS lookup, it would be the FQDN would change to the IP address, isn't it? Now you got the destination IP address. So what you got? Destination IP address. Okay. Now this particular will convert to a data, isn't it? Now this data will come to the presentation layer. So presentation, when it will come to the presentation, it will head a presentation layer header, like it would be encryption, decryption, or something. Now in case of session, it will come, let's say add a session. Okay. So every layer it will come add simultaneously one of the header. If it will come here, this particular thing will become a packet, a data, or it will add TCP or UDP header into it. When this will come to here, this particular data, it will add the IP header, okay, or ICMP header, whatever you can say. We'll discuss about that. Now, if when this will come to here, this data will encrypted and it will become a frame, and it will be add a frame header and footer. Then in physical layer, this would be transferred to 1011010 like this. Now this will be transferred to the destination. When the data would reach at the destination, it will go reverse way. It will go like this. When it will go, it will reach to the destination physical interface. It will decode with the 0 and 1, and it will form a frame. Once it will form a frame, the next way it will it will release the from the frame, it will convert to the IP header. From IP header, it will get to know TCP IP. It will get to know about session layer. It will get to know about the presentation layer. Then it will serve the data to the application. This is called encapsulation. Means every layer, when at the client end, if you browse something at the client end, the encapsulation happens at every layer, and at reverse end, at the client server end, the encapsulation would be released or de-encapsulated, and the original packet would be served to the upper layer one by one. And the purpose of de-encapsulating at the destination end is that it will serve the original data to the whom? To the applications. The purpose of this particular encapsulation decapsulation is the data should go from client and reach to the server in a particular end properly without any corruption. Okay, now coming back to OSI layer. After OSI model, okay, OSI suite protocol, they have developed DARPA. The DARPA is an institute. They develop, or DoD, US Defense Organization. They developed a model called TCP/IP model. This is really important. They separated this OSI 7-layer model into 4 layers. If you remember here, these first 3 layers, they didn't call this first 3 layer as application presentation and session layer, but they changed these 3 layers into 1 layer, that is called application layer. Similar, they haven't changed the transport layer. They will keep the transport layer information as it is, or sometimes they call this layer as a host to host also. Okay, please remember this. And network layer is changed as a internet link layer 3. Okay, now these 2 layer they call as a link layer. So you will see maximum questions in OSI layer from this particular DARPA model or TCP/IP model. Okay, now next one, if you see here, this is the simplified way how the protocols are belongs to which layer. It would be really easy if you go through the slide, and you will get to know. And we have already explained this particular thing. Okay, now the real crux of the networking layer, that is called transmission control or TCP layer. I said in layer 4 there are 2 things. One is TCP or UDP and one is SPX. So we will not talk about SPX. This is the header of the TCP layer. In TCP layer header, if you see here, the header contains source port, destination port, sequence number, acknowledgement number, and offset and flags. This flags is really important. We'll talk about this flags in detail. So what it does in the TCP layer, please note, TCP is connection oriented. What do you mean connection oriented? Any idea? Connection oriented means, if you see here host A and host B, before transferring the data from host A to host B, they will establish a communication between A to B. Like if you say SYN packet, SYNAC and ACK, these are the 3-way handshake through which they will establish a connection between source and destination. Once they establish a connection between source and B, they open a virtual connection between source and source B, and then they will transfer the data from host A to host B. So when I say SYN, so let me explain, because you are not into networking, it would be easy for some to understand this. So let's say it sent a SYN packet synchronization as a 0, okay, to A to B. In the next packet, when B will send back any traffic to A, it will send ACK as 1, and he will say my synchronization is 0, means he is giving through this ACK1 with this packet or this packet. It will, and B will say A, I have received your synchronization 0 packet. Okay, basically B is giving a confirmation to A saying I have received your 0 packet. If this A will not reach to the A, what would happen? Any idea? A will do a retransmission or resending. It will resend this in packet again to B. It will assume itself saying whatever packet I sent to B, B hasn't received till now. Let me resent it. Now he is sending SYN again. He's saying my SYN is 0. If you can receive me, send me a acknowledgement. Then it will say, okay, I have received your SYN. In this egg packet, it will send egg as a 1. Once this egg 1 would be received by B, B will think, yes, there is no obstacle between A and B. So we can establish a virtual connection between this host and this host, or this host between this host, in order to transfer the data. Then they will be transferring the data. So do you know guys what is MSS IP? Now what do is this MSS? Please note, MSS is belongs to transport layer, means layer 4. Okay, what is this? It will say how much segment of data I can send it to you. So when they will send the SYN packet, along with the SYN packet, they send different packet like MSS of sending. Like I can send 1500 byte of data at one time. Similarly, when it will receive to this guy, they will say in the SYNAC packet, I will say I can receive MSS of only I can send you MSS of 1300 only. So whatever would be the less MSS in this packet, this guy will confirm, okay, let's do 1300. The lower one, they both will select. They will not go for the higher end. Now in TCP layer, there is an important concept called flags. These flags will tell what type of packet, what is the urgency, what is the criticality, what type of packet, what type of segment I'm sending to you. Do you know how many type of flags in TCP IP, guys? Total 8 flags are there. 6 are most used. Okay, like SYN, ACK, push, urgent, then any idea? Reset, then finish, fin. These are the 6 flag is commonly used, but there are 2 other flag, ECE and ECN. There are 2 flag which is used nowadays. These 2 flags are used for conjunction control. So when your SYN flag is sending, that is one type of flag you are sending to the host. ACK also one type of flag. Push means when they will transfer the data, they will initiate a push flag along with the packet. Means I'm pushing the packet to you. Urgent flag will tell how urgent is this particular flag is. I'll give an example. I will give a difference between push and urgent. What do you know push? What is the difference between push and urgent flag? Any idea? So when a particular packet with header urgent flag set, that packet will treat as a very critical packet, or that packet will bypass all the push flags packet. That will be prioritized packet. Like I can give one example. Let's say toll gate. If you go to the toll gate, if you are a normal person, they will ask come into the queue. Then you will go one by one. But let's say one ambulance came. In that case, they will bypass everyone and they will say, this is an urgent one. Let's let it through quickly. So that's the difference between urgent and push flag. Now reset flag. Reset flag means when sender and receiver abruptly disconnect any communication, they send a reset flag. Is it clear? Now push finish flag. When sender and receiver, they want to tell each other like, I have completed my data transfer to you, let's close the connection. Whatever the virtual connection we have established, let's close the connection with the fin flag. Is it clear? Now if you see here, these are the applications like HTTPS, FTP, SSH, SMTP. These applications work on TCP. These applications are connection oriented. Similarly, UDP. UDP means user datagram protocol, and it is connectionless. Means if I want to send a packet to you, I need not to establish a virtual link with you. I'll send the packet randomly. I don't care whether the sender will not care whether you are receiving the packet or not. Like if you are downloading any video from Netflix, or if you are downloading a video from torrent, it is a UDP. They're using UDP protocol because they don't care whether you are getting full file or not. That's a UDP kind of protocol. So these are the applications like DNS, DSCP, SNMP, NTP. These are the application which is used in UDP. And UDP, these are the, this is the UDP header like source port, destination port, length and checksum and data. If you see here, this is the TCP flag. Here everything, there is a big packet, isn't it? This is a big header. Okay. Now next, congestion control. TCP use windowing to do the congestion control. Similarly, UDP, there is no congestion control. Uses use when reliable delivery is must. Like I want to transfer the data to anyone. In that case, if I want a guarantee if the packet is being or reached to the destination or not, in that case I will use TCP. And UDP is, we don't have any guarantee the packet is sent between source to destination. The important point here, speed. um, TCP is comparatively slower and UDP is faster because it is Wesson bolt, isn't it? It's slimmer. There is no much fat header into that, so it is faster in nature. In TCP layer, this is called IP plus ports. That is called socket. These ports could be three types. One is well-known, registered, and dynamic port. Please note, if you see here this TCP header here, if you are seeing my screen, this TCP header, this is 0 and this is 31. So this is 16. Okay. So source port is 16 bit. Okay. 16 bit means the port would be 2 to the power 16. This is equal to 65,535. Please remember. Okay. Port number of the TCP or UDP would be 2 to the power 16 minus 1. That is 655 34. If you see here, this is the number of a packet we have in TCP and UDP. You can see 16 bit unassigned number. So if you see here, this many port numbers we have like 0 to 65,534 port number. That many, like 65,000, 65 approximately 65,534 port we have in TCP. So this port number we have divided into three well-known categories. Those categories are well-known, registered port, and dynamic port. When I say well-known port, port number 0 to 1023 is your well-known port. Okay, well-known port means some well-known services are used this particular port number. So if you see a telnet port number is, so these are the port number you need to remember for the exam perspective. Not much. Like another, if you go to the CISSP, there will be around 10 to 12 port numbers would be there. So you need to remember those port number for exam perspective. Similarly, after 10 to 1023, this is called well-known port number. Port number 1024 to 151. These are called registered port numbers. Registered port number means this is registered with Internet Corporation and assigned names and numbers for a particular use. You can use these particular ports for particular use. Like for proxy, we use 8080, isn't it? These are the particular port which is already reserved, one kind of registered. But this, after this particular range, 49 to 152 65 535, this is dynamic ports. This is used by any application on as needed basis. If you remember, if you see in the connection table of any firewall or proxy or load balancer of your system, all source port would be either this range or this range. Okay, is it clear? Port concept is clear or not? Port number is, total number of port is 2 to the power 16 by 1 is equal to 65 by 35. This many port is divided into three well-known defined structure, well-known, registered and dynamic port. These are the different port numbers. So we'll start from DHCP. Okay, DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So how it works, whenever a computer is powered on or connected to any LAN, that computer use this DHCP protocol to get his IP address. Okay, it use DHCP as a configuration protocol. It works in two ways. If you can see here, this is DHCP client. Let's say this is your computer, and this is every company, they have DHCP server. So they send a DHCP client send, means this your computer sends a DHCP broadcast, client broadcast, to send the computer first send a DHCP discovery message. When this discovery message goes out into the network through the broadcast, the DHCP server offer a pool of IP, offer a IP address from a pool of a IP address. Then you can there are these are the four steps. You can see discovery stage, offer stage, then request stage, then acknowledgement stage. With this, the client gets a IP address assigned to this DHCP client. Okay, or your machine get IP address of his to configure his network interface. Now the question comes, if we don't have any DHCP server who can offer us a IP address, in that case, what would happen? What exactly it would happen? You will not get any IP address. So there is a concept called APIPA. APIPA IP address would be assigned 169. If you notice that you don't have any LAN, and you don't have any Wi-Fi, you don't have any LAN network, but your computer is not connected to anywhere, and if you do IP config, you will able to see a APIPA IP address starting with 169 in your computer. So now question is, how or why DHCP is a medium for the attacker to attack the computers. There is a concept called DHCP snooping. With this DHCP snooping, basically snooping means, you can see DHCP snooping ensure that DHCP server can assign IP address to only selected system identity by their MAC address. Also, advanced network switches have the capability to direct client towards a legitimate DHCP server to get IP address and restricted rogue system and becoming DHCP servers on the network. So this DHCP snooping means, let's say when I say this is your computer, this is being powered on, it will send a broadcast message saying I want it will send a discovery message to broadcast to the broadcast domain. While broadcasting, the rogue DHCP rogue person or the attacker can have a DHCP rogue server in your system, in your broadcast domain, and they can simply offer you a rogue IP address. So in order to avoid this, we have something called DHCP snooping. This DHCP snooping ensure that server can assign IP address to only selected system. What it means to say, let's say you are working for Dell. In that case, the DHCP server will only give IP address to the system which is registered with the DHCP server. Okay, the MAC address are registered to the DHCP server. Another way to avoid this type of through the DHCP snooping, you can avoid that. You can, our layer 3 devices like router, switches, there we have capability in VLAN. You can configure IP DHCP server as a command in Cisco server or switches or router, IP DHCP server. You can mention the DHCP server IP address. So in that case, you can avoid any rogue DHCP server in your network. Okay. So now next concept is ICMP. This ICMP is a OSA layer 3 protocol. The protocol number of ICMP yesterday I said it is 1. What is the port number for ICMP? Even DHCP is the layer 3. If somebody will ask you DHCP port number, it doesn't have any port number. Okay, is it clear? There would be a question for sure. When you will do the practice for CISSP question, you will receive this type of questions. Okay, so then if it doesn't have any port number, then what it does, ICMP is a very good protocol in order to check the live status or in order to check reachability status to a server. So with the ICMP, there are different kind of message type here. These are the message type, and these are the meaning of the message type. See, echo. If you are seeing the message type as a 0, that means it is a echo reply. And if you see a message type 8, that means it is echo request. Okay, only, and you need to remember, I will say 3, 8, and 0 and 5. That's it. You need not to remember all this ICMP type. Okay, so 3 means destination unreachable. Let's say I wanted to ping a server which is in US, and that server is not reachable probably. In that case, this ICMP reachable will this type message will tell me that this server is not reachable. Okay, I can see a redirect. Let's say I have pinged one, like call forwarding in mobile, same like in our IP network. um, I have to ping something like some server, and that server will redirect to a destination server. There are so many attacks with the ICMP, but we'll talk about ICMP flood and ICMP tunneling. So ICMP flood, basically, if you remember in the first domain, DDoS, DOS, with the through the ICMP, let's say I am checking, I said ICMP is a good protocol, and ICMP is also a bad protocol because it is widely used by the attacker to attack the system. Means it will, by the ICMP protocol, I can ping you continuously with the like there are some concept called ping of death. There are some ICMP more fragment attacks. These are the attacks through which we'll go through that attack in the last 2 slides today, and there I will explain these type of attacks. So what happens with the ICMP flood? Let's say I wanted to ping you. So in that case, I will ping you continuously so that your available socket or your availability, whatever let's say you have a server here. This is your server. In the server, you have a strength like you can allow 100 connection per second. But I will initiate more than 100 ping to these servers so that your all the available socket would be down or consumed. In that case, I can play with your availability. Okay, is it clear? So there is a attack called ICMP tunneling. With that ICMP tunneling, convert connection between client and server using echo request and echo reply packet. Loki is an application developed to perform such attack. Please remember, this is really important. ICMP tunneling attack is done through a Loki application. If you can search in Google Loki applications, you will find out what type of attack is. Okay, please remember this point. There is one more attack I wanted to highlight here: land attack. Okay, land attack. Land attack means if you see your logs in the firewall or switch, the source IP and destination IP would be always same. Okay, it will pretend the source to the destination that the traffic itself originated from that destination itself. Whenever you'll see any log with source IP and destination IP is equal, in that case it is a land attack. Okay, LAND attack. Okay, so land attack was very legacy attack that has been completely addressed by the addressed. So if you have firewall, it was this land attack was initiated or was shown in 1997 first time. Okay, it was quite legacy attack, but the objective is same here. ICMP flood, ICMP tunneling attack, land attack. The objective is consume your bandwidth of your system so that your bandwidth will not, your system will not available for the any other required source. So the objective is clear. It will consume or it will block the AF version of the CIA. Okay, so the objective is quite familiar, that it will initiate a DOS attack. Quickly explain the DNS. Okay, so DNS, through the DNS you generally resolve the URL or FQDN address to IP address. Okay, so when you resolve the IP address.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Explained all this. When I browse this, either I will see in my query in my cache, or then I will check in my host file. Then if it is not there, then I will go for the DNS server. And DNS server here is the tree-like structure or hierarchical structure through which it will try to give you the IP address for the legitimate URL or FQDN address. Okay, like these are the DNS structure we have in our organization. If you see here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is the computer, and if he wants to browse google.com, it will send you the to the DNS resolver cache, and if it doesn't have, then it will go all the way to find out where it has resolver for this particular URL. Once it will get the IP address for that URL, it will unicast that message to the originator. Okay, so now there are several threats associated with the DNS, because DNS plays significant role. Yesterday I explained, like you can do the DNS spoofing or DNS cache poisoning. There are two main issues with the DNS. One is a domain grabbing, and another one is cyber squatting. When I say domain grabbing, when I say this is google.com, this would be registered somewhere, right, to get the IP address, right? So when I say domain grabbing, it refers to practice of registering internet domain with intention of selling ownership right rather than keeping for their own personal using. Let's say, I'll give one example. Let's say I wanted to host a URL. Let's say I work for Barclay Bank. So I will get a domain or URL from the DNS provider saying, please register my barclay.com in my name. So they will give you the domain name, and with the against to the domain name they will give a IP address. Now you forgot, like there will be a validity for every domain period. Let's say they have a validity for 2 years, and you forgot to re-register after 2 years. In that case, some people are there, some burglar or some people, they intentionally, they will wait to to the expiry date of your domain, and they will go to the domain manager or domain DNS server provider saying, I want to register because this barclay.com on behalf of my name, and give me an IP address. In that case, they will try to grab the domain and they will sell it up to Barclay. When they will realize that this has to be renewed, by the time the time has passed, in that case they will request to this domain grabbing person, so that in that case the domain grabbing person will earn some more money. So this thing happens regularly in US. I have gone through several papers or theses. Domain grabbing is very common type of exploitation or attack to the organization or something. Similarly, cyber squatting, if you see, cyber squatting concentrates specifically on trademark. If you remember trademark, I have already explained this trademark concept. Okay, the realm of registering legally protected terms as part of domain name to sell them to the actual owner for a higher transfer fee. This is one type of, like, let's say I will explain from this concept once again so that it would be really clear, because this too you will see mainly when this DNS threats it will come. So let's say I wanted to establish a web server into, I want to populate a web server to the internet. Let's say my company name is Amazon. So I would always like for Amazon, because it is a branding and everybody knows. I will ask for something this, isn't it? Give me this type of URL. So people will, when people wanted to search amazon.com, in that case this would be my common URL, or this would be a user friendly URL, so that people know Amazon, and they can browse this URL very easily. So in that case, this domain grabbing or the persons, they will go before you and they will register this particular URL on behalf of on their name. But their purpose is they will not use this particular URL for their own purpose. They will hand over or they will sell to the to Amazon, saying, I have already, this domain is registered with my name, you can take it this particular URL, but I need this much money, so that they can earn some extra money. Similar cyber squatting, the concept I explained, like I have a trademark amazon.com, but I forgot to register, or this name is already registered with me, and you can request me, can you please transfer this particular URL which is registered on your name, and in that case you can earn more money. Okay, if you see here, email security, like email like how email transfer through the SMTP, it use SMTP. Please know this, SMTP is used by the uh, email protocol, and there are two protocol, one is SMTP, one is POP, and one is IMAP. There are three concepts: SMTP, POP, and IMAP. What is the basic difference between these three? When SMTP works as a message transfer agent and moves the message from user's computer to mail server when the user click the send button. SMTP also functions as a message transfer protocol between email server. But POP means Post Office Protocol, is an internet mail server protocol that support incoming and outgoing message. Okay, in the IMAP is also a internet protocol that enables user to access mail on mail server only. So please remember, yeah, these are the three protocol we use for email services. Okay, simple authentication and a security layer SSL we use as a framework for performing authentication in case of email transfer. Now, email threats, like every day we receive email spoof or email spam. It is very very usual thing in daily to daily life, email spoofing. And email spoofing is a creation of email message with a forced sender address. Like I can tell you one thing. Like last week, I was a victim of email spoofing. I was doing something on one portal in our company, and luckily I got a message saying that I have been registered to this portal, and after 2 days they sent me an email: if you have registered this particular portal, I will be charging you $1,000 every pay slip, every month of your pay slip. If you want to unregister it, please share your credential on this particular URL. You can enter your username password here and you can unregister here. And I was just sleeping. I was sleeping that time. I was sleeping. Then I was thinking that I registered this particular URL in company portal. Might be that was causing me, $1,000 every month. That was required to register me $1,000. So I provided my username password, and I realized it was a email spoofing from my company, a cybersecurity team, to me. And they sent me an email that, why did you enter the password? But luckily when I entered, I realized, I went back to my computer, and I quickly changed my all the password. So please remember, you will receive this type of spoofing email like saying that your CEO has sent an email that you are eligible for $2,000. Please share in order to get $2,000 voucher, Amazon voucher. Please enter username and password on this. Once you will enter, then the attacker will get your um, detail. Okay. So these are the please remember this. These are the important stuff you should not do. So be careful of the email threats. Now SMTP authentications, sender policy framework, and DKIM, domain key identifier mail. These are the mitigation of access control mechanism we have in email system. Like when you send an email, there would be a authentication mechanism would be imposed. You need to enter your email ID, a password in order to send your email. Now email security, these are the methods to add security on to an existing email infrastructure so that it would be more secure. Please remember, we generally use this S-MIME in our generally daily email system. If you see here, signed message and an envelope message, and it use, if you see, sender authentication, integrity, and confidentiality. Yet a major email vendor support all this SMIME. Please remember, emails in order to configure proper email security, SMIME we use very widely. This SMIME, it use X.509 digital certificate. Okay, and it use digital certificate, and it is very secure in nowadays in case of email security. And this SMIME provide confidentiality, integrity, and authentications. Okay, these three things it provides. Similarly, MOS, we have MIME object security service. This provide, if you see here, only authentication and confidentiality. It doesn't provide it provides integrity, but it has to explicitly you have to mention about integrity protocol. It supports only MD5, which is already breakable. Similarly, we have email security called PEM. PEM is also a email security, but many vendors, they don't support this PEM. It also provides authentication, integrity, and confidentiality, and it is also based on X.509 digital certificate. And PGP is used by IDEA. This is very IDEA is an open standard. PGP is an open standard, and it use asymmetric public private key system that uses IDEA algorithm to encrypt, decrypt, and digitally sign files and email messages. It is not a standard, but widely supported on internet. This is generally a standard. There is no much concept in this. You need to remember that in order to configure email security properly, many vendors use this SMIME, because SMIME use digital certificate in order to authenticate, and it provides confidentiality, integrity, and authentications. Okay, and IDEA, you need to remember this. PGP is used by IDEA, and it provides, it's not a actually it is not a standard, but it is widely supported on the net. Private IP address is not routable through the internet, so in order to make private IP functional in your private organization, we'll use NATing. Through NATing, it will transfer multiple private IP into a single public IP address. These are the type of the NATing we use in our network. Like static means one-to-one one-to-one mapping. If you see here, means one private IP will you will do a NATing with one public IP, private IP, private with one public. But we have dynamic NATing. Through the dynamic NATing, you can do many to one or one to many, whatever you can say. It's like you can use one mapping. Also, you can use one to many. Means what it means to say, you can use multiple private IP address and you can convert to one dynamic address. Similarly, we have port address translation, with the port address translation, you can also translate from one IP multiple private IP address into one public IP address through the port number. Okay, now we have something called routing protocol. Let me finish routing protocol quickly. Okay, now routing protocols, there are why do we need the destination, or it will be used to communication, it will be used to as a communication path between client to server. There are two type of routing protocols we have: static routing protocol and dynamic routing protocol. Static means it is we manually configure the routing into the router and switches. And dynamic routing protocol, uh, we configure the dynamic protocol routing protocol, but it take automatically decisions, all the decisions. Okay, now routing protocol, please remember this is very important. These are the two routing protocol techniques in CISSP book. One is the distance vector routing protocol, and another one is link state routing protocol. When I say distance vector routing protocol, this distance is calculated based on the hop. Like, let's say this is my router, this is my client, but this is my machine, and it is connected three routers: router 1, router 2, and router 3, and here is the destinations. So it is 3 hops down the destination. This is my client and this is my server, so I can say it is 3 hops down. Okay, so please remember distance vector routing protocol, we have like RIP is a distance vector routing protocol. Similarly, link state routing protocol, we have OSPF. Yeah, we have OSPF is a example of link state routing protocol. This OSPF, uh, it's based on database of the network. It actually, it use various parameter like packet size, link speed, delay, network load, and reliability and variability in their algorithm to determine the best path to the destinations. So these are the two routing protocols mainly in CISSP book, and we have something called um, you know interior routing protocols and exterior or routing protocols in this book. And please remember, when I say interior routing protocol, we use a RIP and OSPF, and when I say exterior routing protocol, we use BGP. When I say interior routing protocol, what I mean to say, this is your company, let's say this is Dell. Inside Dell we have 10 computers and or 10 routers. If we want to communicate inside the company, we can choose either RIP or OSPF as a interior routing protocol to communicate between these routers. But if you want to communicate between Dell and Barclay, in that case you might use a exterior routing protocol BGP in between communication between the Dell and Barclay. So in switching means how these are the switch, how they will forward the traffic from one point to another point. So switching are two types. One is switching technologies are two types. One is circuit switching, and another one is packet switching. So what is the difference between circuit switching and packet switching? Let's say this is your source machine or client, and this is your server, and you have three switches like this, and you have connectivity like this, two switches to the destinations, and you have similarly one switch to this. In case of circuit switching, the packet will travel from one source to, or packet will travel from client to destination in a fixed line. In a fixed line, it will not see which is the shortest path, which is the you know shortest path, or which would be the most time consuming path. Whatever the fixed path, it will follow that one. So let's say this is the fixed path from client to server, this path, it will go on that particular path. It will not go to this direction or this directions. So in case of circuit switching, it is costly, but it is It is connection oriented, one type of structure. Like if I say client to server, it has to flow this direction. That means it is a connection oriented virtual link it establishes, and through that the packet travels from one computer to another computer. So when I say it is a fixed path, so you can expect if any delay or maximum delay on that particular path. But in case of packet switching, let's say we have three paths, the packet can travel this way, or this way. Based on the shortest path, the packet will travel in any direction to reach the destination. But packet switching doesn't, it's cheaper in nature, and it doesn't, in case of circuit switching, let's say this is my fixed line. If this is failed, then the complete link would be isolated between client and server, because the path is exist, but we don't have any particular fixed line or connection oriented virtual link is established between client and server. In that case, if path is failed, then complete isolation happen in between client and server switches. But in case of packet switching, it is bursty in nature, so that the traffic from here to here, it can go like this, and like this to the destination, or it can come this way to the destination, it will come to this way to the destination. It doesn't follow the dedicated path virtual link. And but if we don't have any dedicated path, then we have variable delay, because we don't have any fixed path. So when we don't have any fixed path, the delay could be vary, isn't it? And it is a data oriented traffic, not connection oriented. If you see here, circuit switching is connection oriented and packet switching is data oriented. Similarly, frame relay is a WAN technology. We'll go through the frame relay and other protocol, and we'll go to LAN protocol and WAN protocol. So now let's go to the VPN. Okay, let me cover the VoIP. When I say VoIP communication, before VoIP, I will explain you the legacy voice systems like PSTN. This PSTN means it is a circuit switching technology. PSTN is a circuit switching technology. If the telephone line between my home and your home is, there is some communication break in the path, in the dedicated path, the PSTN link would be completely isolated. But in case of VoIP, if the one link is broken, it will find out a different path. Like it is the VoIP is a this is a packet switching. Okay, please remember this. So this is more, packet switching is more flexible nature, and we generally use in our company the packet switching or VoIP communications in order to make the voice call. Now this, how the voice call happens here, you can see here user A, it will register with the PBX, and PBX will initiate a setup to the gateway, and the gateway will forward the invite to the to the SIP IP phone, to the SIP. SIP means as an initiation protocol. It will register there, and once it will register, and these are the phases to establish the communication between user A to user B. So no need to go through this connection type because it is out of scope of the CISSP exam. So you should know that VoIP is based on the session initiator protocol, which sets up and break down calls into session, because it is a session oriented protocol, and it is voice over internet protocol. Okay, and there are several attacks we have with the VoIP. The attack name is spit. This is very important. Spit means spam over internet telephone. So VoIP spam or spit is a unsolicited, automatically dialed telephone calls over VoIP. So you will send unlimited calls through the unsolicited or automatically dialed telephone number calls over VoIP. Similarly, we have a attack called in VoIP that is called vishing. Phishing means it is a fraudulent practice of making phone calls or leaving voice messages purposing to be from reputable companies in order to induce individual to reveal personal information. So phishing is a method through which it will call that I'm calling from your network vendors, like I'm calling from Vodafone. Could your date of birth or your could you please provide your date of birth, bank account, your spouse detail, so that I can update to your phone number. Basically they will use the phishing is a method of attack through VOIP. It will use and it will call and it will get your personal informations. Now next one is phreaking attacks. Phreaking is someone who breaks into the telephone network illegally and typically make a free long distance call, phone calls, or it is used to tap the phone lines. Please remember, phreaking attacks is very important. There are three types of or four types of phreaking attacks. One is black box attack, red box attacks, and blue box attacks, and white box attacks. These are the four type of attacks. The purpose is, or that the goal of the phreaking attack is it will try to illegally it will access illegally to your telephone network, and they will use your telephone network for free long distance voice call, or it will be used to tap the phone call. These are the two goals in the phreaking attack. So when I say black box is a tool in phreaking attacks. These black box tool, are used to manipulate line voltage to steal long distance services. Please remember, it manipulate line voltage to steal long distance services. They often just custom build circuit board with battery and wire clips. Please remember only this much. In book also, IC Square books, we don't have much information about this. These are the stuff I picked up from the Son Harris or some other books, and I put into this VIP attacks. Similarly, red boxes are used to simulate tones of coins being deposited into a payphone. So whenever you drop any coin into a payphone, you use there would be a tone you will heard, right? You will generally heard, right? So similarly, it is simulate tones of coins being deposited into a payphone, and they are usually just small tape recorder. They use small tape recorder to simulate the tones of the coins being deposited to for payphone. Okay, but the goal is simple in phreaking attack. The goal is to make long distance call, along with they will use the phreaking attack to phone tapping. Okay, the next one is blue boxes. Blue boxes are used to simulate 26 gigahertz tones to interact directly with the telephone network to or trunk system. This could be a wireless tape recorder or a digital tone generator. So next one is white boxes. White boxes is a dual multi-frequency generator, and it can be custom built device or one of the piece of equipment that most telephone repair personnel use. So please remember, this is nothing to understand on this part. So when you do a phreaking attack, you will use either out of one tool out of these four type of tools. The goal is simple. As I mentioned, there are two goals. One is to make long distance call, another one is to, if you want to do any wiretapping on the company's network. So these are the security you can use in order to prevent the attacks. You can use call manager services. You can use the voicemail server, or you update these particular servers patches up to date, so that this type of attack would not happen in your organizations. And you can install the firewalls like stateful firewall, VPN for sensitive voice data, or IDS in that to avoid the any VOIP security in case of avoiding the VOIP attacks. Or you can identify any unidentified or rugged telephone device. In that case, you can avoid this VOIP attacks, security attack. So remote access. Next concept is remote access. Like, the pandemic has taught us how we can work remotely from home if something happens, right? So we can use, generally we use VPN in order to connect the company network, or we can, these are the common remote access technology we use in order to communicate to the remote server. Okay, so we'll go through one by one. So dial-up connections, the first one is dial-up. The earliest we use modem.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
To communicate or dial up through the modem. So there is a there is a concept called wire dialing. So wire dialing, it scan list of telephone numbers, usually dialing every number in local area code to search for modem or computer and fax machine. What happened? So when we used to use modem, right? A modem use a telephone, it use a particular number, and that number is not properly protected by the company. So what would happen? The attacker will try to dial random numbers, and if they will find any modem which is not guarded properly, they will try to connect the modem with the dialing. Okay, because modem was used to dial through the PSTN or ISDN link. So they will try to dial, and they will try to connect to your modem, and that would be a entry point to your organization. Okay, so you can take these are the security measures you can you can take in order to mitigate this wire dialing. One is disable or remove modems if it is not in use, consolidate all modems into one location and manage them centrally, so that if it is not managed properly, the attacker can attack that particular modem. Implement use of two-factor authentication or VPN and personally firewall for remote connections to that particular modem. In that way, you can prevent dial-up connections being misutilized by the attacker. Now, second concept, like in the remote access, that is called ISDN. The popular ISDN, it was having, it enables data and voice and other type of traffic to travel over medium of digital manner previously used in analog voice transmissions. If you remember correctly, we used to use ISDN as a primary way to dial up or connect to our office network, but that is being very old right now, and we use some latest technology in order to connect to the internet or to our remote offices. There are two type of ISDN, like evolution of ISDN are two types, but it is one is basic BRI and another one is PRI. Please remember, the BRI means the maximum bandwidth is BRI is 144 kbps, 2B plus D. Please remember this. When I say BRI, it is 2B plus D. 2 into B plus D. When 2B channel, that means 2 B channel and 1 D channels, provides call setup. 2B plus D was used in ISDN BRI basic rate interface in order to communicate or dial up to the management server. So it was, this BRI was having maximum bandwidth speed was 144 kbps. Please remember this thing. Primary PRI in ISDN, the formula was 23B plus D, but it was having more bandwidth, like 1.544 Mbps. Please remember this. This was the maximum speed of the PRI connection. Like in like 2010 or 15, we used to have in order to connect our ATMs, they used to have this PRI line in India to connect to the banks. With the PRI line, they connect to the bank. So generally PRI would be the primary link and BRI would be the secondary line. In case of this PRI will fail, it will use the BRI to connect the remote office. So, but it is not widely used for now. The next one is DSL. DSL is a modern technology that uses existing telephone lines to transport high bandwidth data such as multimedia or video or to service subscriber. DSL provide dedicated point-to-point network access, and this is like digital DSL. We never, it's not very widely used right now. So we just know the headlines, that is enough to remember. Now the important, the meat of the remote access. Now the last one, the VPN, side to side. You can use two different offices or two different branches, and you will establish a virtual link in between two, in order to share your network information from one office to another office. Similarly, you will use remote office VPN so that one user can connect to your office network to the VPN gateway, and it will connect to the internet. It will connect to your router, and you will get access to your LAN network. Okay, so the evaluation of this, VPN happens from point to point PPTP, then L2TP, then IPsec. So these are the three things we'll cover quickly. Okay, so when I say PPTP, it is an obsolete method because it's already old and nobody uses very widely here nowadays. The original goal was PPTP to provide tunnel PPP connection through IP network. Okay, the goal was to provide a way to tunnel PPP connection through an IP network. So the goal was simple. It will provide a tunnel through between A and B through the IP connections, through the IP network. Okay, but the PPTP specification does not decide encryption or authentications. Okay, it doesn't provide encryptions and or authentications. Okay, that relies on PPP protocol being tunneled to implement all security functionality. Please remember, PPTP, it uses TCP control channels and GRE to encapsulate PPE packet. So these are the two things you need to remember. PPP use GRE and TCP control channel to encapsulate the packet in point-to-point link. Okay, so this is very obsolete technology, so we'll not discuss much about this. We'll spend some time on IPsec. So next protocol is layer 2 tunneling protocol, L2TP. L2TP tunnels PPP traffic over various networks like IP, ATM, X.2.5, etc. Thus, it is not restricted to IP networks. It doesn't have a constant, like it has to travel in IP network. Please remember, PPTP use IP network to communicate, but L2TP, layer 2 tunneling protocol, it use IP ATM X.25 in order to communicate between two particular client and server. Okay, LTTP doesn't actually provide much protection for the PPP point-to-point traffic. It is moving around, but it integrates with protocol that do provide security features. L2TP inherits PPP authentication and with IPsec to provide confidential integrity and potential another layer of authentication. So what it trying to say, L2TP combines with IPsec to provide integrity and authentications. It doesn't have inbuilt solutions, so it is not these days. So now we have different converse protocol. Let's discuss about converse protocol. Converse protocol means converse protocol are those that started off independent and distinct from one another, but over time converse to become one. Like VOIP, it's a converse protocol. VOIP, like voice earlier in if you go to the 2000 early 2000, voice was different and IP like internet was different. But when time come, these two service has been merged together. Like voice and IP, there is one line. Like they are talking each other in a particular single line through a single cable. They are able to talk to the destination with a single IP address. If you see here, we share our IP tunneling mechanism used to transport voice and data over TCP/IP network. Okay, VoIP has a potential replace support PSTN. Like I said, in the early days we have voice separate and IP separate, like PSTN line was there. Now it has been merged. Similarly, MPLS. MPLS is used to create VPN over a variety of layer 2 protocols, and it is referred to as 2.5 protocol. Okay, MPLS is one type of converged protocol. Similarly, fiber channel over Ethernet. This is also one type of converged protocol. And ISCSP, if you see our, in order to efficiently use the storage, we use ISCSP as a converged protocol to, to work in, through the IP and TCP communications. So these are the converged protocol you need to remember. In the exam they might ask what are the converged protocol, like they will give a option like find out which protocol is not a converged protocol. But in CISSP topic they have given this particular four distinct protocol which is converged protocol. This converge, if you remember properly, then you will find out the odd man out. How the transmission happens between A to B. There are two types of transmission. One is analog and one is digital. Do you know what is the difference between these two, guys? When I say analog signal, it is like this. It goes like voice. It is time varying. If you see here, it is variable. It time varying features like variable of the signal represent of some other time varying quantity is another time varying signal. Based on the time, it varies the signal. But the digital signals are, it is separated or represented as a sequence of separate values at any point of time. If you see, like this is one signal, it will transfer. Then again, it will transfer like this. This is like, separate sequence of values at any point of time. Okay, these are the two transmission method we have, analog and digital. Okay, now we'll go to the where we'll go to firewalling, then we'll see the other concept. It is like a restricting, it used to restrict the access between source and destination. So there are different kind of firewalls, like packet filtering. If you see here packet filtering, then stateful, proxy, and next generation. Okay, I will explain in a different way. Please try to remember. When I say this is a generation 1 packet for firewall, it is a generation 1. When the firewall concept they have developed, they have developed with a packet filtering. When I say packet filtering firewall, please remember it has four tuples: IP, like source IP, then source port, destination IP, then destination port. Based on these particular four tuples, it will try to filter. What I mean to say, let's say A want to communicate with B, then let's say I'm putting a firewall here. This firewall will allow the connection based on the source IP, source port, destination IP, destination port. If it is there, if there is a access list for this particular communication between A and B, then it will allow. Please remember, in case of packet filtering firewall, you need to enable the rule in bidirectional way. So one rule will not enough to do a communication from A to B and B to A. So that is a generation 1. Generally packet filtering firewalls in routers or switches, we configure packet filtering type of access list, which will filter the traffic based on the source IP, destination IP, and source port and destination IP. And it doesn't keep any record of the particular connection in the firewall. Now next, generation 2, or this is the ultimate one, stateful inspection firewall. stateful inspection in all the major firewalls are based on stateful inspection. When I say stateful inspection, please remember it is based on 5 tuples. One is source IP, then source port, then it use destination IP, then destination port, then it use protocol. This is protocol number. If you go back to the IP header, which I have taught earlier, if you go back here in IP header, if you see here, there is a area for protocol. If you see here, this particular is for the protocol. This is plays significant role in the stateful inspection firewall. Why it is it plays significant role? Let me explain. When I say it is a stateful firewall, then it uses these 5 things to filter the traffic.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
And it also form a connection table, like let's say A to B. Okay, based on these 5 criteria, it will prepare a connection table, like this is session 1 with these 5 informations. When the return traffic will come from B to A, it doesn't require any reverse access list or reverse rule to allow the traffic from B to A. Based on this session number or this memory, it will allow the connections. Stateful inspection is major firewall they use. Next one is proxy. We have already explained the proxy. And next generation firewall, they use next generation. I will go to the slide and show you. If you see the packet filtering firewall, if you go one by one, packet filtering firewall, as I mentioned, source IP and destination IP, source and destination port. No, it's wrong. Filter done. This is not protocol type they don't use. Inbound and outbound traffic direction, and they use this particular one. But basically these 2 types, please remember. Please you can, when you will get this slide, I will check this one. When this slide will fly to you, we'll change this particular one. Please remember, packet filtering firewall is stateless. Okay, stateless means it doesn't remember the state of the connections. As I mentioned here, it doesn't remember. That's why we have a rule to allow the reverse traffic. But stateful is this stateful firewall is stateful, means it remember the packet. If you see here, stateful, it here they haven't mentioned in the slides. It based on the 5 tuples what I explained. This, if you see here, maintains the state table that tracks each communication session, as I explained, provide a high degree of security, improve performance, provide data for tracking connectionless protocols such as UDP and ICMP. Based on the protocol number, it tracks the connection for UDP and TCP. Stateful inspection firewall is very efficient, but they are also not that much efficient for modern attacks like DDoS attacks, different distributed DOS attacks, or there are different type of attack. There are advanced attacks where this particular firewall is not that much powerful. Now next type of firewall, like proxy firewall. In proxy firewall, we have 2 type of proxy firewall. One is circuit level proxy, one is application level of proxy. Okay, when I say application level of proxy, it inspects the packet up through the application layer. When I say proxy firewall, in your company, right, when you browse something like your computer in your you are in company's LAN, if you browse something, it goes to proxy, right, and the proxy will translate and it will send the traffic to the destination, right. The proxy which sits closer to the source user, like the employee, it is called forward proxy. The proxy which sits closer to the destination or application, like our F5 load balancer, right. In a load balancer, we have different type of VIP address. this VIP address is associated with the different, servers, right? So F5 is used as a reverse proxy. But our company's proxy for normal internet traffic, that proxy is used as a forward proxy. Yeah, like when you browse, when you connect LAN to your computer in your company's LAN, whatever you browse, it goes to the proxy. Then that proxy sits in on premises, right? It doesn't sit anywhere in the destination. Like it doesn't sit at the Gmail. Let's say you are browsing Bank of America. So in that case, the proxy is at your end first, right? The proxy which sits closer to your browser, that is called forward proxy. The proxy which sits closer to the Bank of America server, that is called a reverse proxy. Is it clear? So when proxy firewalls are two types, like one is circuit level proxy and application level proxy. When I say application level proxy, please remember it works in layer 7. When I say circuit level proxy works till layer session layer, application presentation and session layer 5. So circuit level proxy works till in layer 5, and application level proxy works in layer 6. If you see here, and monitor traffic from network based view. This type of proxy cannot look into the content of the packet, thus it doesn't carry deep packet inspection. Please note, SOX is an example of circuit level proxy. This is really important. They will ask what is circuit level proxy. So SOX is a circuit level proxy. Actually, application level proxy, like your proxy, normal proxy in your computer, like your F5 could be used as a application level proxy. Now, next generation firewalls, there are so many next generation firewalls. They have integrated. Next generation firewalls are UTM based. Unified. Do you know what is UTM, guys? Unified Threat Management. The intention in the next generation firewall, they will bring all the separate different module into one box. Like they will bring proxy, they will bring DLP, they will bring spyware, antivirus engine into, and firewalls like stateful engine into a single box. That is called next generation firewall. So now firewall deployment. So firewall can be deployed in two ways. One is screened host, one is screen subnet. So before understanding this, do you know there is a concept called DMZ, demilitarized zone? So demilitarized zone means where basically we put some of the servers, web servers, or some of the server which is not fully protected, you can say. So we generally put all the type of web servers, or you can configure your load balancer into F5, load balancer into DMZ area, and you can host your web server. So when you deploy firewall, either you can deploy through screen host or screen subnet. So when in case of screen host, if you see here, this is my internet, and this is my router, and this would be my screen host firewall. This firewall will protect my complete internal network. There would be no DMZ in this case. Okay, but in case of screen subnet, if you see here, we have a DMZ screen subnet. Here we can put different kind of DMZ services. Between the two firewall, we can put some subnet. Okay, so basically, in case of screen subnet, it adds another layer of security to the screen host architecture. Instead of the firewall redirecting the traffic to internal network, an interior firewall also filter the traffic. Like I said, the use of these two firewalls creates a area called DMZ, demilitarized zone. Okay, I have already explained proxy services. There are two types of proxy services, forward and reverse. So I think it's all okay. Next one is UTM, Unified Threat Management. So if you see different firewall in different type of functionality, they'll bring into a single filtering or single functionalities. So now the modern or next generation firewalls all are UTM boxes. Like in a single firewall, they will bring firewall technology, they will bring anti-malware technology, they will bring IPS IDS, they will bring DLP technology, they will bring VPN capabilities into that. So that is called unified threat management. So unified threat management, they will make all distributed filtering technology into one single component. Okay. Now, very important, CDN. Let's say you want to browse a gmail.com, and this gmail.com is hosted in US. Okay. And if I'm staying in India, if I wanted to access this gmail.com, my traffic has to travel all the way to US in order to get the content of Gmail to my particular system. But when the CDN enabled, when the CDN functionality came up, they distributed these gmail.com servers content into different geographic. So by the CDN, they will achieve performance, availability, security, and intelligent. So based on the location, you can filter, you can bring your intelligent. Like China. China is more, they are not like that much professional way. They don't use professional way to, browse that particular URL or something, because they always try to attack or some kind of bogus thing they do for a different US server. So based on their area, you can host some of the server, Gmail server in China, and you can put intelligence and security in such a way that that particular Gmail would only that particular security would be enabled for China. And if somebody will attack from China, so it will be isolated on that particular area. But in case of early ages, when there was no CDN, if Gmail server was offline, then it would be, it will be all over the world, it will be impacted. But with the CDN, we have increased the availability and we have increased the performance, because we have distributed the content into different geographic area. So it was very agile or faster in nature, and it has better performance. Okay. So there are several CDN vendors are like Kakama is there, and Citrix WAF and Citrix CDN also there. There are several vendors are there in market. They provide CDN functionality. So now endpoint security. Endpoint security. So we'll be reading this endpoint security in thoroughly in this into domain, into security operation. But I will tell you, there are several kind of endpoints in our company. Like if you say desktop, laptop, we have server, smartphones, we have tablets, we have IoT devices in company. In order to manage this particular different kind of endpoint security system, we have some we can combine with a firewall. We can put firewalls, we can put anti-malware solution, we can add authentication and authorization mechanism in such a way that there would be no compromise would happen in endpoint security end. Okay. Honeypot, do you know any idea about honeypot? Any idea about him? Honeypot? Honey means lure. So basically in company we use honeypot in order to you know in order to lure the attacker that go to the this particular honeypot, this particular server, and this server is not paged fully, or this server is not guarded fully. So you can go to this particular server, you will get valuable information. Basically the purpose of honeypot is you will lure the attacker to this particular honeypot area or honeypot server, and when the attacker will go to that particular honeypot area, you will analyze their behavior, how they do accesses, how they do cross-site scripting, how they do different kind of CSRF attacks. different kind of behavior of the attacker. Based on this, you can prevent your attack to your real server. This honeypot or honeynet, this particular type of devices or this particular type of technology generally helpful for zero-day attacks. Do you know what is zero-day attack? Zero-day attack means we don't have zero-day means we don't have any time left out to save our attack. Basically, let's say in our web server there was a particular area of weakness we have, but we are not aware, and the vendor who has provided that solution to us, he also not have any patches to mitigate that particular vulnerability in our server. Then the attacker will attack, so will not have any idea or he will not have any prevention mechanism to prevent the attack. Okay, zero day means no, we don't have any time left out to prevent the attack. Okay, so with the honeypot or honeynet, we can.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Somewhat we can track the behavior of the attacker and we'll get enough time to prevent zero-day type of attack. Similarly, honeynet. If two or more honeypot system are used together, then that is referred as honeynet. Okay. NAC, network access control. This NAC, network access control, it works in two philosophy. One is pre-admission philosophy and is post-admission philosophy. When I say pre-admission philosophy, means it's a criteria in order to log into your network. Like your system should be Windows 10. Your system should be this type of standard. Let's say you work for Microsoft, you work for, let's say, Barclay. Your computer should be having Barclay built in your system. This pre-admission philosophy means if you have this type of criteria, if you are satisfying this type of criteria, then this NAC solution will allow you to log into the network. Otherwise, it will restrict your access to the network. Post-admission philosophy means it is based on the anomaly detections. During your login to the network, if you are doing some kind of, so if you have some kind of, weird behavior of your system, in that case, this NAC will easily catch you and that will block you. So they in CISSP exam, they can ask you some type of scenario. They will give like small scenario and they will ask by which type of NAC filtering technology or philosophy you can prevent this type of attack.
Now, first of all, let's see who is a hacker. A hacker is an individual who uses computers, networking, or other skills to overcome a technical problem. The term also may refer to anyone who uses their abilities to gain unauthorized access to systems or networks in order to commit crimes. A hacker may, for example, steal information to hurt people via identity theft or bring down a system and hold it hostage in order to collect a ransom. Now, thanks to movies and television shows that portray hackers in dangerous and criminal way, hackers seem to be mythical and powerful individuals using their computer knowledge to break into systems and steal information. Now, not all hackers are bad. Hacking itself is not an illegal activity unless the hacker is compromising a system with the owner's permission. Any companies and government agencies actually employ hackers to help them secure their systems. So now we have three types of hackers: black hat, white hat and grey hat. We will discuss about each type of hackers in detail later in this video. But first, let's see the similarities between all type of hackers. First, the jack of all trades. Hackers have knowledge of all techs and about upcoming techs as well. They are updated about new patches and they are ready to get the weakness of that patch. The most common personality and characteristic of a hacker is high intelligence, consuming curiosity and facility with intellectual abstractions. Most are also relatively individualistic and anti-conformist. Now, contrary to stereotype, hackers are not usually intellectually narrow. They tend to be interested in any subject they can provide mental stimulation, and can often discourage knowledgeably and even interestingly on any number of obscure subjects. Hackers are generally weakly motivated by conventional rewards such as society approval or money. They tend to be attracted by challenges and excited by interesting toys, and to judge the interest of work or other activities in terms of challenges offered and the toys they get to play with. Now that's interesting, right? So let's see, what is a black hat hacker? Like all hackers, black hat hackers usually have extensive knowledge about breaking into computer networks and bypassing security protocols. They are also responsible for writing malware, which is a method used to gain to these systems. Their primary motivation is usually for personal or financial gain, but they can also be involved in cyber espionage, protest, or perhaps are just addicted to the thrill of cybercrime. Black hat hackers can range from amateurs getting their feet wet by spreading malware like script kiddies to experienced hackers that aim to steal data, specifically financial information, personal information, and login credentials. Not only do black hat hackers seek to steal data, they also seek to modify or destroy them as well. Now, how do black hat hackers work? Hacking can operate like a big business, the scale of which it makes it easy to distribute malicious software. Organizations boast partners, resellers, vendors, and associates, and they can buy and sell licenses for malware to other criminal organizations for use in new regions and markets. Some black hat organizations even have call centers. They used to make outbound calls pretending to work for a well-known tech organization such as Microsoft. Other hackers are swiftly automated and don't involve human contact. In these cases, attack bots roam the internet to find unprotected computers to infiltrate, often through phishing, malware attachments, or links to compromised websites. Now let's see some famous black hat hackers. This is the interesting part. One of the most famous black hat hacker is Kevin Mitnick, who at one point was the most wanted cyber criminal in the world. As a black hat hacker, he hacked into 40 major corporations included IBM and Motorola, and even the US National Defense Warning System. He was subsequently arrested and served time in jail. Another well-known example is Tsutomu Shimomura, who is a cybersecurity expert credited with tracking down Kevin Mitnick. A computational physics research scientist, Shimomura also worked for the US National Security Agency. He was one of the leading researchers who first raised awareness of cell phones' lack of security and privacy. Now, after this interesting part, we also have what are white hat hackers. White hat hackers use their capabilities to uncover security failings to help safeguard organizations from dangerous hackers. They can sometimes be paid employees or contractors working for companies as security specialists who attempt to find gaps in security. White hat hackers are the only reason large organizations have less downtime and experience fewer issues with their websites. Most hackers know it will be very hard to get into systems managed by large companies than those operated by small business. A subset of ethical hackers include penetration testers, or we call them as pen testers, who focus specifically on finding vulnerabilities and assessing risk within systems. Now, how do these white hat hackers work? White hat hackers use the same hacking methods as black hats, but the key difference is that they have permission of the system owners first, which makes the process completely legal. Instead of exploiting vulnerabilities to spread across the world, white hat hackers work with network operators to help fix the issue before others can discover it. For some white hat hackers, the process is gamified in the form of bug bounty programs. These are the competitions that reward hackers with cash prizes for reporting vulnerabilities. There are even training courses, events, and certifications dedicated to ethical hacking. Now let's see some famous white hat hackers. The first one we have is Tim Berners-Lee. He is very famous for inventing the World Wide Web. He is also a member of the White Hat hacking camp. Today he serves as the director of the World Wide Web Consortium, which oversees the development of the web. The second one we have is Greg Hoagland. He is a computer forensic expert who is best known for his work and research contributions in malware detection and even in rootkits and online gaming hacking. Previously, he worked for the US government and the intelligence community. Now that we know what black hat and white hat hackers are, let's see what grey hackers are. That's very interesting. Somewhere between white and black hat are grey hat hackers. Grey hat hackers often look for vulnerabilities in a system without the owner's permission or knowledge. If the issues are found, they report them to the owner, sometimes requesting a small fee to fix the problem. Some grey hat hackers like to believe they are doing something good for companies by hacking their website and invading their networks without permission. Still, company owners rarely appreciate unauthorized forays into their business information infrastructure. Often, a grey hat's real intention is to show off their skill and gain publicity, maybe even appreciation, for what they consider a contribution to cybersecurity. Now, how do these grey hat hackers work? I will tell you both scenarios where grey hat hackers can become either a white hat or a black hat hacker. Some companies use bug bounty programs to encourage grey hat hackers to report their findings. In these cases, organizations provide a bounty to avoid the broader risk of having the hacker exploit the vulnerability for their own gain. Sometimes, if organizations do not respond promptly or do not comply, the grey hat hackers may become black hats by posting the point of exploitation on the internet or even exploiting the vulnerability themselves. Now let me show you an example of a grey hat hacker. An often cited grey hat hacker example took place in 2013 where Khalil Shete, an unemployed computer security researcher, hacked the Facebook page of Mark Zuckerberg. His motivation for doing so was to force action to correct a bug he discovered, which followed him to post in an user's page without their consent. He had informed Facebook of this bug only to be told by Facebook that the issue was not a bug. But after this incident, Facebook corrected his vulnerability, which could have been a very powerful weapon in the hands of professional spammers. Shrethe was not compensated by Facebook's white hat program as he violated their policies. Now that we know what is a black hat, grey hat and white hat hackers are, I have a quiz question for you. Adam is a guy who works for a company as a penetration tester. One day, company refused to give him more salary. Then he hacked the company's server and stole all the data. Now my question is, which type of hacker Adam was and which type of hacker he is now? Your options are 1. White hat and black hat, 2. Black hat and grey hat, 3. Grey hat and black hat, and 4. He was a white hat hacker and then he became a grey hat hacker. So guys, please put your answers in the comment section and we will tell you the correct answer after some time. So now we have seen what exactly cybersecurity is, what hacking is. Let's see what are the steps of hacking. Now these are the steps that hackers use and even cybersecurity professionals use. We call them ethical hackers. The first step of hacking we have is footprinting. Now footprinting is the process of collecting as much as information possible about a target network. This is for identifying various ways to intrude into an organization's network or system. Now why do we need footprinting? Footprinting is necessary to systematically ensure that all pieces of information related to the technologies are identified. Without a sound method for performing this type of footprinting, you are likely to miss key pieces of information related to a specific tech or organization. Now we mainly look for 4 points. The first one is no security posture. Footprinting allows attacker to know about the complete security posture of an organization. The second, it reduces attackers' attack area to specific range of IP address, network, domain name, remote access, etc. It also allows attacker to build their own information database about target organization's security weakness to take appropriate actions. And finally, it allows attacker to draw a map or outline the target organization's network infrastructure to know about how the actual environment that they are going to break. Now, we usually collect information about 3 groups: network, host, and people involved. We need network informations like domain name, network blocks, IP address, TCP and UDP services, which service is running, etc. The second one we need is people. We need information like employee details, organization website, location details, or personal addresses, etc. And finally, we need the host details or the computer or network details. It includes user or group names, routing tables, remote system name or system names, etc. Now, there are mainly two types of footprinting that are involved. The first one is active and the second one is passive. Active means it directly interacting with the target to gather information about the target. For example, we use Nmap tool to scan the target. For passive, it's like trying to collect the information about the target without directly accessing the target. This involves collecting information from social media, public websites, etc. Now let's assume that an attacker is about to hack a website's contact. He may do so by using a search engine like Malgetto, researching the target, say a website, or a tool like HTTP Track to download the entire website for later enumeration. The hacker is able to determine the information like staff names, positions, email addresses, etc. Now let's move on to our second step, that's scanning. Hackers are now probably seeking any information that can help them penetrate attack such as computer names, IP addresses, and user accounts. Now that the hacker has some basic information, the hacker now moves to the next phase and begins to test the network for avenues of attacks. There are three types of scannings that are involved. First one is port scanning. This phase involves scanning the target for the information like open ports, live systems, various services running on the host. In vulnerability scanning, checking the target for weakness or vulnerabilities which can be exploited. It is usually done with the help of automated tools. And the third one, that's network mapping. Finding the topology of network, routers, firewall servers, if any, and host information and drawing a network diagram with the available information. This map may serve as a valuable piece of information throughout the hacking process. Now that we have done scanning, it's time to move on to our next phase, that's gaining access. Gaining access or enumeration is the phase where an attacker breaks into the system or network using various tools or methods. After entering into a system, he has to increase his privilege to administrator level so that he can install any application he needs to modify or hide data. Enumeration is often considered as a critical phase in penetration testing as the outcome of enumeration can be used directly to exploit the system. For example, say a hacker chooses to attack using a phishing type. The hacker decides to play it safe and use a simple phishing attack to gain access. The hacker decides to hack into IT department. They see that there have been some recent hires and they are likely not to speed up the procedures yet. A phishing email will be sent to you using CTO's actual email address using a program and sent out to all the techs. The email contains a phishing website that will collect their login and passwords. Using any number of options, the hacker sends an email asking the users to log into a new Google portal with their credentials. They already have the social engineering toolkit running and they have sent an email with the server address to the users, masking it with the bit.ly or tiny URL. Now that's how hacker gets into your system. Now after gaining access, the hacker has to maintain access. Hacker may just hack the system to show it was vulnerable, or he can be so mischievous that he wants to maintain or persist the connection in the background without the knowledge of the user. This can be done using trojans or rootkits or other malicious files. The aim is to maintain the access of the target until he finishes the task he planned to accomplish in that target. In this case, the owned system is sometimes referred to as zombie systems. Now that the hacker has multiple email accounts, the hacker begins to test the account on the domain. The hacker from this point creates a new administrator account for themselves based on the naming structure and tries to blend in. As a precaution, the hacker begins to look for and identify accounts that have not been used for a very long time. The hacker assumes that these accounts are likely either forgotten or not used, so that they change their password and elevate privileges to administrators such as secondary account in order to maintain access to the system. The hacker may also send out emails to other users with an exploited file such as PDF with a reverse shell in order to extend their possible access. Now these are some of the examples how hackers try to maintain access when they get into a system. There might be other ways as well. And finally, when they maintain access, they have to clear their tracks. Prior to the attack, the attacker would change their MAC address and run the attacking machine through at least one VPN to help cover their identity. They will not deliver a direct attack or any scanning technique that would be deemed noisy. Other access is gained and privileges have been escalated. The hackers seek to cover their tracks. This includes clearing out sent emails, clearing server logs, temporary files, etc. The hacker will also look for indications of the email provider, alerting the user or possible unauthorized logins under their account. Now, these are basic 5 steps of hacking that every ethical hacker, cybersecurity professional, or black hat hackers use.
So first tutorial, footprinting with netcraft. We discussed earlier on that the first phase is footprinting. So let us understand one of the tools that helps us achieve that. So netcraft is a provider of cybersecurity disruption services across a range of industries. The company provides web server and web hosting market share analysis, including web server and operating system detection. Now, keep the last line in mind because I'm going to be showing you exactly how that works. So essentially netcraft is a service, right? So you can either opt for the premium applications of the service to protect your organization against cybercrime, right? The second way is to actually use this particular website to understand how vulnerable is your website, right? So if you type in a website name in the little utility that netcraft gives you, if you go to netcraft.com and type in a little name, right, for the website that you're trying to basically get the information out of, footprint that website essentially. So if you type the website name, you'll get all of the servers that are basically operating for that website. You can get all of the subdomains of that website and the parent organization of that website, the owner of that particular domain. So to basically track all of those things down, you can essentially enter the website name and the netcraft.com web browser. That is the utility of this. Now, this helps because you can get some personal information out of it. You can understand the location of the servers, and all throughout, you can get a layout. You can get a layout of how this entire organization is operating and how the web application is working. So, when you actually try to plan out your hack, you can keep all of those things in mind and then accordingly implement or script or basically go on with your hack. And the key draw factor of netcraft is you can gauge the operating systems which are essentially running on the servers, right? So the website is hosted on servers and you can understand which operating systems are running on those particular servers. So netcraft is a pretty interesting tool. It is used for the purpose of footprinting and reconnaissance. So to simply open netcraft, you can type netcraft on Google or you can simply type in netcraft.com in your URL bar. Once you've reached the website, it'll look something like this. Now, if you want to find out information with regards to websites that you aim to hack, or to simply just find out details about a particular organization, like for instance, if I simply open up the Facebook URL in this search bar over here at the bottom, so we can see what's that site running. So if you simply scroll down to the bottom of the netcraft web page, you'll see this. And once you click on this little arrow icon over here, it'll first scan the details for this particular URL, which is facebook.com. So we can see some details with regards to that over here. So we can see that it gives us the website description, which means that we can create or log into our Facebook account if we go to this particular website, right? We can see the website that we've entered. We can see the owner of this particular website. We can see that's Facebook Incorporated. The hosting company is Facebook, so it's registered officially. The hosting country is the United States, obviously. We can see the IP address. There are a lot of other network related details as well. We can see the IPv6 address as well. We can see the domain is facebook.com. All right. The one of the other interesting things is that we can also see the address for the Facebook offices. We can see that it's given over here because every organization that needs to basically buy a domain would need to give some details, right? So this is a pretty interesting way to find out details, although this information is available publicly as well. But we can understand that if we were dealing with websites where the information was not available as easily, we can simply use this tool called netcraft, right? So this is one of the basic tools. There's also one very interesting thing that we can do if we simply click on this netblock owner over here, right? that will open up, and we can see other domains, other websites that are registered under this particular net block, right? So we have internet.org. So if you're from India, you must be familiar with this particular website, right? Which was an initiative by Facebook. We can see that if we simply type fb.com on Facebook, it will redirect us to the Facebook login page. That is also registered under Facebook. Oculus is a virtual reality technology that is also owned by Facebook. So a lot of these websites are owned by Facebook. Basically, we can see WhatsApp, and if I simply go to the next page, we can also see that there's Instagram as well. So these companies are owned by Facebook today. So we can see all of it is there, free basics as well, right? And we can also see that the operating system on which these websites are hosted is Linux based. So that is also a very handy detail, right? We can also see the website report. If I simply open that up, we can see the site ranking. We can see a lot of other details as well with regards to that particular domain. We can also see web server related information of this particular website. So we can see that the backend is on PHP, XML, and we can see the encryption tool is the SSL. We can also see that over here, the cryptographic protocol providing communication security over the internet. And we can also see some popular websites other than Facebook that are using this technology. That means PHP. We can see what is being used on the client side. So in the case of Facebook, on the client side, JavaScript obviously is used. So we can see all of that information as well. Network enumeration with NetBIOS. Now, enumeration means counting or listing out. So, one of the utilities that you can use to enumerate all of the hosts that are present on a particular network is NetBIOS, and it is an acronym for Network Basic Input Output System. It provides services related to the session layer of the OSI model, allowing applications on separate computers to communicate over a local area network. So, what the NetBIOS essentially does is you can type in a IP address in your particular network of a host, and it will give you information pertaining to that IP address, maybe the MAC address, right? And if you scan within a range, right, you can get all of the hosts that are present within that IP range in your net, right? So NetBIOS enumerator is a UI tool that you can use for that. You can enter the from IP address and the to IP address, and within that particular range, it will give you all of the IP addresses that are allocated to hosts. Right. So the NetBIOS enumerator is a tool used to list all of the hosts present on a particular network within a specified IP range, also giving certain information pertaining to the host's configuration, which include the username of that host. Say you log into your Windows computer, you enter a username, there's a username, and you enter the password for that. So it will give that information. The domain that your particular computer is registered to, the MAC, and the latency. So the MAC address and the latency, which means how long it takes for the target system to respond once the attacker system sends in the request, the ping essentially. So the latency. So let us understand how this works. So let us now understand how we can use the tool NetBIOS to perform network enumeration. So say you have multiple devices present on your network. How would you find out the information with regards to them? So simply open up your command prompt with administrative privileges if you're dealing with Windows computers, and then simply go to the terminal and type in nbtstat and given a hyphen a. This is the option which I'll explain later. And then type in the IP address of the target system that you're trying to hack, which is 10.10.10.12. This might be different in your case. And when you press enter, it'll basically enumerate certain information about the target system. And as we can see, the particular option A, when we put it in with the IP address of the target system, it gives us the name of the target system, which in our case is server 2012, and it gives us the MAC address of the target system. Now, assuming the target system is not MAC spoofing, which means it's not giving us a fake MAC address, this is the actual MAC address of the target system. So this could help us further identify the technology that is being used in the target system itself.
Now, the other thing that you can do with it, in the case that you do not know the IP address of the target system, you can simply scope your network out by typing nbtstat-c and you press enter, and it will give you all of the hosts that are present on your target network. And in this case, we can see that the server 2012 is available on our target network, and we can see the IP address that it has, right? So we can also scope out the IP address of the target system. Now, the second step that we can do afterward is simply type an nbt stat and -a, and given the IP address itself, and you press enter, then you can get further details about that particular host. There's another tool called the NetBIOS enumerator. In this, you can specify an IP range. For instance, if I specify something like 10.10.10.11 to 10.10.10.16, it will give me all the possible hosts that are available on this particular IP range if I simply go ahead and click on scan. So as we can see, one result has come up, which is the server 2012, which we saw earlier on in our command as well. So if I simply expand this, I can see a certain amount of detail available for this particular IP, right? So this IP has been found between this particular IP range, right, on this network. Then we can see certain information with regards to that.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
The username, which is no one is logged onto the system currently, the domain on which that particular system is, which is the CEH domain. And as the name suggests, this is useful in enumerating the network, finding out all of the hosts that are present on the target network.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
ARP Poisoning with Cain Abel. Now, Cain Abel is a tool which is used for primarily password recovery, but that is not what we are going to be using it for today. It can recover, though, many kinds of passwords using methods such as network packet sniffing, which is something relevant to today's tutorial, cracking various passwords, hashes by using methods such as dictionary. So similar to what we discussed earlier on. So what is ARP poisoning? So ARP is a short form for address resolution protocols, right? So in ARP spoofing or poisoning, or ARP cache poisoning is a technique which the attacker uses to spoof address resolution protocols, right? And messages which are basically sent on local area networks. So he can modify those messages. He can essentially alter those messages. So it is the job of Wireshark, which we can use optionally to detect these sort of things. So in a particular network, if you have an administrative PC, for that particular network, you can detect all of the network activity happening with Wireshark. So Wireshark is a free and open source packet analyzer. It is used for network development, troubleshooting, analysis, and software and communications protocol development and education. So Wireshark is also used to basically understand how all of these hacks work, because you can see network activity that is happening. So for ARP spoofing attempts or ARP poisoning attempts, you can see those things exactly as they happen when they are happening in this particular log that is appearing on your Wireshark terminal. So Wireshark helps detect packets with suspicious origins or intent. So any packets which are suspicious, which means the corrupted or poisoned ARP packets, you can detect that with your Wireshark. So we'll see how that happens in a bit. So to implement sniffing, we will be using a tool called Cain. So we'll open that up. Once we open that up, we'll simply click on configure. After we've clicked on configure, we'll click on sniffer, right? And we'll select the device, the adapter that we're currently using. After we've selected the adapter, we'll click on OK. Once we've clicked on OK, we'll click on the sniffer icon that we have, which is the start stop sniffer. Once we click on that, a warning will come. I'll simply ignore that. Then we'll click on the sniffer icon over here to see the current status. The next step is to detect all of the devices that are present within the specified IP range. So for that, we'll click on the plus icon, right? And here we can specify the range. So in my case, I will specify 10.10.10.1 to 10.10.10.30. And I'll click on all tests, right? Because we want to test for every sort of ARP, and click on OK. So we get the list of all of the devices that are present in our subnet within that IP range. Now, to detect communication between two hosts that are present in this IP range, we need to specify the to and fro IP, right? So firstly, we'll click on APR, and then we'll click on this particular area and click on the plus icon, right? Now we can specify to and fro. So firstly, let me select 10.10.10.10 to 10.10.10.13, right? These are the two that I'm going to be selecting, and I'll click on OK. So as we can see here, we have our to IP address over here, and we have our fro IP address over here. Now, the next step would be to actually simulate some packet sending. Now, the next step would be to simulate communication between these two hosts. So let us do that. So firstly, I'll switch over to my Parrot Security. This is a Linux-based operating system. Firstly, I'll open up the terminal. So after switching to the root, let us type the hping command to send some packets to our Windows 10 PC. So we'll type hping 3 10.10.10.10. So this is the IP of the Windows 10 computer. And then we'll give the packet count of about 100,000. And then we'll press enter. So this will begin our ping. So firstly, I'll open up Wireshark to detect this network traffic, right? And after I've opened that up, I'll go to edit and preferences. So the first thing that I'll do is go to protocols, expand it, and simply scroll down to ARP RARP. We get this option, and then we'll simply click on the tick icon on detect ARP request storms. Once we've done that, we'll select our Ethernet adapter. Now we will start poisoning our packets. So we'll click on start stop APR. Right now the poisoning is active. So we can see that the status of the packets are being poisoned currently. And if we switch back to Wireshark, we can see very well what is currently happening. We can see that between these particular IPs, the source being .13 and the destination being .10, the packets are currently being intercepted and poisoned. Now what we can do is stop this detection process with the help of Wireshark, right? And we can go to analyze and click on expert information, right? So we can clearly see that over here there is a warning which says that duplicate IP addresses have been detected, which are mapped to 10.10.10.10. So what has essentially happened currently is if I switch back to Cain Enable, we have replicated that particular IP, which was the Windows 10 IP address 10.10.10.10, and we have assumed that IP address to receive those packets instead of the actual Windows 10 device. So we are basically sniffing those packets that are being sent by the Linux system to that Windows 10 system. So what the Wireshark has done, it has successfully managed to detect that there's a duplicate IP because there are two different MAC addresses attached to the same IP address. So this is essentially how you would detect packet sniffing if you're a security professional with the help of Wireshark. Web server reconnaissance with HTTP recon. Now, HTTP recon or HTTP fingerprinting is a tool developed by Computec and modified by W3DD. These are the authors to help return highly accurate identification of given HTTP implementation. So essentially, you enter the URL of a particular website and the server of that website. This particular tool will return the information of that server. So this is very important within professional vulnerability analysis because you need to ensure that your server's information is not accessible to any outside person. So if you run the HTTP recon tool for your particular web application and some sensitive information with regards to how your server is operating is revealed to the attacker, that is a very risky thing, and you should ensure that whatever means you're implementing in your particular website is subverting those particular risks, right? So that is the entire role of HTTP recon in the professional security community. It is used by hackers to essentially gain information with regards to how your server is operating. It is used by security professionals to patch those things up, to not basically allow that information to be revealed to the hacker. Let us understand how this works for websites. From footprinting of a particular website, we can also use HTTP recon. So let us open that. You can open that up without any administrative privileges, but that might cause some issues. So I'll open that up with administrative privileges. So once you've opened that up, I'll expand this a little bit. So in here, you can write the website name that you want to footprint. So in our case, let us type in www.intellipaat.com, right? So once I've written that, stop, and then I'll click on analyze. So it will take a bit of time, but it will give us all of the footprinting details of this particular website. So we can see right over here on the get existing part, we can see over here there are servers that are mentioned. So there are percentages that are over here. There is a match percentage that we can see. So for this Microsoft IIS 6.0, we can see that it is a 100% match. So what footprinting will do, it will essentially analyze the data from the website and it will try to determine which particular backend server is being used for this website. So the traits for this particular one match 100% with Microsoft IIS, but you can also see there are other matches as well, which are not as accurate as the Microsoft one. You have an AOL server, you have Apache, right? You have Zeus, you have Nginx, so on and so forth. You can see the match percentage is decreasing in descending order. So we have all of this. So right now we don't need to worry about it much because we already have 100% match. But in the cases where we don't get a 100% match, we have to go on probability. To see all of the get requests, I'll click on get long requests, right? So over here we can see all of the get requests, right? The other thing that I can do is click on fingerprint details. So one of the most important details that we can see over here is that there's a protocol name and there's a protocol version which is 1.1. So hackers can essentially use these details in order to basically maneuver their hacks in accordance with the exploitations that are available for these particular protocol versions. So you can see if you are a hacker with a certain level of knowledge, you can manipulate all of this information to basically help you out in whatever hack you're planning to do. So this is a software utility in order to basically recon a particular website to perform footprinting and reconnaissance. Web application footprinting with what web. Now this is very similar to what we just discussed, except this also gives information with regards to the application itself, not just the server. So what happens is what web recognizes web technologies including content management systems, blogging platforms, statistical analytics packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded services. What happens is, what web will scan a website to detail out the category of a web application, the author, and the technologies that are being implemented in that web application. So a website is authored by someone, that will be revealed. What is the password field? What is the login ID field? That will be revealed. So everything on the client side that is visible is revealed. So the HTTP server information, what server it might be using, all of that information, the IP address, the author. So these particular details are there. So even something like what particular organization is powering this particular website, that is also revealed. So that is how what web essentially works. So let us see what web in action as well. Keep in mind that this is exclusively for web applications. For web servers, it is entirely recommended to go with HTTP recon. For web applications, the client side of things, you can go for what web. So one of the tools that we use when we are trying to actually hack into a web application is what web. So let us see the sample website first. The sample website is moviescope.com. So we can see that it is a dummy website which we are essentially going to get some information out of. So if we go to our Parrot security terminal, and I'll open up a Parrot terminal. So I'll first switch to sudo mode. So for that, I'll simply type in sudo su and enter in the password for my sudo account, right? And then I'll change my directory to the root directory. And afterward, I'll simply type in what web, right? So this is a utility that is present in Parrot Security, which is used for this exact purpose. When I enter that, it will give me a help, essentially help some help commands as to what the usage format for what web actually is, right? So if you want to actually run this on a particular application, so for instance, on this particular subnet, the website that we previously saw, that was moviescope.com exists, right? It exists on the Windows Server 2019. So if we simply type in what web and type in moviescope.com and I press enter, it will take some time and then it will give me some information, right? So we can see certain information with regards to what web. So the information that I'm currently getting is from FortiGuard server. So what I want now is I want to actually get the information about the web application. So for that, I'll change this to HTTP. I'll enter in the protocol and I'll type in what I typed in the web browser. So www.moviescope.com and then I'll press enter. So we can now see that it is actually not forbidden anymore. It is actually getting us the right information, right? So this is a bit jumbled up. Let us get this in detail. What if we want all of this in detail, right? So for that, I can simply add in an option over here, which is a hyphen V, and then I press enter, right? So this will give us all of the information in much detail. So if I scroll up, I can see that the main page that I logged into with the help of this particular URL is the login page for Moviescope. We can also see the IP. So this is the IP that is resolved when I type in moviescope.com. So this is the IP that we are actually connecting to, right? We can see that the server is based in ASP.NET. And if we go down below, we can see that some details associated with all of the technologies that are being used in this website are mentioned. So the detected plugins under that section, we can see that certain information of ASP.NET is given. We can also see HTTP server information, meta author information. So the string is EC counsel in this case. And down below, we can see the HTTP header information.
So, firstly, let us understand what the term cryptography actually means. So, cryptography is theoretically defined as the study of the various processes which are implemented to protect information and communications through the use of mathematical concepts and rule-based calculations. So, essentially, you have data. So, this data could be a static message that you're trying to send to somebody. This data could also be a communication bit that you're actually trying to send to someone in a streaming format, right? So what will happen is if you want to protect that data, you pass it through some mathematical operations or rule-based calculations, and then that data becomes protected, right? So essentially, if somebody else were trying to actually access that data, they couldn't, right? So this is what cryptography is. It is the study of these processes that help achieve this. Now the question comes up, why can't we simply send data to our desired recipient without actually having to implement this? So let us understand that as well. So why do we need cryptography in the first place? So imagine that you're the sender of the message, you're the originator of the message, and you have a message, you have a data file, right? So the blue icon over there represents the data file, and there is a recipient, right? So you're sending this data to the recipient via the use of email, say for example, right? So you send that to your recipient. This is what happens if the message goes normally and nothing bad happens at all, right? But there's an off chance that there is an intruder that has access to the actual connection between you and the recipient, right? And your email line is essentially not secure, right? So this could be in the case when you're trying to send data over a local area network, right? And the local area network is compromised to give the intruder the access to all of the traffic that is present in that network, right? So you send this data file, it goes to the recipient, but it also goes to the intruder. Or worse, what could happen is it could go to the intruder first, the intruder could make some adjustments to it, and then it could go to the recipient, right? Either way, this is not something you want, right? So how do you fix that? The intruder is able to read your data. uh, we need some method to make this data unreadable by the intruder. So this data that the intruder also gets access to, even though he has access to the email line, we need to do something with this file that makes it unreadable by the intruder. So we do this with encryption. So what is encryption exactly? Encryption or enciphering is a cryptographic process where we convert plain text, which means the text that we directly enter onto our keyboards or raw data, to unintelligible information or cipher. Right, so unintelligible information means random gibberish, or so it appears to somebody who looks at it from a third person's perspective, random data essentially, by processing the data with an algorithm, right? So you're the sender, right? And you have some data in the plain text format, right? What will happen is you'll convert that plain text data into a cipher by passing it through an algorithm or some sort of a processing framework, right? And once you've done that, you pass that cipher on to the recipient, right? So even if the intruder gets the access uh, between you and the recipient, the person will not be able to understand the original meaning of the message because it has been converted into something else. It has been converted into unintelligible information. And so, what is decryption essentially? Decryption or deciphering is a cryptographic process of converting the plain text, converting the cipher back into the plain text by processing the data with an algorithm. So once the cipher reaches the recipient over the email line, now the recipient needs to actually get the actual information that you're trying to send them, right? So they need to convert that cipher that you've sent them back to plain text. So this process is essentially called decryption or deciphering, right? So let us continue. There is another term that we need to familiarize ourselves with, which is quite prominent today. It's called cryptanalysis, right? So cryptanalysis is the study of deciphering ciphers without knowledge of the encryption technique. So earlier on, traditionally, decryption is done when the recipient's end knows how to actually decipher the cipher, right? They have a key or something, they have the algorithm to reverse engineer the cipher back into the plain text, right? So cryptanalysis, on the other hand, is the study of deciphering ciphers when you don't have any prior knowledge of the encryption technique. So you don't have any keys, you don't know the encryption technique, you don't know the reverse algorithm. So cryptanalysis is the study when you try to convert ciphers by just looking at them and converting them back into plain text, right? So that is called cryptanalysis. A cryptanalysis is what a hacker will do if he's trying to actually get information out of the cipher that he has access to. So there are some security goals that are involved in the process of cryptography. So we just go over them one by one. Confidentiality. So the first principle and the foremost principle, as we all can understand by now, is when you try to send data over a over an unsecure or secure line for that matter, and that data is only expected to be read by a particular amount of recipients or a particular recipient, you need to maintain confidentiality or secrecy with that, right? So in larger companies where data is sensitive, right, and data cannot be read by other people, data cannot be accessed by other people, or it could cause a massive blunder, right? So in that case, you need to absolutely protect the confidentiality of the data. So cryptography is the study that helps us deal with that. It helps us protect the confidentiality of the data. So the first principle that we actually deal with when we are implementing cryptography is confidentiality. The second is integrity. Now, integrity means that the data should have its original meaning, should have its original structure when it reaches the recipient. So if you write something in the beginning, right, and you convert it into cipher, when you send the cipher over to the recipient and the recipient deciphers it, converts it back into plain text, the plain text should represent exactly what the sender sent in the first place. So the data should have maintained its integrity. It should be whole, right? It should not have been manipulated by any attacker in between, or there should not have been any loss of the data in the encryption process itself. So this is another goal of cryptography, to maintain integrity in the data. And lastly, one of the other most important things is availability. Now, availability means that the people who require that data should have it basically instantly, right? They should not have any delay with getting that data. Nobody should be able to interrupt the process of them getting that data, right? So this particular aspect is called availability, which also means that the encryption techniques that we're using, the encryption and decryption techniques that we're using, should be fast in nature. So when it reaches the recipient should be able to decrypt that data fast, because time is extremely valuable, and the recipient cannot sit and decrypt that data for 1 to 2 hours. It should be decrypted in minutes if that is ideal, with the algorithms that are present to the recipient. Right. So these are the three security goals that we deal with when we're dealing with cryptography. So there are categories involved in cryptography essentially. So other than the examples that we're going to discuss after this, cryptography has been divided into particular categories. So let us look at that. So the fundamental categories are private key cryptography. Now, private key cryptography is also called symmetric key cryptography. It uses a single common key on the receiving and the sending end, right? So as a sender and the receiver, you use one key to encrypt and then use the same key to decrypt that data, right? So you're the sender, you have access to a key. Now this key is not shared with anybody at all except the recipients or the intended recipients, right? So this key is present to with the recipient. You have the data with yourself. You encrypt that data using that key and you convert it into the cipher, and then you send that over to the recipient. Now the recipient has the cipher. The recipient will use the same exact key. Now this key is a private key. It has not been shared with anybody to decrypt that data, and that data is converted back into plain text. So even if an intruder accesses that cipher in between, since the intruder does not have access to this key, he will not be able to decrypt that data. Now, this is called private key cryptography or symmetric key cryptography. Only one key is involved in the entire process. Now, on the other hand, we have public key cryptography. Now, public key cryptography is also called asymmetric key cryptography. Now, this exactly means that there are two keys that are involved. So, one is a publicly available key. Now, this key could be available to the intended recipients and senders, right? Or this key could be available to the world as well. It does not matter, right? So even if the public key is available to a lot of people who are not supposed to have that, it does not matter at all. So what happens is, in this particular case, the data is encrypted with this public key that may be available to a lot of people who are not supposed to have access to the data, right? With this public key, the only thing that you can do is encrypt this data, right? You cannot actually decrypt this data with the public key. You can only encrypt this data with that public key, right? So you basically go ahead and convert that data into cipher using that public key. You send that cipher over to the intended recipient. Now, the intended recipient has a private key. Now, the private key is only accessed by the intended recipients. Nobody else has access to the private keys. Everybody has access to the public keys. Nobody has access to the private keys. Now, what the recipient can do is decrypt that data with the private key and convert it back into the intended data or the plain text, right? So, the advantage of this is you don't have to keep access, you don't have to keep the public key secret at all. And even if the public key is available to everybody, uh, nobody can do anything with it. If an intruder gets access to the cipher in between the line of communication, he cannot use the public key to decrypt that data, because the public key has been used to encrypt that data, and the data is meant to be decrypted only by the intended private key, right? So this uses a non-secretive public key for encryption and a secret private key for decryption. Now, there are comparison points between the two. So, public key encryption and private key encryption, the differences. Firstly, in private key, obviously single key required. In public key, there are two keys that are required. In private key, size of the ciphertext is less than equal to the plain text. In public key, the size of the ciphertext is greater than equal to plain text.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Private key cryptography has fast encryption, less resources. So with only a single key, you don't have to worry about a lot of processing power. Essentially, what happens is you can encrypt and decrypt your data extremely fast and use less computational resources, while in public key, there is slow encryption and the usage of high resources. Private key is generally used for large data because of the fast nature of the encryption and decryption processes. So if you have a large data, you will generally go with a symmetric key cryptography method. And for small data, you will go with public key cryptography methods. Now, there is confidentiality, which is absolutely maintained in private key cryptography, but with public key cryptography, although slow, you get confidentiality, authenticity, and non-repudiation. So, in public key cryptography, the data has confidentiality, which means that the data is secretive in nature and will only be revealed to the intended parties. The data has authenticity, which means that it can be verifiable where this data came from. It cannot be coming from an attacker or an intruder. We verify that with means, and there is non-repudiation, which means that the receiving end cannot deny that the data is authentic and has integrity. So there are ways to check integrity of the data, like checksum and other methodologies. With the help of that, the receiving end cannot deny that the data is authentic. So examples of these in private key cryptography, we have 3DES, AES, DES, and RC4 algorithms. In public key cryptography, we have Diffie-Hellman, ECC, EI, Gamal, DSA, and RSA. There are also hash functions. So hash functions are pretty straightforward. I think the easiest to understand out of all of these algorithms. Functions that convert plain text into encrypted text are called hash functions. So essentially mathematical functions. So if you're aware of this, this is what it looks like. You have a function. Within that function, you pass in a variable called plain text, right? So this is your input, and then you get the output, which is the cipher, right? So functions work in exactly the same way as a lot of the other algorithms would work, except you have a lot of flexibility attached to them. You can essentially create any sort of function that you require for your particular use case. Let us look at the examples of cryptography now. So if we move on ahead and look at the easiest and the first example, so this is a sort of a substitution algorithm that we use for encryption and decryption. It's called Caesar cipher, right? So imagine you have the entire alphabetical list available to you from ABC to XYZ. You have all of these letters available to you, right? And say your message is fun. Now, this is the word that you're trying to send to your intended recipient, right? But you can't send that directly. You need to encrypt it, right? So let us take a value n. N is equal to 3. Now, this could be anything. N could be anything at all. It does not really matter what n is. It is up to the encryption algorithm or the encryptor to decide what the value of n will be. Now, this is the only value that is required to be known by the recipient, the value of n. So imagine the letters that come three sides or the value of n to the right. So with F, we have 1, 2, 3, we have G, H, I. So for F, we have I. For N, we have Q. And for U, we have X. So you can also see in the alphabetical list, the letters have been marked with green, which are present three positions to the right of the intended letters. So what will happen is we essentially convert it to that. So for F, we get I. For U, we get X. And for N, we get Q, right? So this is what happens when we use the value of 3 to encrypt our sentence or word with Caesar cipher, right? So our final encrypted text is IXQ. So by shifting the position of each alphabet forward by 3, we are able to hide the original meaning of the word, right? This is called a substitution algorithm because we are essentially substituting the original letters, right? So F has been substituted by I, U by X, and N by Q, right? So this is one of the first and simple algorithms for cryptography, but it gets you going with the idea. Now, next up, we have another category and type of cryptography. An example would be the rail fence cipher, which is a transposition technique. Now, this is an interesting technique as well. Say you have a sentence that you want to encrypt before sending to your recipient. It's called hello from Intellipaat, right? And what you'll do now is you'll imagine you have two rail fences. Now you can implement this using programming languages, but I'll give you the basic rundown of how the algorithm works visually. You have two rail fences, similar to the boundaries that you have on your home. That is why it's called a rail fence, right? And what you'll do now is simply start writing the letters alternatively on these rail fences. So firstly, you have H, right? So H has been highlighted in the sentence and H has been put on the first rail fence. Then the next letter is E. So alternatively, you'll put this on the bottom rail fence. Now, we are using two rail fences right now. You can use as many as you want, but it's generally preferred that you go with 1/4 the size of the actual string that you have, so that there is actual implementation of the rail fence cipher instead of you actually making as many rail fences as there are letters in your sentence. Then what you'll do is write E on the bottom rail fence, and similar to that, you'll alternate to the top rail fence once again and write L, right? So on and so forth. You'll fill it in a similar fashion. So it'll look something like this, right? So what you will do now is you will take the entire string that is present in the first rail fence, and then you'll append it to the string present in the second rail fence. And if you had multiple rail fences after that, you would have done the same thing with the consecutive rail fences as well. So now the final text will look something like this. It looks kind of like gibberish. Now, one thing you might be noticing is I haven't actually implemented the white spaces, so that is only for non-confusion purposes. You can implement spaces, but since we wouldn't have been able to see spaces over here to avoid any sort of complexity, I removed them. But you can definitely implement spaces as well when you're dealing with programming languages, right? So the final ciphertext will look something like this, right? And this particular algorithm is called a transposition technique because you're not exactly substituting anything over here. The letters are the same as in the original string, but they just have been jumbled up, right? So this is since the position of the letters have been changed, this is called a transpositional technique. The original letters have not been changed, only the positions have been changed. So this is what a rail fence cipher is. The only thing that your intended recipient is supposed to know in this case is the number of rail fences, right? And in the previous algorithm, which we were discussing, which was the Caesar cipher, the only thing that the recipient needed to know was the value of n, right? As to how many letters you're shifting to the right or to the left. That is only required to be known by the recipient. So these particular techniques, the rail fence cipher and the Caesar cipher, are extremely weak techniques with today's computational technology. They can be broken almost instantly. So these are not ciphers that are used in today's environment, although we use other ciphers. So let us look at one of the ciphers that we can actually use. In this case, this entire process is called steganography. And we'll look at an example of that. Firstly, let us understand what this actually means. Steganography is the technique of hiding secret data within ordinary innocent looking files and messages, right? So what happens is you have your data, right? And the way you will hide this particular data is you'll simply embed it within an image, right? So whenever somebody looks at the image file, they will not see the presence of any data. They will not even see a trace of the presence of any data unless they have the required tool required to decrypt that data from within that image, right? So this entire process is called steganography. This can be useful if you're trying to hide information on your computer system, or if you're trying to hide information within an email. So say there is something that has been talked about between you and the recipient on the phone. You both have the same steganography tool, right? And then you decide to send an ordinary image file over the email to your intended recipient, right? So even if somebody is able to access that mail in between the line of communication, they will just look at an image and they will think, okay, it's an innocent file. There's nothing to worry about over here, right? So this is the entire point of steganography. So let us look at how this works. So we're using a steganography tool. Now this tool, the only people who would have this tool are the senders and then the recipients, right? So this is a tool which essentially helps you hide or encrypt some data behind image files, right? So if any normal person tries to access that image, they will only see the image, while the people who have this tool can actually see the hidden message behind that image, right? So the first thing, obviously, that we would do is actually select an innocent image where we can hide that data. So we have this image over here. This is a royalty-free image that I have selected. So I'll click on that and click on open. Now this image loads up in the application. It's a simple highway sort of image, right? And within this area over here, I'll simply write hello from Intellipaat. Now, this is the intended message. Now, this is the secret message that I'm actually trying to send to my recipients. Now, next thing I will do is click on hide text, right? Now we can see it says the text message is now hidden in the image. Now this application is called QuickStego. You can check it out online as well. It's a free to use application, right? And then we'll click on save image. Now we'll click on save, right? And we'll click on something like encrypted image. We click on save, then we click on exit, right? So the next thing I would do is open up the application again and then click on this open image, right? We find the encrypted image option, click on that, and we can see that there is a hidden message attached to it, right? So this is what we essentially get. Uh, we are distributing this application to the intended recipients. They use this application to scan through the image and they see our hidden message, while nobody who does not know about this particular case, that the image is not innocent in nature, will be able to see that message. So this is how image steganography works.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
So now that we understand steganography in action, let us look at another algorithm. Now this is called the one-time pad, right? Or the one-arm cipher. Now the important thing to know about this particular example is that this is an unbreakable sort of algorithm. Like you generate a one-time sort of key that is uniquely generated for every instance of a new data transfer that you're trying to do, or a new communication instance. And it's called one-time pad because it's only valid once. So it's sort of similar to the OTP that you have, like that you get in your mobile phones when you're trying to log into particular websites, or you're trying to confirm payments. So it's sort of on the same principle, that you get a one-time key that you can enter, which actually helps you go through with your particular transaction, verify your transaction, to so to speak. So say you have a word hello, right? Now hello can be converted into their respective the letters can be converted into their respective positions on the alphabet. So this is how it would look like if you convert them with respect to the positions they have on the alphabet. So the H is on the 8th position, 5 E on the 5th position. You have two L's, 12, 12, and 15 for the O, right? So you have converted it into that. Now the next thing that you would do, you would generate a random 5 letter key. So it depends on the length of your string. So if you say, if you have a 5 letter, 5 character plain text, you will use a 5 letter key essentially. Now this BXLKD and small can be anything. The only restriction that you need to have over here is that it needs to be of 5 characters, right? So once you've created your randomly generated 5-character key, you will then do the same thing for the key as well. So B is on the second position, X on 24th, L on 12th, K on 11th, so on and so forth. And the next thing that you would do is actually add these two particular numbers, right? So the 8 will be added to 2, 5 with 24, so on and so forth. You get 10, 29, 24, 23, and 19. You can verify this. This is the addition, this is the sum of these two particular individual numbers, right? So when you have that, then what you will do is you'll actually modulo it with 26. You'll find the remainder of these numbers, each of them by 26. So then you get, in that case, you get 10, which means that the number is less than 26. You'll get 10, obviously. When you have a number greater than 26, which is the case for 29, you'll get 3, because 29 is 3 greater than 26. So you'll get 3 for that, and then you'll get 24, 23, and 19, because those numbers are not greater than 26. Once you have done that, you convert them to their respective letters, essentially. So if you consider them as positions, this 10, 3, 29, 10, 3, 24, 23, and 19, if you consider them positions on the alphabetical order, convert them back into their respective alphabets. You get JCXWS. Now, this is your Vernum cipher. Like, you've successfully converted it into your cipher, right? So the only thing in this particular case that is needed to be known by the decryption end or the recipient's end is this particular key that you have, which is BXLKD. This is the key that is supposed to be known for that one particular instance of communication between you and the receiver, so that the receiver is successfully able to decrypt your key, right? So this is one-time pad. So JCXWS is your cipher. Now moving on, we have symmetric algorithms. An example of a symmetric or a private key algorithm would be data encryption standard, or DES. Now, this is also used today. There are very few weaknesses attached to it, like weak keys and whatnot, but this is the encryption technique that is widely used today as well. So it is a symmetric key block cipher published by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the NIST. So let us look at how this works. Now, this is a bit complicated, so I'll go through this in a sort of concise manner. This is the diagram of how it looks. So we are going from extremely easy to extremely complex in just a few seconds, right? So say you have plain text. You've converted that plain text into 64-bit blocks, right? So each of these blocks you'll pass through this particular algorithm. So the structure looks something like this. Firstly, the 64-bit plain text blocks is passed through an initial permutation, which means that when the 64-bit plain text block comes into the entire architecture, it is jumbled up. It is jumbled up using a particular permutation table that is there in that part of the algorithm. After that has happened, then you have the 16 rounds. So the DES has traditionally it has 16 rounds. What happens? Uh, each of these rounds gets a unique key, right? So this key is provided by the round key generator, uh, where you actually give a 56-bit cipher key to that round key generator, and based on that 56-bit cipher key, it generates keys for every round, right? So round one gets a key, and based on that key, ciphering happens based on the Feistel cipher technique. In round two, the same thing happens after the data is transferred from round one to round two, and so on and so forth. It is transferred to round 16, and then the key works on round 16 for the ciphering, and then it is passed to the final permutation step. In final permutation, similar to the initial permutation, based on a particular table, the data is jumbled up, and then at the end of it, you get the same amount of data back, which is 64-bit. Now it has been converted into cipher. So the advantages that are associated with DES are each small change in plain text drastically affects the cipher. So this is also called the avalanche effect, essentially, which means that if there is even a small change in the plain text, the cipher changes dramatically, which means it is very difficult to deconstruct the cipher. So it will take a lot of processing power on the hacker's end to be able to deconstruct that data, unless the hacker has any idea about the key. And then each cipher bit depends on several bits of plain text. So this means that each bit that is there in the cipher depends on several bits of the plain text. So even if you change something very small, right, like we discussed earlier on, the cipher bits will be changed by a drastic margin. Then we have an example of an asymmetric example, which is RSA, Rivest, Shamir, and Aldelman. Now, RSA is sort of a mathematical operation that happens. It is also widely used today, but it is an asymmetric cryptography algorithm which requires two keys, private and public, obviously, because it is asymmetric in nature. Asymmetric means public key cryptography. So, be with me on this. This is just the algorithm of how this happens. You might be confused by this, but just stick around. You take any two prime numbers, which are P and Q, consider them P and Q. Uh, N is a variable that is the multiplication of P and Q. So you have a variable N, and E is a derived number greater than 1 and less than Q minus 1 and P minus 1, and there should be no common factor between E and Q minus 1, P minus 1. So basically co-prime in nature. So now you have two particular characters, two particular variables called N and E. The public key that will be available to everyone is NE, the combination of NE. This is your public key. Now for the private key is actually calculated, right? So calculate D when ED equals to 1 mod P minus 1 Q minus 1. So E was previously computed, right? The algorithm to calculate D would be to evaluate D for this particular equation. ED equals to 1 mod P minus 1 Q minus 1, right? And then once you've calculated D, the encryption formula would be cipher equals to plain text into E mod n. So this is on the public end side. So anybody is encrypting that data will use this particular algorithm. For anybody who is decrypting that data, they need to know the D value, and that is the private key essentially. The private key is D. They know the private key. So they'll calculate the plain text by multiplying the cipher with D mod n. Right. So you can see how the private and public key concepts have been implemented in this particular algorithm, as we can see. Right. So you convert the plain text and the cipher into numeric format, and then you apply the mod operation to that with the private and the public keys, and then you essentially get your encryption and decryption. Next up, we have the password storage method. Now, an example of hash functions, essentially, where we are actually using hashes in real life, right? So one of the examples for this would be bcrypt. Bcrypt is a hash algorithm. So you create an account on a website, right? And then the website asks you two things, among many things. It may ask you for a lot of other things as well. But the two primary things it asks you for are your username or email and your password, whatever you want to create your password as, right? So these are the two parameters. So whenever you actually create your account in most websites, in most secure websites, your password is converted into an encrypted password by passing through an hash function. So your password is in plain text format, right? And it is passed through a function, a hash function, and it is hashed into an encrypted password. So when it's passed through a function, you get your cipher. This particular cipher or encrypted password is stored in the website user database, right? So whenever you create your social media accounts, your encrypted password is actually stored in the databases of the target social media company, or the company that you're, or the organization where you're creating your account. So naturally, the next thing that you would do is, at a later time, you will log into the website, right? So you've created your account, and say 1 day later you log into that website. Then upon login, it asks you of two things. It either asks you for your email or your username, and it asks you for your password, right? So what you'll do is essentially enter the password, and what the uh, browser will do for you whenever you type the password, it'll use the algorithm that is intended by that website, and it'll convert your password into plain text there and then, without anybody actually seeing it in the line of communication between the client side and the server side. The password is converted into encrypted format in the user end itself. The password is converted using bcrypt or some other algorithm, and it is converted into the encrypted password. So what is actually passed onto the website is the username and the encrypted password. The encrypted password is then compared to the password present in the user database. So firstly, the database will look for your username or email. Once it finds that in the primary key section, sort of, and then it'll match the password present in that row, the encrypted password that it has, with the encrypted password that it has just received during your login attempt. If the passwords match, if the encrypted ciphers match, you successfully log into your account, because there is a match in passwords. If you don't have any two-factor authentication available or something, you'll successfully log into your account there and then, right? So the advantages to this: even if an attacker gains access to the user database, right, the attacker can't actually gain access to your account, as the password in the database isn't in plain text format, right? So it's pretty straightforward. If you convert your password into a cipher, which is actually happening at your browser end whenever you're trying to actually enter your username and password and log into your account, it is converted into an encrypted password and then sent over to the server, right? But say a hacker actually hacks into the database of the company or the organization or the website that you have created your account on, and it gets access to the SQL database, say for example, that is present for users. So the SQL database will contain a column called the password, right? So the passwords present in that column will always be encrypted in nature, right? So when
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
the hacker tries to copy that encrypted password and put it into the login tab where your username and passwords are supposed to be entered, we can see in the second image, in the second sort of block over here, that if we pass the encrypted password through that function, we get something entirely different. Now, this something entirely different is then passed on to the website, and it is compared with the already present encrypted password over there, and there is not a match, right? So this essentially tells us that you can convert this password on, if your algorithm is good, essentially the function is good, you can convert the password only one way. You cannot convert the encrypted password back into the password. You can only convert the password into the encrypted password. So this is a very good implementation used in password protection, right? So as you can see, this ensures a lot of security measures, because for the hacker to be able to reverse engineer that password would almost be impossible, and is impossible in most cases.
The next one is null cipher. Null cipher or a concealment cipher. This cipher is also known as concealment cipher. Please note, the null cipher is named as a steganography cipher now. It's same like steganography, okay? In null cipher, if you see, right, a message is embedded within a seemingly innocuous piece of informations, okay? So basically, a null cipher, also known as a concealment cipher, it is an unshared form of encryptions where plain text is mixed with a large number of any big numbers or non-cipher materials, and it is known as steganography in current days. Okay. In null cipher, plain text is included within the ciphertext, and one needs to discard certain character in order to find out the decrypt message. If you see the right hand side, that later it's a big, it's a big, a big sentence. In the big sentence, there would be a pre-agreement that you should only find out the first letter of the all the words. Okay, then if you see, like, if you see the all the red highlighted letters, if you collaborate together, attack outpost at 9 a.m. Okay, concealment cipher means you're basically concealing your message inside a big or long message. Is it clear? Now, next one is running key cipher. Please note, when I say running key cipher, please refer it means it's a book cipher. It is a book cipher. What it means, let's say I have to encrypt a plain text, which is like plain text, like if you see in the box, flee at once. I'm just putting the plain text. Okay. Now I'm sending to Julia, and I'll call Julia. Julia, I'll be using page number 63, paragraph 16 or paragraph 1 for my running key cipher. If you see the paragraph, if you see in the example in page number 63, line 1 is selected as a running key cipher. In this case, if you see, errors can occur in several places. If you need to encrypt flee at once, you'll put the flee at once at the plain text, and running key you'll put at the you'll use running key as your key in order to find the ciphertext. Okay, is it clear? So please remember, when I say running key cipher, please remember it is a book cipher. Okay, next one is substitution cipher. I have already discussed the substitution cipher. Substitution means replacing one with one letters. Okay, substitution cipher can be two types. One is monoalphabetic, polyalphabetic. When monoalphabetic, it use fixed substitution about entire message. If you see here in the right hand side in the example, A, B, C, D, and I'm using row 13. In that case, I have a fixed method. I have a fixed substitution method over entire message. By having the fixed substitution over entire message, I can get a output. Similarly, polyalphabetic cipher use a number of substitution at a different position in the message. What it means, in a message, you will use number of substitutions instead of having one fixed substitution. That is called polyalphabet cipher. Now next one is transposition cipher. In transposition cipher, if you see the process of transposition cipher, in the right hand side we have a message called little rabbit 44. Now I'm breaking that message into different group, and then I will start encrypting that message with a message with a different group with the key, and then I'll form a ciphertext. That is called transposition cipher. So transposition cipher. Okay. When I say transposition cipher, I have a key called attack as per the book. Attacker. Okay. I'll number it 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, my bad. Let me change it. I have a key called attacker. Then I will write the position of this particular letter. Okay, means how many time I'm using this particular word. See, A means 1, then A 2. Okay, after 2 A, what I'm using, C as a 3. Okay, after C, D, E. Is there any E? So E would be 4. F, G, H, I, J, K, I'm using K, so I'll put 5. After K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. I'm using R. R is 6. Then I'm using R, S, T. T is here 1 T, then another T. This is number is 178235546. Now I have a message. The message which I need to encrypt. This is my key. Okay. How's the substitution cipher happen? Okay. I'm just trying to explain. Sorry, this is transposition cipher. My bad. Should write this. How this transposition cipher happens, I'm going to explain you. Now you have to encrypt a plain text called the flight. One second. The message. Let me see the message. The flight will strike the enemy base at noon. Flight will strike the enemy base at noon. So I will write like this: the flight, FLIGHT. Like this, I have to write the complete plain text here, like this. Then I will write the cipher text like this. Let me write completely. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Let me erase it, because this is, you should really understand in order to. This is the wrong one. I write in a proper way. Now the message is the flight will strike the. You see, you will just put the lines like this so that it will be really easy to understand. Okay, the flight, the enemy at noon. Okay, so if you see, this is the process of substitution cipher. Now you will just, this ciphertext would be TTIEA. You will read like this, top down. Then HWKMT, like this, the ciphertext would be formed. This is called transposition. We are just trying to, this is my key, okay? By seeing the position of the letter, like this is number 1, then I find out how many times I used A, the position would be 2. Then after A, what comes? C, I put 3. Like this, I have created a sequence, okay? Now the sequence is 1 here. Then I have to, the TTIEA, then you have to start copying FLTBO. Like this, so those cipher text would be formed. Is it clear? Now, similar way, substitution cipher. Let me explain quickly that one. It is actually a lot of stuff I need to write in order to make you understand what is substitution cipher. And please note, these all things we will not able to, include into the nodes, because these are the mathematics. You can't put everything into the nodes. Okay, substitution cipher means it use encryption algorithm to replace each character or a bit of plain text with a different character, isn't it? That is what I said, right? Like I given example wrote 3, isn't it? I have given example of wrote 3. Now there is a concept called Wigner cipher. This Wigner cipher is also a substitution cipher. Please note, Wigner's, sorry, I wrote a wrong, this is a wrong spelling of this. Vigner. Wigner cipher is a type of substitution cipher. Okay. Now let me draw up what is Wigner cipher. Okay. So what it does, it write A B C D E F G H I J K L M, like this, A to Z. It write here also. It will start writing A B C D, like this, A to Z, and then it starts A. Next one it will start with B to C D. Then here A will come. Then C. Similarly, what it will come. This way it start writing a table. Now by seeing the table, then it will bring a plain text like this. Let's say plain text is attack at dawn. This is my plain text, and key is my secret. Then I should write the secret in 2A, because this is 5, 7, then 11 letter, but this secret is only 6 letters, so I have to write, because I have to satisfy one letter to one letter. Let me write again. Sorry, attack. Now my key is secret, SECRET. then this key need to be reused again. Okay, now ciphertext. The ciphertext would be the reference, the cross point. See A, so I have to think where is A. Okay, now the reference is S. So in similar way, where the S is coming, this point I have to copy and write the output here. Similarly, T, if you see here, T P Q R S T. This T is intersecting where this particular E. Let's say this is D and E. This is intersecting here. This particular, so it will just find out the reference, cross reference, because it has prepared a chart. By seeing that chart later, it will put like this and it will form a ciphertext. Please note this particular this polyalphabetic substitution, polyalphabetic, please note, because I have already mentioned substitution cipher are two types. One is monoalphabetic, another one is polyalphabetic. Polyalphabetic cipher is prone to periodic analysis attack. This is really important. Polyalphabetic cipher is prone to periodic attack. Let me explain what is confusion and diffusion. Confusion and diffusion is very important. Please remember, confusion means it will create confusion. Diffusion means it will play with your mind. Okay, so what it means, please remember, confusion means substitutions and diffusion means transposition. Confusion means if you make any let me write here, plain text plus key is equal to plain text plus key is equal to ciphertext, right? Isn't it? So they have, in confusion, the relationship between plain text and key is so engrossed that it is difficult to find out the key. That is called confusion. Okay, in diffusion means if you do any changes with the plain text, there will be a significant change in the ciphertext. That is diffusion. If you go through the slide, confusion means use complex substitution function so that attacker cannot figure it out how substitution the right value. Make relations between the key and resulting cipher as complex as possible so that key cannot be uncovered from the ciphertext. Okay. In similar way, diffusion, it means that single plain text bit has an influence over several of the ciphertext bits. Changing the plain text should change many ciphertext values, not just one. This is called avalanche effect.
So let's see what is identity and access management. So what is identification? Identification is the starting point for all access control, as without proper identification, it will not be possible to grant resources to any identity. The main objective of identification is to bind a user to appropriate controls based on the entity. We have few characteristics of identification. These are as follows. Each value should be unique for user accountability. It can either be password or employee ID, or it can be anything. Next, a standard naming scheme should be followed. This scheme should be like DBMS or database, or a unique scheme that any organization can use. Next, we'll see the value should be non-descriptive of the user's position or tasks. And finally, the value should not be shared between users. One employee should not share his password or his username to another employee. So what is authorization? Authorization is the process of specifying access rights or privileges to resources. Now we have certain key concepts for authorization in order to understand it. The first we have is access control list. It specifies the subjects who are granted access and the operations allowed on objects. Next we have default to 0. That is, access controls should always start with 0 access. Administrator can then allow various accesses based on the organization's security policy. Least privilege or need to know subject is given rights and access to specific information depending on the subject's job duties and requirements. Authorization creep occurs when an employee works for an organization and then moves from one department to another and is assigned new access rights and permissions without the old permissions being reviewed or removed. Now people have a misconception between authentication and authorization. For that, if you see photo on the right hand side, Authentication is who is the user, who is actually using the system. And authorization is what the user can do and cannot do. That means the user can access that file or not, that is authorization. Now we move on to access control. It's a security mechanism that control how users and systems communicate and interact with each other systems and resources. They protect systems and resources from unauthorized access. We have certain terminologies which we use in access control. Access is the flow of information between a subject and an object. Subject is an active entity that requests access to an object. For example, a user, program or process, etc. Object is a passive entity that contains information or needed functionality. For example, it can use a computer, a database, file, etc. Now we'll move on to password security. The most common authentication technique is the use of a password with type 1 authentication. Type 1 authentication is something you must know that password should be and how it should look like. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
passwords are weak security mechanisms for several reasons. It's more static in nature. The users often choose passwords that are easy to remember and therefore easy to guess or crack as well. Passwords are randomly generated, are hard to remember, thus many users write them down on any piece of paper on their laptop or on their screen.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So passwords are something that is transmitted in clear text or with easily broken encryption protocols. Password databases are sometimes stored in publicly accessible online locations. Brute force attacks can quickly discover very weak passwords in the matter of seconds. So now how do you do a password security, or how do you increase security of your password? A strong password is sufficiently long and uses multiple character types such as uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Organizations often include a written password policy in the overall security policy, which defines maximum age requires users to change their password periodically, such as in every 45 days, every employee should change their passwords regularly. We have password complexity. This refers to how many characters types it includes. Usually the password should be of 15 characters or more than 10 characters. Next we have password length. The minimum number of characters in the password that you see whenever you create a password, you have to create minimum 10 letters or 15 letters depending on the organization. So that is called as password length. And password history. It remembers a certain number of previous passwords and prevents users from reusing a password in the history. Now that's how you increase security of passwords of employees in any organization. Now we have certain types of password attacks. Let's see what attacks are there. The first one is sniffing attack or replay attack. It's like listening to network traffic to capture password and reusing it later. Access the password file. It is usually done on the authentication server. The password file contains many users' passwords and if compromised can be the source of a lot of damage. The next and the most famous we have brute force attacks. It's performed with tools that cycle through many possible characters, numbers and symbol combinations to uncover a password. Now this type of attacks takes a lot of duration because it tries all permutation and combinations to crack a password. In dictionary attack, the files of thousands of words are compared to the user's password until a match is found. In rainbow table attack, an attacker uses a table that contains all possible passwords already in the hash format. So he uses the hash, matches with the hash of the password that already user has, and he gets the match. In social engineering, which is the most famous type of password attack, an attacker falsely convinces an individual that she has the necessary authorization to access specific resources. Now let's see what are file permissions. Enterprises have some type of dictionary that contains information pertaining to the company's network resources and users. Directories follow a hierarchical database format based on the X.500 standards. Protocol like Lightweight Directory Access Protocol or LDAP that allows subjects and applicants to internet with the directory. In a Windows environment, user log into a domain controller, that's DC, which has a hierarchical directory in its database. The database is running a directory service or an active directory which organizes the network resources and carries out user access control functionality. Now in the pic that you see on the right hand side, we have certain terminologies, that's DC, GP, DCGL, DC Google or DC Kong. These are all domain controllers and we have given different names for it. So we have distributor groups, people and groups. And we take an example like in CN, QA minus Romania, that's only distribution groups. We have certain group in people as well. So we can change file permission as per the organization and which profile can be used by other employees as well. Now it's the most important topic of this thing, that is AAA. AAA stands for Authentication, Authorization and Accountability and forms the pillars of access control. Authentication, it's a process by which a system verifies the identity of the subject, usually by requiring a piece of information that only the claimed identity should have. For example, a password, a PIN, etc. Authorization is a function of specifying access rights or access privileges to the subject to resources. Accountability is a way to ensure subject is uniquely identified and the subject's actions are recorded. Now each organization has AAA for it and he uses the same concept that we use for X.500 that we talked in later part. In authentication methods, the first method we have is OTP, that's one-time password. It is also called a dynamic password. It is used for authentication purposes and is good only once. It is implemented via a dedicated token device with a small screen, or it can be implemented using a smartphone application or either a service that sends an SMS message. OTPs avoid many shortcomings that are associated with traditional or static password-based authentication like replay attacks. The next method we have is token device. The token device is usually a handheld device that has an LCD display and possibly a keypad. The token device and authentication service must be synchronized in such a manner to be able to authenticate a user. Many companies use token devices even now. We use two types of token device. The first one is synchronous. It synchronizes with the authentication service by using time synchronization or either a counter synchronization. In asynchronous, employs a challenge or a response scheme to authenticate the user. The authentication server sends the user a challenge, a random value, also called unknown ones. The user enters this random value into the token device, which encrypts it and returns as an OTP. So that's how basically token devices work. The next and most famous authentication method we have is biometrics. Everyone must have gone through biometrics in their life at least once. So biometrics verifies an individual's identity by analyzing a unique personal attribute or behavior, which is one of the most effective and accurate methods of verifying identification. Biometrics is a way more expensive and complex than other types of identity verification processes. We have two types of biometrics. The first one is psychological. In other words, what you are. These are the traits that are physical attributes unique to a specific individual. For example, fingerprints, retina scan, etc. In behavior, that means what you do based on the characteristics of an individual. For example, a signature dynamics or how he walks, etc. Now we move on to SSO, that's single sign-on. SSO is an authentication process in which a user is provided access to multiple resources by using only a single set of login credentials. We have certain components in SSO. The first one is identity provider. It is a source of truth which stores and manages user credentials and other identifying information. The next component we have is service provider. The service provider provides service but rely on identity providers to assert the identity of a user. So how exactly SSO works? The first, user requests access to desired application or website. The application or website is from the service provider. The service provider redirects the SSO request to identity provider for authentication. The identity provider sends back the SSO request to the service provider. On receipt of the SSO response, the user is granted the access to log in and access the resource of application. User can now access all other resources from the service provider which are configured for SSO. So this also is demonstrated on the photo on the right hand side. So let's see what we are going to learn in tools of the trade. So OS utilities left, our first component is CPU. The CPU or central processing unit is the brain of a computer. In the most general description possible, it fetches instructions from memory and executes them. CPU contains registers that point to memory locations that contain the next instructions to be executed. So on the right hand side, if you see the photo, we have a control unit, arithmetic or logical unit, and we have registers as well, and they all interact with memory unit. So CPU consists of these three components and CPU interacts with memory unit. So what exactly is ALU? That's arithmetic logic unit. It performs mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought of as the brain of the CPU and the CPU as the brain of the computer. And what is control unit? Control unit manages and synchronizes the system while different applications, code, and operating system instructions are being executed. The next utility we have is process states. So at a point in time, a process state can be in following state. So we have 5 states in which a process can be. First, we have the ready state. In this state, the process is waiting to send instructions to the CPU. In running state, CPU is executing its instructions. In blocked state, it can either be called as waiting state. The CPU waits for input data. In supervisory state, process must perform action that requires privileges greater than the current state's privilege. And in stopped state, the process has finished or terminated. That means when the process is ended, it goes to stop state. Next utility we have is memory. We have RAM, ROM, cache memory, and virtual memory. So what is RAM? RAM or random access memory, it's a temporary storage facility for data and program instructions. It is used for read or write activities of the OS and applications. RAM is directly affected by the speed of the computer. RAM is made up of transistors and capacitors. In read-only memory or ROM, it's a non-volatile memory. Data once written cannot be modified, and the software that is stored within ROM is called a firmware. The cache memory is a type of memory used for high-speed writing and reading activities. A high-speed RAM on the same chip as the processor. It also improves overall speed of the computer. In virtual memory is RAM plus secondary storage. It can also swap space between RAM and ROM. It is reversed hard drive space used to extend RAM capabilities as well. Now when a program requests access to the data in swap space, it is brought from the hard drive back into memory in specific units. We call them pages. Now let's move on to network scans. Let's see what type of scans we have. The first one is network discovery scan. This scan is used for searching for systems with open ports. We do not probe for vulnerabilities, but we only do scanning. The techniques that we use is TCP sync, or we can use TCP connect or Xmas scan, etc. The main tool that we use for network scans is Nmap when you learn in Kali Linux. The next type of scan we have network vulnerability scans. In this scan, we probe the network for presence of known vulnerabilities. The tools that we use in a database are called as vulnerabilities. The main tools that we use is Nessus or OpenVAS. Now we can run two types of scans in vulnerability scanning. We can run as unauthenticated or authenticated scans. Now let's move on to SNMP. SNMP is an application layer protocol which uses UDP to monitor the network. It also detects network faults and even used to configure devices. Now we have three main components of SNMP. The first one is SNMP Manager. It's a centralized system used to monitor all the network that is present in a device. The next one is SNMP Agent. It's a software management software module installed on a managed device like PC, router, switches, servers, etc. The next and last component we have is Management Information Base. MIB consists of information of resources that are to be managed. This information is organized hierarchically. Now, security was one of the biggest weakness of SNMP until version 3. Now we have different approaches for SNMP version 3 as a target. We have confidentiality, in which we can encrypt the packets to prevent snooping. We can also use integrity. It's a message integrity to ensure that a package has not been tampered while in transit, including an optional packet replay protected mechanism. In authentication, it is used to verify that the message is from valid source. So that's all about SNMP. Now let's move on to log management. Now log management comprises an approach to dealing with large volumes of computer generated log messages. It can either be audit trails, event logs, etc. Log management generally covers log collection, centralized log aggregation, long-term log storage and retention. We have log analysis. We have two types of log analysis. We can have a real time or in bulk after the storage. And finally, we have log search and reporting. Now we have 5 types of log management. The first one is log generation. In this, logs are being generated from different devices and systems. After this, we move on to log transmission. In this, logs are being transmitted to some separate storage or log server. After transmission, we move on to storage. We store the logs. In this, the logs are being stored securely in some centralized log server. After storing the log, we have log analysis. In this, logs can be analyzed to detect some incidents or for a forensics purpose. After this, we have log disposal. That's the final step. Once the logs have been lived their life cycles, they have to be disposed very securely. Now after this, let's see how we review logs and analyze logs. Log analysis is the process of reviewing and understand computer generated records called logs. It helps to gain insight into the inner workings of the system. Logs are generated by networking devices, operating systems, applications, etc. A log consists of a series of messages in time sequence that describe activities going on within a system. Now we have certain use cases for log review and analysis. We comply with internal security policies and outside regulations and audits. Logs also analyze data breaches and other security incidents. It helps to troubleshoot systems, computers or networks. Now we have two techniques of log analysis. The first one is manual. In this is a very periodic review by the system owners for any digressions. The next one we have is automated. In this we use tools like SIEM for aggregation and correlation. Now let's see how do we actually secure our individual systems. Now what is denial of service? Denial of service or DOS is a cyber attack in which the perpetrator seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or identifiably disrupting services. In this we have certain terminologies. First is flooding. How do we do denial of service using flooding? Now this approach is simply to overwhelm the target computer with packets until it's unable to process legitimate user request. For example, ping flood or sync flood. Next we have malperformed packets. It's a trigger some abnormalities by sending malformed packets. For example, ping of death. Next we have DDoS attack. It's identical to DOS attack except the volume is much greater. The attacker chooses the flooding technique they want to employ, either a sync or DNS or ICMP, and then they instruct an army of hijacked or zombie computers to attack at specific time. We also have ransomware. In this, the attacker encrypts all user files on the target. The victim receives a message stating that if they want their files back, they have to pay a certain amount. When the victim pays, they receive the encryption key together with instruction on how to decrypt the drives. Now let's see what types of host threats we have. The first one is maintenance hooks. Maintenance hooks are the type of backdoor. They are instructions which give the developer easy access to code. During the development phase, these can be very useful. But if they are not removed before the software goes into production, they can cause major security issues. In this, we use certain preventive measures. We use an IDS to watch for an attacker using backdoors into the system. We also use file system encryption to protect sensitive information. And we also implement auditing to detect any type of backdoor use. Next type of host threat we have is incremental attacks. In this, we have two types. First one is data diddling. It occurs when an attacker gains access to a system and makes small random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, input-output, or transaction rather than obviously altering the file contents or damaging or deleting entire file. In salami attack, it's a systematic whittling an asset in accounts or other records with financial value, where very small amounts are deducted from balances regularly and routinely. Next type of threat we have is time of check or time of use attacks. We also call them as TOC or TOU. It takes advantage of the dependency on the timing of events that take place in a multitasking operating system. For example, if process 1 validates the authorization of a user to open a non-critical text file and process 2 carries out the open command, if the attacker can change out this non-critical text file with a password file while processing 1 is carrying out its task, she has just obtained access to the critical file. In this, we have a race condition. When two different processes need to carry out their task on one resource, the process needs to follow the correct sequence. If a system splits up the authentication and authorization steps, an attacker could be authorized before she is even authenticated. Again, one more type of host threat we have is buffer overflow. It occurs when programmers fail to validate input data sufficiently, particularly when they do not have imposed a limit on the amount of data their software will accept as input. When the normal or maximum size of the buffer is exceeded, the extra data is called as overflow. Thus, the type of attack that results when some attempts to supply malicious instructions or code as a part of program input is called a buffer overflow. Now, this is very interesting, guys. What is man-in-the-middle attack? A man-in-the-middle attack is where hackers interrupt an existing conversation or data transfer. This can happen in any form of online communication such as email, web browsing, social media, etc. Now let's take an example. Suppose you're sending a mail to your manager to change your password and you write password in your email. What if a hacker is monitoring your messages and he hacks into your account and he gets all the emails, so he gets the password as well. So this is basically called a man-in-the-middle attack. Now what is physical hardening? Now there is a saying, people are often the weakest link in security. Human errors accounts for up to 95% of security breaches, either accidentally through mistakes or lack of training, or intentionally through fraud and malicious intent. Personal cause more serious and hard to detect security issues than hacker attacks, outside espionage or equipment failure. Although the future actions of individuals cannot be predicted, it is possible to minimize the risk by implementing preventive measures and some best practices. Now, what measures do we make for physical hardening? The first one is separation of duties. It's a preventive administrative control put into place to reduce the potential of fraud. For example, an employee cannot complete a critical infrastructure transaction by herself. He will need to have the supervisor's approval before the transaction can be completed. Now, separation of duties makes it very difficult to commit any fraud without resorting to collusion. The next measure we have is dual control. Two or more individuals are authorized and required to perform a duty or task. Both must be available and active in their participation to complete the task or mission. For example, two officers must perform an identical key turn in a nuclear missile submarine. The next type of measure we can have is split knowledge. No one person knows or has all the details to perform a task. For example, two managers might be required to open a bank vault with each only knowing part of the combination. Now, there are more than one method for host hardening for your personal computer. The first one we have is two-way authentication. You must use always password and OTP, and that is called as two-way authentication. You must always use secure password, that is there in the above module that I recently talked about. What are the measures you should take for secure passwords? You should regularly update your computers, as updates happen when there is a hack in the organization, You must always use antivirus so that hackers cannot send malicious file, and even if you open it, it will not run. You should always enable firewall so that they cannot network scans or network hack you, and say no to phishing. This is the most common way of attack nowadays, because in these emails they tend to be someone else and they ask your password and account details, and we usually tend to give them all the details. Now let's see what is IDS, or Intrusion Detection System. IDS is the process of detecting an unauthorized use of or attack upon a computer or network infrastructure. We have two types of IDS. First one is signature based. It's a pattern matching like an antivirus software. It cannot identify any new attacks. Signature based database has to be updated every day. The next type of IDS we have is anomaly based. In this, it's behavior. That's based on system that learns the normal activities of an environment. It can also detect new attacks, and it's also called behavioral or heuristic based attack. In this we have three types, that is statistical anomaly, protocol anomaly and traffic. In statistical, it is based creates a profile of normal and compares activities to this profile. Protocol based identifies protocols used outside of their common bounds. Traffic based identifies unusual activities in network traffic. Now we have certain rules for IDS. The first one is we use IF, then rule based programming within expert systems. We have use of an expert system allows for artificial intelligence characteristics. It cannot detect new attacks as well. Now we know what IDS is, let's learn what is IPS, or Intrusion Prevention System. IPS is a threat prevention tech that examines network traffic follows to detect and prevent vulnerability exploits. Exploits usually come in the form of malicious inputs to a target application or service. IPS are usually placed in line of the network traffic and are capable to take an immediate action to block an exploit. Now in the image right hand side, it's a difference between IDS and IPS. IDS only detect any intrusion and IPS detect and even prevent it as well. Now let's see what is data destruction. Now when we use data and we no longer use it, what if hackers get the data and they can use a lot more to hack into your systems? So that's very important to destroy data. So data disposal is the last and often the most ignored phase of information lifecycle. Data policy should define the acceptable methods of destroying base data on the data's classification. We have data reminiscence as well. It's a data that remains on the media as residual magnetic flux. Using system tools to delete data generally leaves much of the data remaining on the media. Now this information can be retrieved using many tools. Now what are the methods we use for data destruction? The first one is erasing. It's simply performing a delete operation against a file, a selection of files, or the entire media. In most cases, the deletion or removal process removes only the directory or catalog link to the data. The actual data remains on the drive. In clearing overwriting is the process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the cleared data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery tools. When media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all addressable locations on the media. We have degaussing. A degausser creates a strong magnetic field that erases data on some media in a process called degaussing. Technicians commonly use degaussing methods to remove data from magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to its original state. The next method and famous method we have is encryption. Data stored on the medium is encrypted format using a strong key. To render the data unrecoverable, the system simply needs to securely delete the encryption key, which is many times faster than deleting the encrypted data. Recovering the data in this scenario is typically computational infeasible. The last method we have is purging. Most intense form of clearing that prepares media for reuse in less secure environments. A purging process will repeat the clearing process multiple times and may combine it with another method such as degaussing to completely remove the data. So let's see our basic LAN. So what is a network topology? Topology refers to the way a network is physically connected. A difference exists between the physical network topology and the logical topology. A network can be configured as a physical star but logically work as a ring, as in the token ring technology. Ring topology. It's a series of devices connected by unidirectional transmission links. These links form a closed loop and do not connect to a central system. Each node is dependent upon the preceding node. If one system fails, all other systems could be negatively affected because all of this is interdependence. The next topology we have is bus. This is a single cable runs the entire length of the network and nodes are attached to the network through drop points on this cable. It's a linear bus topology, has a single cable with nodes attached. In a tree topology, has branches from a single cable. The main cable itself becomes a potential single point of failure. In star topology, all nodes are connected to a central device such as a switch.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And each node has a dedicated link to the central device. A central device is a potential single point of failure as well. If one workstation fails, it does not affect other systems. It's the most common topology in use today with Ethernet systems. In mesh topology, all systems and resources are connected to each other. Usually a network of interconnected routers and switches that provides multiple paths. We have full mesh and partial mesh. Full mesh, every node is directly connected to every other node. In partial mesh, each node is not directly connected. For example, internet. We also have network access control. With exponential growth of mobile services, it is critical to have the tools that provide the visibility, access control, and compliance capabilities. A network access control systems can deny network access to non-compliant devices and place them in a quarantined area or give them only restricted access to computing resources. This helps in keeping insecure nodes from infecting the network. We have few benefits of network access control. The first one is profiling. It recognizes and profiles users and their devices before malicious code can cause damage. Guest access manages guests through a customizable self-service portal that includes guest registration, guest authentication, guest sponsoring, and a guest management protocol. Security posture check or SPC evaluates security policy compliance by user type, device type, and even operating type. Incident response mitigates network threats by enforcing security policies that block, isolate, and repair non-compliant machines without administrator attention. We also have network firewalls. Firewalls are used to restrict access to one network from another network or from the internet. A firewall device supports and enforces the company's network security policy. A firewall may be a server running a firewall software product or a specialized hardware appliance. We also have DMZ. That's Demilitarized Zone is a network segment located between the protected and unprotected networks. DMZ usually contains web, mail, and DNS servers which must be hardened systems because they would be first in the line for attacks. We have four types of firewalls. We have packet filtering firewalls, stateful firewalls, proxy firewalls, and next generation firewalls. In packet filtering firewall, this is the first generation of firewalls that makes access decisions based upon network level protocol header values. The device is configured with ACLs, which dedicate the type of traffic that is allowed into and out of specific networks. Filtering is done based on the source and destination of IP addresses. It can also be done based on the source and destination of port numbers as well, for protocol types and even inbound and outbound traffic directions. Packet filtering is stateless inspection because the device does not understand the context that the packets are working within. They are not effective at protecting against attacks that exploit application-specific vulnerabilities. The next type of firewall we have is stateful firewall. A stateful firewall is a firewall that monitors the full state of active network connections. This means that stateful firewalls are constantly analyzing the complete context of traffic and data packets seeking entry to a network rather than discrete traffic and data packets in isolation. It maintains a state table that tracks each communication session. It also provides a high degree of security and improves performance. It provides data for tracking connectionless protocols such as UDP and ICMP. Stateful inspection firewalls unfortunately have been the victims of many types of DOS attacks. Several types of attacks are aimed at flooding the state table with bogus information, causing the device to crash or freeze. We also have proxy firewalls. A proxy firewall stands between a trusted and untrusted network and makes the connection on behalf of the host. Proxy firewall breaks the communication channel. There is no direct connection between the two communicating devices. We have two types of proxies, the circuit level proxy and application level proxy. Circuit level proxy creates a connection or a circuit between the two communicating systems. It works at the session layer of the OSI model and monitors traffic from a network-based view. This type of proxy cannot look into the contents of a packet. Thus, it does not carry out deep packet inspection. SOX is an example of a circuit level proxy. Application level proxy inspects the packet up through the application layer. It understands the packet as a whole and can make access decisions based on the content of the packets. Then we have next generation firewalls. It provides capabilities beyond a traditional and stateful firewall. While a traditional firewall typically provides stateful inspection of incoming and outgoing network traffic, a next generation firewall includes additional features like application awareness and control, integrated intrusion prevention, and cloud delivered threat intelligence. We have standard firewalls capabilities like stateful inspection and integrated intrusion prevention. Also application awareness, threat intelligence, and it also upgrade paths to include future information feeds. We have certain techniques to address evolving security threats. Then we come into proxy servers. Proxy servers acts as an intermediary between the clients and want access to certain services and the servers that provides those activities. It can validate the request is safe and then sends an independent request to the server on behalf of the user. It may cache the response of receivers from the server. We have two types. The first one is forwarding proxy. It is one that allows the client to specify the server it wants to communicate with. We have reverse proxy that appears to the clients as the original server. The client sends a request to what it thinks is the original server, but in reality this reverse proxy makes a request to the actual server and provides the client with the response. Then what are honeypots? Honeypot is a network device intended to be exploited by attackers, with the administrator's goals being to gain information on the attack tactics, techniques, and procedures. It usually sits with DMZ and attempts to lure attackers to it instead of to actually produce production computers. To make it alluring to attackers, administrators may enable services and ports that are popular to exploit. We also have honeynet. If two or more honeypot systems are used together, this is referred to as a honeynet. The honeypots need to be properly segmented from any other live systems on the network. Then we move on to virtual private networks or VPNs, an encrypted connection over the internet from a device to a network. The encrypted connection helps ensure that sensitive data is safely transmitted. It prevents unauthorized people from eavesdropping on the traffic and allows the user to conduct work remotely. We have two types of VPNs. One is site-to-site and remote access. Site-to-site connects the corporate office to branch offices over the internet. Site-to-site VPNs are used when distance makes it impractical to have direct network connections between these offices. Dedicated equipment is used to establish and maintain a connection, while remote access securely connects a device outside the corporate office. These devices are known as endpoints and may be laptops, tablets, or smartphones. Advances in VPN technology have allowed security checks to be conducted on endpoints to make sure that they meet a certain posture before connecting. Now let's see what is Internet Protocol Security or IPsec. IPsec is a suite of protocols that was developed to specifically protect IP traffic. IPv4 does not have any integrated security, so IPsec was developed to bolt on IP and secure the data the protocol transmits. IPsec works as the network layer on the OSI model. We have security association. It's a unidirectional agreement between the VPN participants regarding the methods and parameters to use in securing a communication channel. Through the security association, an IPsec tunnel can provide the following security functions. The first one is privacy, that's through encryption. We have content integrity through data authentication, and we also have sender authentication and non-repudiation, that is through data origin authentication. Now if you see the pic below, we have IPsec tunnel, IPsec branch, PC server and headquarters. When we try to communicate from router A to router B through internet, we use an IPsec tunnel so that the data is not lost and it's very secure. What is SIEM? Security Information and Event Management. Now many organizations use a centralized application to automate monitoring of systems on the network. These tools provide real-time analysis of events occurring on systems throughout an organization. They include agents installed on remote systems that monitor for specific events known as alarm triggers. When the trigger occurs, the agent reports to the event back to the central monitoring software. Most SIEMs are configurable, allowing personnel within the organization to specify what items are of interest and need to be forwarded to the SIEM server. SIEMs have agents for just about any type of server or network device, and in some cases, they monitor network flows for traffic and trend analysis. What is NIDS? NIDS is network-based IDS. A network-based IDS monitors and evaluates network activity to detect attacks or event anomalies. It cannot monitor the content of encrypted traffic but can monitor other packet details. A single NIDS can monitor a very large network by using remote sensors to collect data at key network locations that send data to a central management console. Now what is NIPS? It's an intrusion prevention system, a special type of active IDS that attempts to detect and block attacks from before they reach target systems. It's sometimes referred to as an intrusion detection and prevention system, IDPS. A disguising difference between an IDS and IPS is that the IPS is placed in line with the traffic. In the pic we have internet access, IPS in the middle, and internet and internal network. In contrast, an active IDS that is not placed in line can check the activity only after it has reached the target. The active IDS can take steps to block an attack after it starts, but cannot prevent it. Now let's see beyond the basic LAN. So let's see what exactly is wireless. Wireless communication involves transmitting information via radio waves through air and space. These signals are normally described in terms of frequency and amplitude. The frequency of a signal dedicates the amount of data that can be carried and how far. The higher the frequency, the more data the signal can carry, but over a shorter distance. In wireless, each device must instead share the allotted radio frequency spectrum with all other wireless devices. This spectrum of frequencies is finite in nature. Wireless LAN or WLAN technology uses CSMA and CA collision avoidance. So in the photo on the right hand side, we see satellite network, wireless WAN, wireless MAN, wireless LAN and wireless PAN. So what are open networks? We'll start with ad hoc. Ad hoc or peer-to-peer mode. Ad hoc mode means that any two wireless networking devices, including two wireless network interface cards or NICs, can communicate without a centralized control authority. We have different infrastructure mode for ad hoc. The first one is standalone mode. A wireless AP connecting wireless clients to each other but not to any wired resources. AP serves as a wireless hub in this situation. Wired extension mode, it's a wireless AP acts as a connection point to link the wireless clients to the wired network. Enterprise extended mode, in this we have multiple wireless APs that are used to connect a large physical area to the same wired network. And finally we have bridge mode. In this, wireless communication is used to link two wired networks. This often uses dedicated wireless bridges and is used when wired bridges are inconvenient, such as when linked networks between floors and buildings. Now let's see what are the vulnerabilities with WAP, that's wireless access points. First one, we have packet sniffing. Since wireless traffic is sent over in the air, it's very easy to capture. Encrypted data can be captured as well, but it's obviously much more harder for an attacker to decipher the encrypted data packets. Then we have man-in-the-middle attack. It's possible for hackers to trick communicating devices into sending their transmissions to the attacker's system. Now let's see what is rogue access point. When an unauthorized access point or AP appears on a network, it is referred to as rogue access point. These can facilitate in other attacks like ARP poisoning, packet captures, and denial of service attacks.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Evil Twin is a fraudulent Wi-Fi access point that appears to be legitimate, but it is set up to be an eavesdrop on wireless communications. War driving is basically people driving around looking for vulnerable APs to attack. People may even use drones to try and hack APs on higher floors of the building. MAC spoofing. It's easy to spoof a MAC address and bypass this filtering control. And the final type of vulnerability that we have is WEP and WPA attacks. Older encryption standards are extremely vulnerable, and WEP and WPA use these standards, and these are pretty easy to gain access code in this case. Now let's see how do we actually harden any wireless. Now some of the industry best practices to secure wireless networks are: we change the default SSID. Each AP comes with a pre-configured default SSID. We implement WPA2 and 802.1x to provide centralized user authentication. We also use separate VLANs for each class of users, just as used on a wired LAN. We deploy a wireless intrusion detection system, that's WIDS. Physically, we put AP on the center of the building so that no one can reach it. And logically, we put AP in a DMZ with a firewall between the DMZ and internal network. We allow the firewall to investigate the traffic before it gets to the wired network. We also configure AP to allow only known MAC addresses into the network and carry out penetration tests on WLAN. Now what exactly is IEEE 802.11? It's a wireless access point. So it's a part of IEEE 802 set of LANs and specifies the set of media protocols and physical layer protocols for implementing wireless area network. We have different components of IEEE. First one, we have stations that comprises of all devices and equipments that are connected to wireless LAN. A station can be of two types. It's WAP, wireless access point. WAPs are generally wireless routers that form the base station of access. We also have clients workstations like workstations, computers, laptops, printers and smartphones. Our next component is BSS, that's Basic Service Set. It's a group of stations communicating at the physical layer level. We have Extended Service Set or ESS. It's a set of all connected BSS. And in Distribution System or DS, it connects access points in ESS. Now what is virtualization? Virtualization is a technology that enables running multiple operating systems side by side on the same processing hardware. Its benefits include efficiency, higher availability and lower costs. We have a hypervisor. It's a software which is installed to virtualize a given computer, for example a VMware. We have a host machine, a computer on which a hypervisor is installed. When we use VMware on OS, on our Windows 7, that's called as host machine. And we also have a guest machine for every virtual machine. We have two types of hypervisors. Type 1 runs directly on the host machine's hardware. For example, Microsoft Hyper-V hypervisor, VMware, ESX, ESXi. We also have Type 2 hypervisors that run within an existing operating system environment. For example, VMware Workstation and VirtualBox. Now how do we increase virtual security and what is it? With system security architecture, we are going to approach system architecture from a security point of view and drill down into the core components that are part of most computing systems today. We have different security policies. Securities start at a policy level with high-level directives that provide the foundational goals for a system overall and the components that make it up from a very security perspective. A security policy is a strategic tool that dictates how sensitive information and resources are to be managed and protected. We have discretionary access control based on operating system that provides role-based access control functionality. It has capability of protecting data classified at public and confidential level, and it does not allow unauthorized access to sensitive data or critical system functions. It also enforces least privilege and separation of duties. In 1972, the US government released a report that outlined foundational security requirements of computer systems. This resulted in the Trusted Computer System Evaluation Criteria, which shaped the security architecture of almost all the systems in use today. Some of the core tenets of these requirements were the Trusted Computing Base, Security Parameter, Reference Monitor, and Security Kernel. Now, what are containers? Now, we have different models for containers, but right now we are teaching ring model. So OS has several protection mechanisms to ensure process do not negatively affect the critical components of system itself. One of the security mechanism is a ring-based architecture. They are containers and provide an execution environment for processes to carry out their functions. And barriers in that the different processes are walled off from each other based upon the trust the operating system has in them. OS components that operate in ring 0 have the most access to memory locations, peripheral devices, system drivers, and sensitive configuration parameters. Because this ring provides much more dangerous access to critical resources, it's the most protected. Applications usually operate in ring 3, which limits the type of memory, peripheral device, and driver access activity and is controlled through the operating system services and system calls. The less trusted process that are working in ring 3 send their communications request to an API provided by the operating system. So that's how ring model works. Now let's learn what is SAS, PaaS, and IaaS. Now cloud computing is the use of shared remote computing devices for the purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsmarted to a third-party provider or provided in-house. Now there are three models of cloud computing services. First one is SaaS, that's software as a service. The user of SaaS is allowed to use a specific application that executes on the service provider's environment. Platform as a service or PaaS. In this model, the user gets access to a computing platform that is typically built on a server operating system. And finally, infrastructure as a service or IaaS provides unfettered access to the cloud devices you will need to subscribe under an IaaS model. Any responsibility for securing comes under IaaS. Now, how do we actually share security in IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS? We have different parameters. We have customer responsibility, cloud provider responsibility. So this is the table that we have created. Have a look at it. Now let's see what are the deployment models that we have. So selecting the right software development methodology for all product organization depends largely on team size, goals, timeline, cost, and some other factors. We have some common methodologies. We have waterfall, prototyping, spiral, rapid application development, and agile. So let's look into them one by one. The first model we have is waterfall model. It is a breakdown of project activities into linear sequential phases where each phase depends on the deliverables of the previous one and corresponds to a specialization of task. It is less iterative and flexible approach as progress flows in largely one direction. We have different phases. We have conception, initiation, analysis, design, construction, testing, and finally deployment and maintenance. In the pic that you see, we start with all the requirements for a software, then we design it, we try to implement it, then we verify the implementation, and then finally we maintain the software. The next model we have is prototyping. A prototype is a sample of software code or a model that can be developed to explore a specific approach to a problem before investing expensive time and resources. We have three types of prototypes. Rapid prototype: in this, development team quickly creates a prototype to test the validity of the current understanding of project requirements. In evolutionary prototype, built with the goal of incremental improvement. Instead of being discarded after being developed, it is continually improved upon until it reaches the final product stage. And finally, we have operational prototype as an extension of the evolutionary prototype method. It improves the quality of the prototype as more data is gathered. But the operational prototype is designed to be implemented within a product environment as it is being tuned. Then we have spiral model. In spiral methodology uses an iterative approach to software development and places emphasis on risk analysis. It allows new requirements to be addressed and for early testing. It also gives feedback based upon test is integrated into next iteration. We have different phases in spiral model. First we determine the objectives, then we do risk analysis, then we develop and test it, and finally we plan the next iteration. Then we have RAD. RAD relies on the use of rapid prototyping, then on extensive upfront planning. The planning of how to improve the software is interleaved with the processes of developing the software, which allows for software to be developed very quickly. RAD was developed because by the time software was completely developed following other methodologies, the requirements changed and the developers had to start all over again. And the most important and final topic that we have deployment model is Agile. Agile is the term used to describe software development approaches that employ continual planning, learning, improvement, team collaboration, evolutionary development, and early delivery. It encourages flexible responses to change. We have four main core values for Agile technology. The first one is team interactions over processes and tools. Then we start working on software over comprehensive documentation. After that, we do customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And finally, we respond to change over the following plan and whatever changes we have to do. Now mobiles. Let's talk about mobiles for some time. Since mobile devices are basically small computers, most of the same security vulnerabilities, threats, and risks apply to them. They can be compromised by malware, sensitive data is stolen from them, denial of service attacks can take place. Mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from the mobile device to a computer system that may be directly connected to the corporate network. Enterprise mobile device security principles. Only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. Remote policies should be pushed to each device and user profile should be encrypted with no local options for modifications. Data encryption, idle timeout locks, screensaver lockouts, authentication, and remote VOIP should be enabled. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed applications should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced and restrictions for social media site. Endpoint security should be expanded to mobile endpoints. 802.1x should be implemented on wireless VoIP clients on mobile devices. Now we also have network access control for mobiles. With exponential growth of mobile devices, it is critical to have the tools that provide the visibility, access control, and compliance capabilities. A NAC system can deny network access to non-compliant devices, place them in the quarantined area, or give them only restricted access to computing resources, thus keeping insecure nodes from infecting the network. Now we have few benefits for mobile network access control. These are same as the computer network access control, that's profiling, guest access, security posture check, and incident response. Now let's see what is HVAC. So HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Now these are the systems we use in mainly offices and big organizations to control the temperature and humidity, and they are maintained within the reasonable limits. We have positive pressure and drainage as an employed. The recommended humidity levels for everything is 40 to 55%. Low humidity will cause static electricity and high humidity may cause corrosion. Now, so the recommended temperature range for a data center is 68 to 77 Fahrenheit or 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. And finally, let's look into fire suppression. So fire prevention, detection and suppression is must for protecting personnel from harm, should always be the most important goal of any security or protection system. In addition, protecting other assets and materials, especially the IT infrastructure, should also be a priority. The three corners of the triangle represent fire, heat and oxygen. The center of the triangle represents the chemical reaction among these three elements. Different suppression mediums address different aspects of the fire. Water suppresses the temperature, soda acid and other dry powders suppress the fuel supply, CO2 suppresses the oxygen supply, and halon substitutes and other non-flammable gases interfere with the chemistry of combustion and suppress the oxygen supply. Now we have four primary stages of fire. Stage 1, that's incipient stage. At this stage there is only air ionization but no smoke. In the smoke stage, smoke is visible from the point of ignition. In the flame stage, this is when a flame can be seen with the naked eye. The fire is considered further down the time scale for the point where there is an intense heat buildup and everything in the area burns. That's stage 4. So let's start with secure protocols. Now what is a secure application? Security is best if it is designed and built into the foundation of anything we build and not added as an afterthought. Once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated and potentially certified and accredited. The security of a product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity and confidentiality it claims to provide. Now let's see what is an OSI model. Open Systems Interconnection Model or OSI model defines and confines the concept of layered network architecture. Abstraction layers subdivide a communication system further into smaller manageable paths. The OSI model's goal is to help others develop products that will work within an open network architecture. OSI reference model was described by ISO standard 7498. Now what is a protocol actually? A network protocol is a standard set of rules that determines how systems will communicate across the networks. Now we have one more model for network, that's TCP/IP. It's similar to OSI model but advanced version of it. The TCP/IP or Transmission Control Protocol Internet Protocol is a suite of protocols that governs the way data travels from one device to another. Besides TCP/IP includes other protocols as well. This model consists of only 4 layers as opposed to the OSI reference model 7. Now in this photo there is a TCP/IP protocol suite. In application layer we have FTP, Telnet, SNP, LPD, etc. Transport layer we have TCP and UDP. Internet we have ICMP, IGMP and IP. And for the link layer we have Ethernet, Fast Ethernet, Token Ring and FDDI. What is Transmission Control Protocol? TCP is referred to as a connection-oriented protocol based before any user data is actually sent. Handshaking takes place between the two systems that want to communicate. Once the handshaking completes successfully, a virtual connection is set up between the two systems. What is a TCP handshake? TCP must set a virtual connection between two hosts between any data is sent. This means the two hosts must agree on certain parameters, data flow windowing, error detection and options. We have few applications of TCP as well. HTTP and HTTPS both uses TCP application.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
FTP, SSH and SMTP uses TCP application. What is a transport layer? Now this layer is responsible for providing host-to-host communication services. At first, it establishes a logical connection between the sending host and destination host on a network. It ensures that the data units are delivered free of errors. It also ensures that data units are delivered in sequence and there is no loss or duplication of data units. It provides connectionless or connection-oriented service as well. Transport layer provides services to the session layer as well. For example, Transmission Control Protocol and User Datagram Protocol, TCP and UDP. And what is transport layer security? How do we secure our transport layer? Now TLS is widely adopted, or transport layer security is widely adopted security protocol designed to facilitate privacy and data security for communications over the internet. It is primarily used to encrypt the communication between web applications and servers. It can also be used to encrypt other communications as well, such as email, messaging, and voice over IP or VoIP. TLS evolved from a previous encryption protocol called Secure Socket Layer or SSL, which was developed by Netscape. HTTPS is an implementation of TLS encryption on top of the HTTP protocol. Now we have three functions of TLS. We have encryption, authentication, and integrity. Encryption hides the data being transferred from third parties. Authentication ensures that the parties are who they claim to be. And finally, integrity verifies that the data has not been forged or tampered with. Now, what is internet access, or how do we access internet? Frameworks for the specification of a network's physical components and their functional organization and configuration, its operational principles and procedures, as well as communication protocols are used. A sound architecture can be reused time and again. Since we intend our architecture to be reusable, it is imperative and that we apply secure design principles when we implement them. Now, how do we secure our network, or what is network hardening? We have few methods to do network hardening. The first one is link encryption. It encrypts and decrypts all traffic at every point, not just at the endpoints. All data is in an encrypted state while it travels on its communication path. However, when it reaches a router or another intermediate device, it gets decrypted for routing purpose. It is usually applied by service providers and is incorporated into network protocols. Now, our next method is end-to-end encryption. We have system for secure transfer of information where data is encrypted and decrypted only at our endpoints. It also prevents potential eavesdroppers like telecoms, ISPs, and even the company running the traffic communication service. The headers, addresses, routing information, and trailer information are not encrypted, enabling attackers to learn more about a captured packet and where it is headed. Now, what is TLS handshake? We use it to protect our server as well. For a website or application to use TLS, it must have a TLS certificate installed on its original server. A TLS connection is initiated using a sequence known as TLS handshake. When a user navigates to a website that uses TLS, the TLS handshake begins between the user's device and the web server. Now, during this TLS handshake, the client and the web server, it specify which version of TLS they will use. Then they'll decide on which cipher suits they will use and authenticate the identity of the server using the TLS server certificate. Then they generate session keys for encrypting messages between them after a handshake is complete. Now, in the starting, the client sends sync message to server, then server sends sync message again to the client acknowledges that, and then it says hello to the server. Then the server replies with a hello to client, and then a client key exchange happens. Now we have one more way to protect our server, that's CHAP. Its full form is Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. It uses a challenge or response mechanism to authenticate the user instead of password. Client sends the authentication server a logon request. The server sends the client a challenge. The challenge is encrypted with the use of a predefined encryption key, and the encrypted challenge value is returned to the server. The authentication server also uses the predefined encryption key to decrypt the challenge value. If the two results are the same, then authentication is successful. CHAP continues this challenge or response activity throughout the connection and hence are not vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, how do we develop a secure code? We have few methods of doing that, and this is the following top secure coding principles described by OWASP. That's the top organization to develop any code. We should do input validation, output encoding, authentication and password management, session management, access control, and cryptographic practices. We should also do error handling and logging, data protection, communication security, data security, and end with file management and memory management. Now, how do we develop a secure code? It is critical to include security control at every stage of the software development. This is not only improves the overall quality and stability, but also reduces cost in longer run. We have few steps to how to develop a secure code. We start with requirements and analysis. In this we do security planning, risk assessment, security specifications and security controls. Then we move on to design phase. In this we do security architecture, security engineering and process documentation. Then we construct our code. In this we use security authorization plan and secure build. Then we do testing of the software using access system security and verify fix. Then we deploy the software using VAPT, secure deployment, DR drill and even security authorization. Then we support our product after developing it using security assessment, monitoring and change management. And finally, we do disposal of our product, that's security assessment with archival, sanitized media, disposal and system closure. Now what is code quality? What should be the quality of a code? Code quality defines code that is good and of very high quality, and the code is bad and that is of very low quality. The code quality is important as it impacts the overall software quality. Any quality impacts how safe, secure and reliable your code base is. A good code does what it should do and follows a consistent style. It is easy to understand and it has to be very well documented and it has to be tested at all stages. Now let's move on to testing your infrastructure. In this we are going to learn vulnerability scanning tools and assessments. We'll learn social engineering principles and attacks. Then we'll move on to attacking websites and applications. We'll also see exploiting a target and vulnerability impact. Now what is vulnerability assessment? It's a systematic review of security weaknesses in an information system. It evaluates if system is susceptible to any unknown vulnerabilities, assigns severity of those vulnerabilities, and recommends remediation or mitigation if and whenever needed. We have few goals for this assessment. We evaluate true security posture of an environment. We also identify and prioritize vulnerabilities. Then we even test how systems react to certain circumstances and attacks. And after that we identify testing ramifications. Vulnerability assessment should not be one-time project and should run as a continuous program. Now we'll move on to social engineering. Information can be disclosed unintentionally when one falls prey to attacks such as social engineering, object reuse, covert channels, malicious code, and electrical airwave sniffing. How do we reuse an object? Object reuse issues pertain to reassigning to a subject media that previously contained one or more objects. Sensitive data should be classified by the data owners. Before allowing someone to use previously used media, it should be erased or disgaussed. If media holds sensitive information and cannot be purged, steps should be used to properly destroy it. We use certain techniques for social engineering. The first one is phishing. Phishing is a social engineering attack with the goal of obtaining personal information, credentials, credit card number, or financial data. In spear phishing, when a phishing attack is crafted to trick a specific target like EX and not a large generic group of people. Now, what are the countermeasures that we use against social engineering? We review the address bar to see if the domain name is correct or not. For any financial transaction, a TLS connection should be set up. Do not click an HTML link with an email. Type the URL out manually instead. Do not accept email in HTML format. We have one more technique of social engineering, that's farming. Farming redirects a victim to a seemingly legitimate yet fake website. The attacker carries out something called DNS poisoning, in which a DNS server resolves a host name into an incorrect IP address. The benefit of a farming attack to the attacker is that it can affect many victims without the need to send out emails. And the victim usually falls for this more easily since they are requesting to go to a website themselves. Now, what are the countermeasures that we use to secure from pharming? We use DNS servers that should deploy DNSSEC. Be wary of any abnormal redirection and make sure that the website is using TLS connections or HTTPS. Always verify the certificate and CAs. Now, what are the website and application attacks? The first one, we have sniffing or replay attack, that is listening to network traffic to capture password and reusing it later. We have accessed the password file. It is usually done on the authentication server. The password file contains many users' password and if compromised can be source a lot of damage. We also use brute force attacks which are performed with tools that cycle through many possible characters, numbers and symbol combinations to uncover a password. One more way to hack into website or application is dictionary attack. In this we use files of thousands of words are compared to user's password until a match is found. In a rainbow table attack, an attacker uses a table that contains all possible passwords already in hash format. For social engineering, it can be used for website and application attacks as well. In this, an attacker falsely convinces an individual that he or she has the necessary authorization to access specific resources. Now, how do we exploit a target? For this, we have denial of service the best way. It's a cyber attack in which the preparator seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its unintended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting services. We use flooding approach. In this approach, it is simply to overwhelm the target computer with packets until it is usable to process legitimate user request. For example, we use ping flood or synchronized flood. We also use malformed packets. In this, we trigger some abnormalities by sending malperformed packets, for example, ping of death. We also use distributed denial of service or DDoS attack, which is identical to a DOS attack, except the volume is much more greater. The attacker chooses the flooding technique they want to employ, like synchronization, ICMP or DNS, and then instruct an army of hijacked or zombie computers to attack at a specific time. We can also use ransomware to exploit a target. In this, the attacker encrypts all user files on the target. The victim receives a message stating that if they want their files back, they have to pay a certain amount. When the victim pays, they receive the encryption key together with instruction on how to decrypt their drives. We can also use sniffing or eavesdropping. It corresponds to theft or interception of data by capturing the network traffic using a sniffer tool. It's an application aimed at capturing network packets. When data is transmitted across networks, if the data packets are not encrypted, the data within the network packet can be read using a sniffer. We also use masquerading. It's an act of pretending to be someone or something you are not to gain authorized access into a system. This usually implies that authentication credentials have been stolen or falsified in order to satisfy authentication mechanisms. We also use DNS poisoning or spoofing. In this, attacker alters the domain name to IP address mappings in a DNS system to redirect traffic to a rogue system or to simply perform a denial of service attack against a system. DNS spoofing occurs when an attacker sends a false replies to the requesting system, beating the real reply from the valid DNS server. And finally, we also do replay attacks. Replay attacks are an offshoot of impersonating attacks and are made possible through capturing network traffic via eavesdropping. Replay attacks attempt to re-establish a communication session by replaying captured traffic against a system. You can prevent them by using one-time authentication mechanisms and sequence session identification. Now let's move on to dealing with incidents. How do we deal with them? First, we'll learn incident response, digital forensics contingency and planning. And we'll wrap up with backups. So what is digital forensics? Digital forensics, sometimes known as digital forensic science, is a branch of forensic science, the recovery and investigation of material found in digital devices, often in relation to cybercrimes. The goal of digital forensics is to examine digital media in a forensical sound manner with the aim of identifying, preserving, recovering, analyzing, and presenting facts and opinions about a the digital information. Now on the photo on right hand side, we have different type of digital forensics. We have live forensics, network forensics, computer forensics, mobile forensics, and even database forensics. Now forensics use a great term that is called as digital evidence. Digital evidence must be handled in a careful fashion so that it can be used in different courts no matter what jurisdiction it prosecuting a suspect. The Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, or SWGDE, lists the following principles. When dealing the digital evidence, all general forensic and procedural principles must be applied. Upon the seeing of digital evidence, actions taken should not change the evidence. If it is necessary for a person to access original data evidence, the person should be trained for the purpose. All activity relating to the seizure, access, storage, or transfer of digital evidence must be fully documented, preserved, and available for review. An individual is responsible for all actions taken with respect to digital evidence while the digital evidence is in their possession. Any agency that is responsible for seizing, accessing, storing, or transferring digital evidence is responsible for compliance with these principles. Now this is the table when we use forensic investigation. First we do identification about the crime, the resolve signature or profile detection or complaints or audit analysis. Then we do preservation for case management, imaging technologies, chain of custody or time synchronization. Then we do collection of evidences for preservation, approved methods, legal authorities as well, with sampling, data reduction and recovery techniques. Then we do examination and analyze the evidence using traceability, validation techniques, filtering techniques or pattern matching, etc. Then we analyze it with traceability statistical protocols using data mining and even their timeline. Then we present our investigation using proper documentation with expert testimony and a great clarification. It should also have mission impact statement, recommended countermeasures and statistical interpretation. Now what are backups? Now DRP should fully address the backup strategy. We have three very popular methods to use backups. The first one is full backup. It stores a complete copy of data contained on a protected device. Full backups duplicate every file on the system regardless of setting of archive bit. Once a full backup is complete, the archive bit on every file is reset, turned off or set to 0. Then we have incremental backups. In this we store only those files that have been modified since the time of the most recent full or incremental backup. Only files that have the archive bit set to 1 are duplicated. Once an incremental backup is complete, the archive bit on all duplicated files is set to 0. And finally we have differential backups. In this we store all files that have been modified since the time of the most recent full backup. Only files that have the archive bit set to 1 are duplicated. However, unlike full and incremental backups, the differential backup process does not change the archive bit. Now we have three more types of backup that you can use while working in an organization. We can use backup speed or restoration speed or storage speed. We can use any one at a time. Backup speed is slow, but it's incremental, it's very fast. Restoration speed is fast in full backup, but medium in differential and slow in incremental. And the storage space is high for full, medium for differential, and incremental it's very low.
Let's talk about software development security. So first of all, we can see what is quality of code. So code quality defines code that is good, that is either high quality, or code that is bad, which is low quality. So this quality that we say whether it is good or bad is all subjective. So which means that different teams may use different definitions based on their context. So code that is considered high quality may mean one thing for one developer while it may mean something different for another. So the code quality is very important and it impacts the overall software quality, and the quality impacts how safe, secure and reliable your code base is. So a good code should do what it should do. It should follow a consistent style. It should be easy to understand. It should be well documented and it should be properly tested. Now let's see what is secure software design. So It is critical to include security controls at every stage of the software development or the software development lifecycle. This not only improves the overall quality and stability, but also reduces the cost in the longer run. So, if you look below, you can see what are the different security controls that are put in the different stages in the software development lifecycle. So, if you see the software development lifecycles ranges from the requirement analysis, design, construction, and finally to deployment, support, and disposal. And in each stage, there are different security measures like security planning, risk assessment, security architecture, security authorization plan, assessment of the system security, verifying the fixes, security deployment, etc. Now, what are the secure core practices that should be followed? So, the Open Web Application Security Project describes certain practices which are considered the best while coding. So, these are input validation, output encoding, authentication and password management, session management, access control, cryptographic practices, error handling and logging, data protection, communication security, database security, file management, and memory management. Now we'll see what are the difference between functionality and security. So there is actually a common belief that security is inversely proportional to functionality, which means that if we make the security so stringent, it affects the functionality of the software very badly. But this is not very true. So developers usually want to get a function up and working. Security takes a backseat under the pressure of approaching deadlines and tight budget. But developers need to find a happy medium between the necessary functionality and security requirements. The golden rule here is that simplicity always improves security. Now, what is a software development lifecycle or SDLC? So, SDLC is putting repeatable and predictable processes in place that helps ensuring the functionality, cost, quality, and delivery schedule requirements are met. So, SDLC is a list of practices that are put at every stage of the software development that make sure that the software is ready when it is required and it has all the necessary requirements also. The different stages in software development lifecycle are the first one, which is requirements gathering. Here we determine why, what, and whom for the software is created. Then there is design, where we deal with the how of the software, that is how the software will accomplish the goals identified. Then there is the development stage, where the programming happens to meet specifications laid out in the design phase. The testing phase, where we verify and validate to ensure that the software works as planned and the goals are met. And then the operations and maintenance stage, where the software is deployed and then it is ensured that it is properly configured, patched, and monitored. Now let's see how security is implemented at the different stages in the SDLC. So if we see in the top, we can see the different stages that like requirement gathering, design, development, testing, operation, and maintenance. And in all these columns are the different security controls that are put in place on the different stages. So if you see requirement gathering, so we in the stage we'll assess the security risk, we'll assess what the privacy risk, and we'll also find what is the acceptable risk level. In the design stage, we'll attack surface analysis and we'll do threat modeling also. In the development stage, we'll do automated case tools and we'll do static analysis. In the testing stage, we do dynamic analysis, fuzzing, manual testing, unit integration acceptance, etc. And in the operation and maintenance stage, we do the final security review. Now, software development methodologies. So, selecting the right tools or the right development methodology for your product organizations depends largely on the team size, goals, timeline, cost, as well as many other factors. So, the common methodologies are waterfall, prototyping, spiral, rapid application development, and agile development. So we'll see them one by one. The first one is a waterfall model. So the waterfall model is a breakdown of project activities into linear sequential phases, where each phase depends on the deliverables of the previous one and corresponds to a specialization of tasks. So if you see, it is like a waterfall, water flowing down. So all the different tasks are separated into linear sequential phases. So this is a less iterative and flexible approach as progress flows in largely one direction. So this is, since this is linearly broken down, the progress always flows in one direction, that is downwards, like a waterfalls. So the phases, different phases involved in this model are: first one, the conception, initiation, analysis, design, construction, testing, and finally deployment and maintenance. So this is a linear model in which the progress always goes in the downward direction. Now we'll see what is prototyping. So a prototype is a sample of software or code or a model that can be developed to explore a specific approach to a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So what we do here is, if the requirements are given to us and we need to make a software for the requirements, but we know that making the actual software would be very costly, and if something goes wrong we have to spend more on it to make that right. So before something like that happens, we make a prototype with less cost, with the less resources, so that we can show what we can deliver to them. So prototyping is a sample only, not the actual software. So this is a specific approach used to solving a problem before investing expensive time and resources. So the different types of prototyping are: rapid prototypes. So here the development team quickly creates a prototype to test the validity of the current understanding of the project requirements. Then there are evolutionary prototypes, which are built with the goal of incremental improvement. So instead of being
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
discarded after being developed, it is continually improved upon until it reaches the final product stage. And finally, operational prototype, which is an extension of the evolutionary prototype method, and it improves the quality of the prototype as more data is gathered. But the operational prototype is designed to be implemented within a production environment as it is being tuned.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now we'll see what is the spiral model of development. The spiral methodology uses an iterative approach to software development and places emphasis on risk analysis. So the spiral model allows new requirements to be addressed, and it also allows for early testing, and the feedback based on test is integrated into the next iteration. So if you see the right side, you can see that the process actually goes in a spiral. So initially, the first it would be the identifying and resolving the risks or the requirements. Then we'll do the development and test. So from the development and testing, we'll know what the next iteration should be. We'll plan the next iteration. We'll determine the objectives. We'll again go to identifying and resolving. So it keeps on spiraling. So the main advantages are we can address new requirements and we can test. Early testing is happening. We are not testing after identifying everything and developing the whole thing. We are not testing after that. We are continuously testing, and the feedback based upon test is integrated into every iteration after this. So the phases involved in this spiral mode are determining the objectives, risk analysis, development and test, and planning the next iteration. Now what is rapid application development, or RAD? So RAD relies on the use of rapid prototyping than on extensive upfront planning. So the planning of how to improve the software is interleaved with the process of developing the software, which allows for software to be developed quickly. So rather than planning, here a rapid prototyping approach along with planning combined these things. So while the prototype is being developed, the planning is also happening. So this allows for a faster development of the software. So the RAD was developed because by the time software was completely developed following other methodologies, the requirements changed and the developers had to start all over again. So it can happen that sometimes we know the requirements and we are developing the software, but after the software has been developed, something has happened to the market, or due to some reason the requirements might get changed or new requirements might get added. So we need to do more development. So this rapid application development is done so that you can avoid this. You can produce the software much faster than other methodologies. Now, agile methodologies. So agile is a term that is used to describe software development approaches that employ continual planning, learning, improvement, collaboration, evolutionary development, and early delivery. So it encourages flexible responses to change. So the core agile values are actually 4 of them, and they are team interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. So rather than using process and tools, team interactions are more used, and rather than comprehensive documentation, working software is used, and rather than using contract negotiation, customer collaboration is valued, and finally, we are not strictly following a continuous plan, but we are responding to changes in the requirements. So that is what agile development is. So the principles in agile development are: the first one is our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software, and they welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage, and then delivering the working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. And then business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So continuous collaboration is happening. Then building the projects and motivated individuals. So giving them the environment and the support they need and trust them to get the job done. And agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. And the working software is the primary measure of progress. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. And continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. And the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective and then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Now, let's see what are the different methods in agile development. So, the common agile approaches are: the first one is Scrum, and this concentrates specifically on how to manage tasks within a team-based development environment. And Scrum allows the empowering the development team and advocates working in small teams. Then there is extreme programming, and this advocates frequent release of the product in short development cycle, and it introduces a checkpoint where any customer requirements can be easily implemented. And then there is Kanban. This is a Japanese word which means a card containing all the information needed to be done on the product at each stage along its path to completion. So this is quite adopted in software testing method, especially in agile testing. Now, what is the ideal model? The ideal model realizes a methodological infrastructure framework to guide organizations in planning and implementing effective process improvement programs for CMMI and alike initiatives. So the different phases in an ideal model are: the first one, initiating. So this represents laying the groundwork for a successful improvement effort. And then diagnosing. This determines where you are relative to where you want to be. And then establishing. So this is planning the specifics of how you will reach the objectives. And acting, which refers to doing the work according to the plan. And finally, learning, which is learning from the experience and improving the ability to adopt new improvements in the future. Now, what is a Gantt chart and PERT? So Gantt chart. So the first one, Gantt chart, is a horizontal bar chart commonly used in project management, which is a visual view of the tasks scheduled over time. So it provides a graphical visualization of schedules that helps to plan, coordinate, and track specific tasks or elements in a project. So this is actually a visual representation of the tasks in a horizontal table or a horizontal bar chart. So it gives you a visual approach to planning. So it gives you a real-time view of the process or the progress and what are the process to be done. Then there is PERT chart, which is a program evaluation and review technique. So this is a project management tool which is used to schedule, organize, and coordinate tasks within a project. And this is used to analyze the tasks involved in completing a given project and the time needed to complete each task and to identify the minimum time needed to complete the total project. Now, what is DevOps? So DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and IT operations together. So earlier, in organizations, the development team and the operations team were different. So the development team would be developing the software and the operations team would be managing how the software is delivered to the client and all. So, but since these teams were different, the communication between them might not happen properly every time. And by the development team completes the development of a software, the requirements of the client must have changed, and the operations team need to convey this to the development team, and they need to make changes again. So it takes time to for the complete development. So rather than having these two in separate teams, it was decided that it would be better if they were in a single team. So development team and operation teams were combined into a single team, which came to be known as the DevOps team. So this aims to shorten the software development lifecycle and provide continuous delivery in high software quality. So DevOps is complementary with agile software development, and several DevOps aspects come from agile methodology only. So these DevOps has a huge positive impact on security, because in addition to quality assurance, the IT teammates will be involved in every step of the process. So multifunctional integration allows the team to identify potential defects, vulnerabilities, and friction points early enough to resolve them proactively. Now, what is a capability maturity model integration, or CMMI? So CMMI is a process and behavioral model that helps organizations streamline process improvement and encourage productive, efficient behaviors that decrease risks in software, product, and service development. So the different maturity levels in a CMMI model are: the first one, which is the initial level. So here the development process is ad hoc or even chaotic. So the management procedures and plans are not used. There is no assurance of consistency, and quality is unpredictable. But in the repeatable maturity level, a formal management structure, change control, and quality assurance are in place. So the company can properly repeat processes throughout each project. So the company does not have formal processes model defined. And in the defined model, here formal procedures are in place that outline and define processes carried out in each project, and the organization has a way to allow for quantitative process improvement. Then there is the managed level, where the company has formal processes in place to collect and analyze quantitative data, and the metrics are defined and fed into process improvement programs. And finally, the optimizing level, where the company has budgeted and integrated plans for continuous process improvement. So if we see in the initial level, the processes are unpredictable and they are poorly controlled or coordinated, and they are reactive. But in the managed level, here the processes are planned, documented, performed, and monitored, and are controlled at the project level, but they are often reactive also, because there is no proper plan in place. So processes are in the defined level, processes are well characterized and understood. Processes, standards, procedures, tools, etc. are defined at the organizational level, and here it is proactive. And then in the quantitatively managed level, processes are controlled using statistical and other quantitative techniques. And in the optimizing level, the process performance are continuously improved through incremental and innovative technological improvements. Now let's see what is change management. So change management is a collective term for all approaches to prepare, support, and help individuals, teams, and organizations in making organizational change. So we are actually thinking about change and how the change is managed in an organization. So drivers of change may include the ongoing evolution of technology, internal reviews of processes, crisis response, customer demand changes, acquisitions, and mergers. So these changes can come from different directions or different sources, like the change in technology that is being used, the updation of technology, then reviews of processes. So some processes which were used earlier need to be changed into newer ones to meet the newer market demands. Then crisis response. So there has been some kind of a crisis happening in the organization, and then some change has to be brought in so that the crisis can be solved. The customer demand changes. So the customer demand is changing, or the customers that the company is serving is changing. The customer base is changing. So with that, the company's processes also needs to change. And then changes can also come from acquisitions and mergers also. So change control is the process of controlling the specific changes that takes place during the life cycle of a system and documenting the necessary change control activities. So what happens here is we'll first make a formal request for a change, then analyze the request, and then record the change request, submit the change request for approval, develop the change, and finally report results to the management. Now we are seeing change management. Let's see what is configuration management. So this is a process for maintaining computer systems, servers, and softwares in a desired, consistent state. So configuration management is a way to make sure that a system performs as expected to the changes that are made over time. So configuration management systems lets you decide, or lets you consistently define system settings, as well as build and maintain those systems according to the baseline settings. So the configuration management tools include classifying and managing systems by groups and subgroups, centrally modifying the base configurations, rolling out new settings to all applicable systems, automating the system identification, patches, and updates, identifying the outdated, poor performing, and non-compliant configurations, prioritizing actions, and access and applying the prescriptive remediation. Now, what is code repository? So, software development is actually a collaborative effort, and large software projects require different teams of developers who may simultaneously work on different parts of the code. So, code repositories actually is an important tool here, and this provides functions like centrally storing the point of source code. Then it provides version controlling, it allows for bug tracking, it allows for web hosting, and it also helps in the release management. Examples of code repositories are GitHub, Bitbucket, SourceForge, etc. So here the code that different teams are developing or collaborating over can be centrally stored, so everyone can access this code from a central location. And here version control can be kept. So version controlling is actually keeping different versions of the code. So the different teams are developing different aspects of the code, and new features might be added. So version controlling helps identifying the version of the code and what features it has and what are the new features added in the newer version, all those things. Then bug tracking can be enabled, web hosting, and finally the releasing of the code also helps. Code repositories also helps in the releasing of the code. So it is critical to deploy appropriate security measures for the code repositories because they contain one of the most important assets of any organization. Now, what are service level agreements or SLA? So using service level agreements is an increasingly popular way to ensure that organizations providing services to internal or external customers maintain an appropriate level of service agreed on both by the service provider and the vendor. So SLAs are just basically agreements that the organization makes with its customers, saying that they will provide the service as they approved or as they said they will provide. So for the issues that are commonly addressed in SLAs are system uptime. So as a percentage of overall operating time. So if the service you are using is in the form of a system, the system should be up for a long period of time or as per the agreement. Then maximum consecutive downtime, peak load, average load, responsibility of diagnostics, and failover time. So service level agreements also commonly include financial and other contractual remedies that kick in if the agreement is not maintained. What is a software escrow? A software escrow is a service that helps protect all parties involved in a software license by having a neutral third-party escrow agent hold source code, data, and documentation until a manually agreed upon event occurs. So here, what happens is a third-party escrow agent holds the source code, data, and documentation until a mutually agreed upon event occurs. So the escrow agent keeps a copy of the source code and possibly other materials, which it will release to the customer only if specific circumstances arise, mainly if the vendor who developed the code goes out of business or for some reason it is not meeting its obligations and responsibilities. Now let's see what are the secure coding practices. So the Carnegie Mellon University's Software Engineering Institute's top 10 secure coding practices are validating inputs, heeding the compiler warnings, architect and design for security policies, keeping it simple, default deny, adhering to the principle of least privilege, sanitizing data sent to other systems, practicing defense in depth, using effective quality assurance techniques, and adopting a secure coding standard. Now, what is an application programming interface or API? An application programming interface is a computing interface that defines interactions between multiple software intermediaries. So it defines the kinds of calls or requests that can be made, how to make them, the data formats that should be used, the conventions to follow, etc. So in today's world, there are multiple applications that are on our devices or on the web or any such application they can be. So these applications need to communicate with each other, and application programming interfaces are defined how these communications can happen. So how the call should be made between different applications. So what kind of data can they transfer between them? What are the conventions to be followed when such communication is happening? So these things are defined by the APIs. So APIs enable modular programming, allowing users to use the interface independently of the implementation. Now we'll see the differences between a SOAP API versus a REST API. So SOAP stands for Simple Object Access Protocol and REST stands for Representational State Transfer. So SOAP is a protocol, whereas REST is an architectural style. And SOAP uses service interfaces to expose the business logic, whereas REST uses URA to expose the business logic. And then SOAP defines standards to be strictly followed, whereas REST does not define too much standards like SOAP. And SOAP requires more bandwidth and resources than REST, and REST requires less bandwidth than SOAP. And SOAP defines its own security, whereas RESTful web services inherit security measures from the underlying transport. SOAP permits XML data format only, while REST permits different data formats such as plain text, HTML, XML, JSON, etc. Now let's talk about the security in APIs. So API security is the protection of the integrity of APIs, both the ones you own and the ones you use. So some of the best practices are using tokens. So here we are establishing trusted identities and then controlling access to services and resources by using tokens assigned to those identities. Using encryption and signatures. So encrypting your data using methods like TLS are used here, and this requires signatures to ensure that the right users are decrypting and modifying your data and no one else is doing this. Identify vulnerabilities. So here we are keeping up with our operating system, network drivers, and API components. So we are keeping everything updated. Using quotas and throttling. So placing quotas on how often your API can call and track its use over history. So if you use the Google Maps API to get some information about some places and all, so there are limits to which they can use. It's like 2,500 requests per day or something like that. So using quotas and throttling helps to keep your APIs safe. Then using an API gateway. API gateways act as the major point of enforcement for API traffic. A good gateway will allow you to authenticate traffic as well as control and analyze how your APIs are used. Now, what is distributed computing? So, distributed development architectures allow applications to be divided into pieces called components. So, here the examples of software systems based on distributed objects are Common Object Request Broker Architecture or CORBA, Java Remote Method Invocation JRMI, Enterprise Java Bean EJB, Distributed Component Object Model DCOM. So the Object Request Broker ORB is created for finding objects, initiating objects, and sending requests to the object. Examples are Java-based systems. And then what are Object Request Brokers or ORB? So Object Request Brokers act as the locators and distributors of objects across networks. Example, Component Object Model, Distributed Component Object Model, Common Object Request Broker Architecture. Now what is Component Object Model or COM? So component object model is a model that allows inter-process communication within one application or between applications on the same computer system. It locates objects on a local system. It allows objects within different OOP languages to communicate. Example, object written in C++ can send messages to object written in Java. It is designed to hide the details of individual objects, and it was developed by Microsoft. Now what is distributed component object model or DCOM? So DCOM enables applications to use components on the same system, while DCOM enables applications to access objects that reside in different parts of the system, while a COM only enables applications to use components on the same system. And this locates objects over a network, and it supports communication among objects on different computers, and it allows the application to be distributed at sensible locations. It includes object linking and embedding, and DCOM uses globally unique identifiers to uniquely identify users, resources, and components within an environment, and it was developed by Microsoft. And Common Object Request Broker Architecture or CORBA. Common Object Request Broker Architecture is an open vendor object broker framework developed by Object Management Group or OMG. So the Object Request Broker manages all communications between the components and enables them to interact in a heterogeneous and distributed environment. The ORB works independently of the platforms where the objects reside. It is the middleware that allows the client-server communication to take place, and ORB provides communication between different objects, and it provides portability for applications. It defines an industry standard that enables programs written in different languages to interface and communicate. Examples are that CORBA can enable Java code to access and use objects whose methods are written in C++. Object linking and embedding, OLE. Object linking and embedding is a Microsoft technology that facilitates the sharing of application data and objects written in different formats from multiple sources. So linking establishes a connection between two objects, and embedding facilitates application data insertion. It provides a way to share objects on a local computer and to use COM as their foundation. The OLE enables objects to be embedded into documents, and the capability of one program to call another program is called linking. Now let's see what is mobile code. So code that can be transmitted across a network to executed by a system or a device on the other end is called mobile code. So code that can move across a network to be executed by different devices. So mobile code has been a regular vector for attacks for years and is considered very risky. So since this code is mobile, it goes through different networks, it is more vulnerable to attacks. Some examples are Java applets. So Java applets were small applications written in Java programming language, or another programming language that complies to Java bytecode and delivered to users in the form of Java bytecode. So JVM creates a virtual machine for an applet to run, which provides an environment called a sandbox. This virtual machine is an enclosed environment in which the applet carries out its activities. ActiveX is a depreciated software framework created by Microsoft that adapts its earlier component object model and object linking and embedding technologies for content downloaded from a network, particularly from the World Wide Web. So the problem with ActiveX controls was that it shared the privilege levels of the current user on a system. A malicious ActiveX control would have sufficient privilege to compromise the system security and other systems connected through it. Now, what is a service-oriented architecture, or SOA? Service-oriented architecture, SOA, is a style of software development where services are provided to the other components by application components through a communication protocol over a network. The properties of service-oriented architecture are that it logically represents a business activity with a specified outcome. It is self-contained. It is a black box for its consumers, and it may consist of other underlying services. What are the components of SOA? So the first one is Simple Object Access Protocol, or SOAP. This is an XML-based protocol that encodes messages in a web service environment. It actually defines an XML schema of how communication is going to take place. So the SOAP XML schema defines how objects communicate directly. Then there is Web Services Description Language, WSDL, which provides a machine-readable description of the specific operations provided by the service. Then there is Universal Description, Discovery and Integration, UDDI, which is an XML-based registry that lists available services. It provides a method for services to be registered by service providers and located by service consumers. So this is the SOA components diagram. Now, what is web security? Web application security is the one that deals specifically with security of websites, web applications, and web services. At a higher level, web application security draws on the principles of application security but applies them specifically to internet and web systems. So the common prevention systems include web application firewalls, DDoS mitigation, DNS security, user awareness, and vulnerability or penetration tests. Web application security principles. So the 10 principles are: first one is minimizing attack surface area, establishing secure defaults, the principle of least privilege, the principle of defense in depth, fail security, don't trust services, separation of duties, avoid security by obscurity, keeping security simple, and fixing security issues correctly. Now, what are the vulnerabilities in web environment? The first one is administrative interfaces. So administrative interfaces should be at least as secure, or if not more than, the web application or service they are hosting. The issues here is that hard coding authentication credentials into the links to the management interfaces can make it riskier. So enabling the remember password option and not changing default credentials. The best practices here are using a stronger authentication mechanism, controlling which systems are allowed to connect and administrate the system, and out-of-band management, a separation channel of communication. Authentication and access control. So most of the web application deploys some sort of authentication mechanism, example banks, e-commerce, etc. And they want to achieve the right balance between user experience and security. So the threats here are brute force attacks, social engineering, credential stuffing, etc. And the best practices are multi-factor authentication and using a transport layer security. Then input validation. So the testing input received by the application for compliance against the standard defined within the application is called input validation. And this ensures only properly formed data is entering the workflow. It can be as simple as strictly typing a parameter and as complex as using regular expressions of business logic to test. Input validation should happen as early as possible in the data flow. The types are client-side validation, which is an initial check and an important feature of good user experience by catching invalid data on the client side. Then there are server-side validation where we take whatever is sent by the client and conduct additional checks on the backend server. Now, what is session management? So managing several thousand different clients connecting to a web-based application is a huge challenge. And commonly used method of managing client sessions is to assign unique session IDs to every connection. But threats here can be replay attacks and session hijacks. And the best practices are the use of timestamps, tamper-proof cookies, and TLS. Now, what are the top 10 security risks as per OWASP or the Open Web Application Security Project? So they are, first one is injection, then there is broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML external attacks, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with non-vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. Now, what is SQL injection? So SQL injection is a type of an injection attack that makes it possible to execute malicious SQL statements. So the attackers can use SQL injection vulnerabilities to bypass application security measures. And they can go around authentication and authorization of web page or web application and retrieve the content of the entire SQL database. And they can also use SQL injection to add, modify, and delete the records. The prevention methods are parameterizing your queries instead of directly embedding user input, escaping the characters that have a special meaning in SQL, and pattern checking your parameters, and restricting access to sensitive tables with database permissions. Cross-site scripting. XSS or cross-site scripting attacks are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. So here an attacker can use XSS to send a malicious script to an unsuspecting user. The end user's browser has no way to know that the script should not be trusted and will execute the script. The prevention is to filter input on arrival, encode the data on output, and use appropriate response headers, also using content security policy. So the different types of XSS attacks are reflected XSS, which is the simplest variety of cross-site scripting. It arises when an application receives data in an HTTP request and includes the data within the immediate response in an unsafe way. Then there are stored XSS, also known as persistent or second-order XSS, which arises when an application receives data from an untrusted source and includes that data within its later HTTP responses in an unsafe way. Then there are DOM-based XSS, which arises when an application contains some client-side JavaScript that processes data from an untrusted source in an unsafe way, usually by writing the data back to the DOM. Now, cross-site request forgery, CSRF. So this is an attack that forces an end user to execute unwanted actions on a web application in which they are currently authenticated. With a little help of social engineering, such as sending a link via email or chat, an attacker may trick the users of a web application into executing actions of the attacker's choosing. So the characteristics are, it involves sites that rely on a user's identity, it exploits the site's trust in that identity, it tricks the user's browser into sending HTTP requests to a target site, and it involves HTTP requests that have side effects. So what is database management? Database management allows one to organize, store, and retrieve data from a computer. And database management also describes the data storage, operations, and security practices of a data administrator throughout the lifecycle of the data. So the database security controls are access control, auditing, authentication, encryption, integrity controls, backups, and application security. You know, what is a DBMS or a database management system? A DBM is a suite of program. It's actually a collection of programs used to manage large sets of structured data with ad hoc query capabilities for many types of users. It also controls the security parameters of the database. The various features of a DBMS are, it ensures consistency among the data and that is held on different servers throughout the network. It allows for easier backup procedures and it provides transaction persistence. It provides recovery and fault tolerance. It allows the sharing of data within multiple users and it provides security controls that implement integrity checking, access control, and the necessary level of confidentiality. Now, what are database models? The database models defines the relationship between different data elements and it detects how data can be accessed and also defines the acceptable operations, the type of integrity offers, and how the data is organized. So there are different types of database model. The first one is a relational model. This uses attributes or columns and tuples or rows to organize information. And this presents information in the form of tables. And here the primary key is a field that links all the data within a record to a unique value. So an example for a relational database would be our registers in our schools that we use to take our attendance in. So in here we can see the roll numbers on first column, the names, and whether we are present on or not, and all these things are there. So if we take the roll number or our name as a primary, the roll number as a primary key, if the whole school is having unique roll numbers, it can be used to connect different relational databases as well. Then there are hierarchical database models which combines records and fields that are related in a logical tree structure. So parents can have one child, many children, or no children. These are used for mapping one-to-many relationships, and they are commonly used in implementation in Windows Active Directory.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then there are network models which are built upon hierarchical data models and allows each data element to have multiple parent and child records as well. This is a redundant network-like structure instead of a strict tree structure. Then there are object-oriented data models which are designed to handle a variety of data types like images, audios, documents, videos, etc. And object can be created when needed, and the data and procedures go with the object when it is requested. It has classes to define the attributes and procedures of its objects. Then there are object relational data models, which is a relational database with a software front end that is written in an object-oriented programming language. So if there is a front end that provides the procedures that can be carried out on the data, then an application that accesses this database does not need to have the necessary procedures. Now, what are the database programming interfaces? Open Database Connectivity, or ODBC. This is an API that allows an application to communicate with the database either locally or remotely. The application sends a request to the ODBC API, and the ODBC tracks necessary database-specific driver for the database to carry out the transaction. Then there are object linking and embedding database, OLEDB. So this separates data into components that run as middleware on a client or server. It provides a low-level interface to link information across different databases and provides access to data no matter where it is located or how it is formed. Then there are ActiveX data objects, or ADO, and this is also an API that allows applications to access backend data systems. And so this has a set of ODBC interfaces that exposes the functionality of data sources through accessible objects. ADO uses the OLEDB interface to connect with the database, and these are commonly used in web applications and other client or server applications. Then there are Java Database Connectivity, JDBC, and this is an API that allows a Java application to communicate with the database. So this is database independent connectivity that between the Java platform and the databases. It is a Java API that enables Java programs to execute SQL statements. Now let's see a relational database. A relational database is a collection of data items with predefined relationship between them. These items are organized as a set of tables with columns and rows. Tables are used to hold information about the objects to be represented in the database. So the different features of a relational database include candidate keys, which are the subset of attributes that can be used to uniquely identify any record in a table. So no two records in the same table will ever contain the same values for all our attributes composing a candidate key. Then there are primary keys, which are attributes in a relational database that is used to uniquely identify the records. Each table has only one primary key, and the relational database management systems disallows the insertion of multiple records with the same primary key. Then foreign keys are used to ensure or enforce relationship between two tables, also known as referential integrity. Referential integrity ensures that if one table contains a foreign key, it corresponds to a still existing primary key in the other table in the relationship. So if you see these two databases, in the second table, the primary key course ID is also there in the first table. So it is a foreign key which can be used to connect the second table to the first table. Now, what is database normalization? The process of structuring a relational database in accordance with a series of so-called normal forms in order to reduce data redundancy and improve data integrity is called database normalization. The purpose of database normalization is to free the collection of relations from undesirable insertion, update, and deletion dependencies, and to reduce the need for restructuring the collection of relations as new types of data are introduced, and to make the relational model more informative to the users. The types include INF, first NF, second NF, and third NF. Database integrity. Data integrity is the maintenance and assurance of data accuracy and consistency over its entire life cycle and is a critical aspect to the design, implementation, and usage of any system that stores, processes, or retrieves data. So that there are different types, and the first one is semantic integrity, which makes sure the structural and semantic rules are enforced. These rules pertain to data types, logical values, uniqueness constraints, and operations that could adversely affect the structure of the database. Then there are referential integrity, which happens if all foreign keys reference the existing primary keys. So there should be a mechanism in place that ensures no foreign key contains a reference to a primary key of a non-existent record or a null value. Then there is entity integrity, which guarantees that the tuples are uniquely identified by primary key values. If it does not have a primary key, it cannot be referenced by the database. Database transactions and ACID. Relational databases support the explicit and implicit use of transactions to ensure data integrity. So each transaction is a discrete set of SQL instructions that will either succeed or fail as a group. So the database transactions have four characteristics: ACID or atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. The first one, atomicity, means that the database transaction must be atomic. That is, they must be an all or nothing affair, or if any part of the transaction fails, the entire transaction must be rolled back. Then there is consistency, which means that all transactions must begin operating in an environment that is consistent with all of the database's rules. For example, all records have a unique primary key. When the transaction is complete, the database must again be consistent with the rules. Then isolation means that all transactions operate separately from each other. If a database receives two SQL transactions that modify the same data, one transaction must be completed in its entirety before the other transaction is allowed to modify the same data. Then there is durability, which is the database transaction must be durable. That is, once they are committed to the database, they must be preserved. Database security issues. The first one is aggregation, and this happens when a user does not have the clearance or permission to access specific information, but does have the permission to access components of this information. So the users then have to figure out the rest and obtain the restricted information. Then there is inference, where the users should have the ability to deduce or assume information from observing a non-sensitive piece of information. So this contrasts with the aggregation, in which several pieces of data are used to form an assumption. Database security mechanism. So the first one is content-dependent access control. So this are access decisions depending upon the value of an attribute of the object itself. So if the attribute of the object is required in many applications, and it is based on the sensitivity of the data. The more sensitive the data, the smaller the subset of the individuals who can gain access to the data. Then there are context-dependent access control, which is a system understands what actions should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of the request. So the system must keep track of precious or previous access items by the user and understand what sequence of access steps are allowed. Then poly-instantiation, which aims to make a copy of one object and modify the attributes of the second copy. It allows the relation to contain multiple rows with the same primary key. The multiple instances are distinguished by their security levels. Database security mechanism. Then there is cell suppression, which is a technique used to hide specific cells that contain information that could be used in inference attacks. Then there are partitioning, which involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes it much harder for an unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought together and other information that can be deduced or uncovered. Noise and perturbation, which is a technique of inserting bogus information in the hopes of misdirecting an attacker or confusing the matter enough that the actual attack will not be fruitful. Now, what are knowledge-based systems? A knowledge-based system, KBS, is a computer program that reasons and uses a knowledge base to solve complex problems. So a knowledge base system has two distinguished features, that is a knowledge base and an inference engine. And the knowledge base systems can be classified broadly into two types, that are expert systems and neural networks. What are expert systems? Expert systems seek to embody the accumulated knowledge of experts on a particular subject and apply it in a consistent fashion to future decisions. So every expert system has two main components, the knowledge base and the inference engine. The knowledge base contains the rules known by an expert system, and the knowledge base seeks to codify the knowledge of human experts in a series of if or then statements. And the inference engine analyzes information in the knowledge base to arrive at the proper decision. So expert systems can play an important role in analyzing emergency events, stock trading, and other scenarios in which emotion sometimes gets in the way of logical decision. Then there are neural networks. So a neural network is a series of algorithms that endeavors to recognize underlying relationship in a set of data through a process that mimics the way the human brain operates. So in this sense, neural networks refers to systems of neurons, either organic or artificial in nature. So a neural network works similar to the human brain's neural network. A neuron is in a neural network is a mathematical function that collects and classifies information according to a specific architecture. The network bears a strong resemblance to the statistical methods such as curve fitting and regression analysis. Now, what is malicious software? So, malware or malicious software is any software intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, server, client, or computer network. So, the types include viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware, spyware, adware, etc. So the countermeasures to malicious software are antiviruses, firewalls, intrusion prevention systems, training, etc. By contrast, software that causes unintentional harm due to some deficiency is typically described as a software bug only. Now, what are viruses? A computer virus is a type of computer program that, when executed, replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So, the life cycle of a virus includes the dormant phase, where the virus program is idle during this stage. So the virus program has managed to access the target user's computer or software, but during this stage, the virus does not take any action. Then there are the propagation stage. So in this stage, the virus starts propagating, which is multiplying and replicating itself. And the triggering phase, which is in which a dormant virus moves into this phase when it is activated and will now perform the function for which it was intended. And then the execution phase. This is the actual work of the virus, where the payload will be released, and it can be destructive, such as deleting files from the disk, crashing the system, or corrupting files. What are the different types of viruses? The first one is a macro virus.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Which is written in Visual Basic or VB script and is platform independent. So macroviruses infect and replicate in templates and within documents. These are easy to write and are used extensively in commonly used products. Then there are boot sector virus, which infects the boot sector of a computer. So they have part of their code in the boot sector, which can initiate the viruses when a system boots up, and the rest of their code in sectors on their hard drive marked off as bad. So because the sectors are marked as bad, the operating system application will not attempt to use these sectors. Now, what is a stealth virus? So these viruses hides the modification that's made to the files or boot records. So when an anti-malware program attempts to read an infected file or sector, the original uninfected form will be presented instead of the actual infected form. It is a virus that hides its track after infecting a system. Then there are polymorphic viruses, which produces varied but operational copies of itself. This is done in the hopes of outwitting a virus scanner. So the polymorphic virus can use different encryption schemes requiring different description routines. So a polymorphic virus has the capability to change its own code, enabling the virus to have hundreds or thousands of variants. A multi-part virus or multipartite virus has several components to it and can be distributed to different parts of the system. For example, a multi-part virus might infect both the boot sector of a hard drive and the executable files as well. By using these kinds of viruses, it can spread more quickly than a virus using only one vector. Then there are script viruses, which are files that are executed by an interpreter. The virus will carry out the payload that the virus writer has integrated into the script. Scripts are just another infection vector caused by malware writers to carry out their evil ways. Now, what are worms? So worms are different from viruses in that they can reproduce on their own without a host application and are self-contained programs. So worms are just little programs, and like viruses, they are used to transport and deliver malicious payloads. One of the most famous computer worms is Stuxnet, which is targeted stream and supervisory control and data acquisition software and development, or SCADA. Now, what is a rootkit? So, a rootkit is a malicious software that allows an unauthorized user to have privileged access to his computer and to restrict areas of its software. A rootkit may contain a number of malicious tools such as keyloggers, banking credential stealers, password stealers, antivirus disablers, and bots for DDoS attacks. Rootkit detection is difficult because a rootkit may be able to subvert the software that is intended to find it. What are spyware and adware? So spyware is a type of malicious software or malware that is installed on a computing device without the end user's knowledge. It invades the device, steals sensitive information and internet usage data, and relays it to advertisers, data firms, or external users. Then there are adwares, often called as advertising supported software by its developers, and these are software that generates revenue for its developer by automatically generating online advertisements in the user interface of the software or on a screen presented to the user during the installation process. Now, what is a botnet? A botnet is several internet connected devices, each of which is running on one or more boards. Botnets can be used to perform DDoS attacks, steal data, send spam, and allow the attacker to access the device and its connection. The owner can control the botnet using command and control software. The word botnet is a portmanteau of the words robot and network. A logic bomb. A logic bomb is a piece of code inserted into an operating system or software application that implements a malicious function after a certain time limit or specific conditions are met. So these logic bombs are often used with viruses, worms, and Trojan horses to time them to do maximum damage before being noticed. They perform actions like corrupting or altering data, reformatting a hard drive, deleting important files, etc. A Trojan horse. A Trojan horse is any malware which misleads users of its true intent. So they spread by some form of social engineering, for example, where a user is duped into executing an email attachment. Although their payload can be anything, many modern forms act as a backdoor containing a controller which can then have unauthorized access to the affected computer. Unlike computer viruses, worms, and raw security software, Trojans generally do not attempt to inject themselves into other files or otherwise propagate themselves. Now we'll see what are anti-malware programs. An anti-malware program is a software that protects the computer from malware such as spyware, adware, and worms. It scans the system for all types of malicious software that manage to reach the computer. An anti-malware program is one of those best tools to keep the computer and personal information protected. So the different types of detection methods by an anti-malware program are: first one is signature-based detection, where it involves your antivirus having a predefined repository of static signatures that represent known network threats, and these threats are different from one another because of their unique coding. Then there are heuristic-based detection, where the anti-malware program analyzes the overall structure of the malicious code, evaluates the code instructions and logic functions, and looks at the type of data within the virus or worm. It collects a bunch of information about this piece of code and assesses the likelihood of it being malicious in nature. Now let's see what are the programming languages. So a programming language is a vocabulary and set of grammatical rules for instructing a computer or computing device to perform specific tasks. So just like the natural language we use to communicate with someone or instruct someone to do something, we can use programming languages to instruct a computing device to perform specific tasks. The description of a programming language is usually split into the two components, that is the syntax and the semantics. The syntax refers to the proper form. So it's like in our English language there is grammar. So syntax is like grammar, or it is a structure in which a sentence should be made. So syntax refers to the structure in which a certain line of code should be made, and semantics refers to the meaning of the line, or what it means to the compiler, or what it means to the computing device. So programming languages can be classified into low-level languages and high-level languages, and the low-level languages can be further classified as first generation and second generation, whereas the high-level languages can be further classified as third, fourth, and fifth generation languages. So we'll see what are the categories in programming languages. The first one is machine language, which is first generation language. So this is a format that the computer's processors can understand and work with directly. So here there is no need for any conversion happening. So the machine can directly understand this language. So the machine code is represented in a binary format, ones and zeros, and is the most primitive form of programming language. So here there is no need for any compiler or any device to convert the code into a machine understandable form or machine executable form. So this is directly understandable by the machine. And then the second generation is the assembly language. So this is a lower level programming language and is the symbolic representation of machine level instructions. So it uses ADD, push, this is called mnemonics to represent complicated binary codes, and this uses programs called assemblers which automatically converts this assembly code into the necessary machine compatible binary language. So assembly language is a step up from binary language, but it is still very complicated language, and here it uses a certain code which is converted by assemblers to the machine understandable form. Then there are high level languages, which is the third generation language. So these use abstract statements, and these are easier to work as their syntax is similar to human languages. So here the main advantages is that they use words which are understandable to humans. So it helps in remembering the syntax and writing proper code, and it also helps in the readability of the code. And they are processor independent, and they use compilers and interpreters. Then there are very high level languages, which are the fourth generation of languages. So here it further enhances the natural language support, and it focuses on highly abstract algorithms that allow straightforward programming implementation. And for the fifth generation is natural language. This is based on problem solving using constraints given to the program rather than using an algorithm written by a programmer. Now let's see what are assemblers, compilers, and interpreters. So assembler. So the assembler is a program that translates code written in assembly language into machine understandable code. So the source program is an input of the assembler that contains assembly language instructions, and the output generated by the assembler is the object code or the machine code understandable by the computer. Then there are compilers, which reads the complete source program written in high level languages in one go and translates it into an equivalent program in machine language, and this is called a compiler. So C, C++, C Sharp, Java, etc. have compilers in them, and they once we write a code or program in this language, the compiler evaluates the whole thing in one go and translates it into an object or a machine understandable form. And these compilers are also the ones that tell us if there are any errors in our syntax. And then there are interpreters. So here the translation of single statement of source program into machine code is done by the language processor, and it executes it immediately before moving on to the next line, and this is called an interpreter. So here what happens is, if we have written different lines of code here, an interpreter does this where it goes to every single line, it checks if the line is correct or not, and it executes the line. So if there is an error in the statement, the interpreter terminates its translating process at that statement and displays an error message. Examples are Perl, Python, MATLAB, etc. So what happens here is that these languages have interpreters, and how an interpreter works is it goes line by line. So if it finds an error in one line, it stops there. So the disadvantage of these kinds of interpreters are that you cannot find all the errors in the program in one go. Rather than that, you have to run the interpreter multiple times so that it finds every error in all the consequent steps. So, but whereas a compiler reads the whole thing in one go and finds out all the errors. So, error debugging or error correction is much easier with a compiler than with an interpreter. Now, we'll see a side-by-side comparison of a compiler versus an interpreter. So, the first one, compiler. A compiled program is compiled only once, but an interpreter does this where an interpreter code is compiled each time the program is run. And in a compiler, it translates high-level instructions directly into machine language, and an interpreter translates high-level instructions in an intermediate form only. And the compiled programs run faster, whereas interpreted programs run slower than the compiled programs. And in compilers, it searches all the errors of a program and lists them, whereas interpreter checks the program statement by statement or line by line for errors. And in compiler, it generates the error message only after scanning the whole program, while as an interpreter, it continues translating the program until the first error is met, in which case it stops. So in an interpreter, if it sees the first error, it will stop there and tell us that there is another error and we have to correct it, and then it will go check again, and if it sees another error, it just repeats the process. Whereas a compiler scans through the whole code and reports us all the errors in one go. Now, what is a Java virtual machine? So, Java virtual machine is when we have a Java source file and we give it to Java compiler, and it converts it to a class file, and it gives it in the virtual machine. There is an interpreter, and the interpreter converts the whatever the instruction is there, and it gives to the operating system. Now, what is a garbage collection? So, in computer science, garbage collection is a form of automatic memory management, and the garbage collector attempts to reclaim garbage or memory occupied by objects that are no longer used by the program. So, the advantages of the garbage collection is that it reduces the dangling pointer bugs, and it reduces or eliminates issues due to memory leak, and it improves or it gives an efficient implementation of data structures. Now, what is object-oriented programming or OOP? Object-oriented programming is a computer programming model that organizes software design around data or objects rather than functions and logic. So, an object can be defined as a data field that has unique attributes and behavior. So object-oriented programming is a programming approach which stands very close to real-life situations where we have data stored in certain classes and objects are instances of those classes. For example, if a bank account is there, so all the details of a particular account, like the account number, the balance in the account, the name of the account holder, these are all information that is stored in a class, and every account is an object which represents all these data. So every account is an instance of the details in the bank account class. So this is very real life example which connects to object oriented programming. So the concepts in object oriented programming are: the first one, inheritance. This is when one object acquires all the properties and behaviors of a parent object, and it is known as inheritance, and it provides code reusability. So there can be classes where some classes have features which are related to other classes. So in this cases, we do not need to make a new class in itself. Rather, we can inherit the features from the parent class, and this is called inheritance. Then there is polymorphism. Here, one task is performed in different ways. It's known as polymorphism. For example, to draw a shape which can be done in a circle can be drawn, a triangle can be drawn, or a rectangle can be drawn. A common example is like we can use functions with the same name but with different parameters given to them in different ways. So it is a one function, but it can do different tasks when the right parameters are given to them. Then there is abstraction. So abstraction is hiding the internal details and showing the functionality. For example, a phone call. We don't know what is happening internally, but only we are knowing is that we are getting a phone call, we are taking the call and we are speaking, but we are not aware of what is happening in between. Then there is encapsulation, which is binding or wrapping the code and data together into a single unit so that it can be kept together. So Java class is an example of encapsulation. Now let's see what is cohesion and coupling. So cohesion is the indication of the relationship within the module. So it is a concept of intra-module. Cohesion has many types, but usually highly cohesion is good for software. So cohesion represents what are the relationships within different modules of the code, or it is a concept of intra-module, how modules are connected to each other. Then coupling. So in coupling, it is an indication of relationship between modules. It is a concept of inter-module, or the coupling has only many types that usually low coupling is good for software. Data modeling and data structure. So first of all, data modeling. So it is an abstract model that organizes elements of data and standardizes how they relate to one another and to the properties of real-world entities. So data models can sometimes be referred to as data structures, especially in the context of programming language. Whereas data structures is a data organization, management, and storage format that enables efficient access and modification. It is a collection of data values, the relationship among them, and the functions or operations that can be applied to the data.
The terminology, I'm going to tell you some kind of terminology. This is the main thing. Now, every organization has assets. What do you mean by assets? Anything that has value is called assets. Assets. There are two kind of assets. One is tangible and another one is intangible. When I say tangible, the assets which you can look and feel. The asset which you can look and feel, that is called tangible. Your data is an intangible assets. You can't look it, you can feel it, but there is some information in the hard disk, isn't it? Now, I'm just taking you through this circle, then I will take you to the beginning. What is risk analysis? What is all this? Okay, just think this way. Now, threats are again two types: man-made and natural.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When I say man-made, like virus, spyware, threats, different kind of attackers. You can say virus, spyware, adware, terrorism. It's a man-made threat. And natural, like fire, earthquake, flood. All these are threats. Now I'll take you the definition of threats. What do you mean by threats? Any potential occurrence that may cause an undesirable or unwanted outcome of an organization for specific asset is threat. Any potential occurrence that may cause an undesirable, unwanted outcome for any organization for a specific asset is called threat. Okay, or you can note like this: threats are any action or interaction that could damage or destruction, alteration, loss, disclosure of asset that could block access or prevent maintenance of the assets. Now I said, just think about threats are two types: man-made and natural for now. Now vulnerability, when I say vulnerabilities, it's nothing but loopholes or weakness. Okay, now exposure, when I say exposure, if I'll slap you, whatever the change on your face, because your face is look beautiful, it's like you have like full, there was no spot in your face. If I'll slap you, whatever the change in your face will become, right? That is called exposure. The change, okay, means if I will attack this particular company or particular assets or particular company, how much that computer value would change, that is called exposure factor. It always measured in percentage. Like if I will be attacking, if I will slap you, the geographic of your face will change 2%. That is called exposure factor. If you are exposed, then how much you are losing. Now there are some people in India, right? Their business is to loot you. If you are playing in share market, right, they want to expose you. Okay, what do you mean by they want to expose you? What they will do, they will track your movement, what you are going to do that. Then what they will do, based on your next, they will get to know like what you are going to do next. They are playing with many minds in India. Okay, young minds, old minds, middle age mind, they are playing, and they want to expose you. Okay, so when you will play X, they will do X minus 1, so you will lose money. That means you will exposed, your money will be lost. That's called exposed. Okay, now when you are exposed, then you are in risk. When you are exposed, you are in risk because you lost money. That means you are in risk. Now in order to mitigate or reduce this exposure, like if I will hit somebody, then his face geography was changing 2%, right? I will wear a mask. If he will hit me, my exposure will reduce to 1%. When wearing a mask, that is called safeguard or countermeasure or controls. Yesterday somebody asked me, right, what is safeguard, what is countermeasure? I think Vivek asked, right? Isn't it? Now let's say which has some kind of value. Let's say my asset is my database server, my database. Okay, every database, yesterday I told a golden things, right? Golden rules. We can't make every system 100% perfect, right? Everybody has some kind of weakness. Even in our corporate world, every assets are having some kind of weakness. When I say this is my assets, when I say there is a weakness in this database, I'm talking about this weakness in database or weakness or loopholes in database. Now loopholes are there in database until your threats, like two types of threats I said, man-made and natural, until they will get to know that you have this weakness, you are safe. There is nothing happened to you. But once they realized I am an attacker, Deepan is an attacker, okay, I realized you have these vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
Now I got to know you have weakness, database query weakness you have. Now I will try to exploit the weakness. When I will try to exploit your weakness, what you will have, what would happen to the database? The database will be
Vulnerable.
exposed, not weak, vulnerable.
Yeah, exposed.
If you have a weakness, let's say you have weakness that you every day you want to play some kind of gambling. That's your weakness. If you'll get money, you will try to play gambling. That's your weakness. If I am clever enough, I will play with you. I'll tell you there is a in US, right? There is a lottery system where you can earn millions. Give me some money. I'll put there. Then I will play with you. Then I'll take money. I'll say, yeah, that lottery didn't come. You are gone. You're exposed. Your money is drained away. That is called your exposure. Now database value was, let's say, $1,000. Okay. I'm just saying, let's say example. Now the weakness was there. Now when it got exploited by Deepan as a threat actor or threat vector, it exploited 2% of the database. Mean 2% means 2 by 100, isn't it? Raghav, am I correct? And now I lost this much from this. That means I am in risk. If Define will attack my database, I will be exposed this much. That means I am in risk. But okay, he wanted to attack my database. There is weakness in my database. But if he'll replace complete database, right? This $1,000 will gone. So what shall I do? Let's buy a firewall. Let's buy a firewall with $50 and put in front of the database. Now, if Deepan will try to attack me, instead of 2%, might be I will lose only 1% because I have put some kind of countermeasures or controls which will prevent Deepan to come into to exploit my system. Okay. I want to occupy or I want to acquire a company. Now my management will say, try to do a risk management, risk analysis. Okay. Based on that, I will try to take a action. Okay. I'll give an example what do you mean by risk management. Risk management is always initiated by the management, okay, to fulfill their duties, due care, towards due care. Okay. Now management will say, like my top management will say, go and do the risk management for this firewall. I wanted to know how much preventive it is, how much efficient it is. I wanted to know whether it is doing the right action or not. So what it will do, it will assign the work to somebody who will do the work for him, like us, the security architecture, security engineer. All the people will start working on this, and they will try to find out a detailed report or analysis of all the details of this firewall, and they will submit the report to the management. Okay. When that risk management will be allocated to us or security engineer to do some task, the process, the method the engineers will follow known as risk analysis, because we'll do risk analysis to find out a complete report, and that report will submit to management saying this is the report. Now whatever you want to do in part of risk management, you can do it. Now management has asked me saying, you are the architecture team, you do the complete cost benefit analysis of the report and give me a detailed report of the firewall. The objective is very simple. Our management, like whatever the report we'll give, right, in that report we'll be saying this firewall has this kind of risk or this kind of vulnerability, this kind of risk. If you want to replace this firewall, would be the cost. If you want to upgrade this facility of the firewall, this would be the cost. Based on this report, management will try to take a right decision to bring the risk level to a acceptable level. Let's say this firewall, they want to do a risk analysis for this firewall, and this firewall as per the risk analysis, they are saying it has risk analysis saying it is high risk. But this firewall value for the organization point of stance is very high. Then our management will say, okay, risk, it has contain high risk. Okay, if it is high risk and it contains high value, this is the value, then I need to do something to reduce the risk to high to either medium or low, which would be acceptable for me. Which would be acceptable for me. If it is not acceptable for me, then if this would be down, then I would be in high loss. I will be losing a lot of money. That is called a risk management. You think from the perspective from management. They wanted to know the risk of this firewall. So they are going to ask you do the risk analysis and find out the cost benefit report for this firewall and give it to me. Based on the report, he will take a decision seeing the value of this firewall, saying this is the high valued firewall. This is the risk this firewall as per the risk analysis report from this team. By team said or Paul said or Vivek said, Dipesh said, it has very high risk. Okay, let me think. I will invest more money in order to secure this high valued asset. That's all about your risk management. The objective of risk management is to bring the risk to a acceptable level. The level of risk the organization will accept. That is called risk management. I'll go through the slide just 2 minutes. Risk management is the process of identifying and assessing risk, reducing it to acceptable level, and ensuring it remains at that same level. There is nothing such thing 100% secure environment. What is the criteria for this risk management policy? The objective of the ISR team, ISR Incident Response Management Risk Management team, their objective, the level of risk the organization will accept. That is the result or yield of risk management. Formal process of risk identifications, responsible team individuals, the mapping controls, all these are terminologies. But if we have understood the concept, the goal of risk management is to bring the risk to a acceptable level. To bring the risk into a acceptable level. I can bear that much risk. Beyond that, I'm not able to survive. Okay. Risk assessment, one more terminology. It's a method of identifying vulnerabilities, threats, and assessing the possible impact to determine where to implement security control. Risk assessment means it is a method of identifying the weakness of your assets and the threats, assessing the possible impact to determine where to implement security control. What he is trying to say, guys, see, I'll give you an example. Until that, you are not saying yes or no. See, this is the firewall in my previous example. I have assessed the vulnerabilities. I know what are the vulnerabilities or weakness it has. Now, what are the threats? When I say threats, like who can attack this? What are the type of threats? Man-made versus natural, right? Which threat can attack this firewall or attack this particular firewall? By seeing this threat vector or threats and weakness, I will put controls. That is called risk assessment. Based on risk assessment, we will determine where to put the security controls. See, in this example, I have assessed, management has assessed, saying I need to put additional money to secure the firewall. Now, when they say I will sponsor the money, team, Paul, Vivek, all these team member, you find out where to implement another layer of security control to protect this firewall. When they will say, okay, put another firewall in front of the Palo Alto firewall, which is next generation firewall. Put it in front of it. Then it is additional control. So the attacker has to, if he are coming from outside, they have to attack this, then they can attack this here, valuable firewall. That's all about risk assessment. in order to find out where you will implement the security control, what you have to do? You have to do a risk analysis. A risk analysis is your, like when the management initiated a risk management, you are doing risk analysis. Is detailed examinations of the component of risk used in ensure security is a cost-effective, relevant, timely, responsive to threat. It helps companies to prioritize their risk and amount of resource that could supply to protect against them. Don't go by this wording, leave it for now. I don't want to concentrate this word. Okay, goal of risk assessment analysis, your goal should be, your focus should be identify assets. What is the goal? First, identify which system management has said, I want to do this firewall risk assessment. Okay, this is the asset. Okay, they identified this asset. And next is, if they will identify the assets, next step is they will find out the value, asset value, this asset's value, what is, how much value it has. Okay, now first step is find out asset, second step is find out value, how much value it contain for the organization, determine the likelihood that threat could exploit the vulnerability, determine the likelihood that threat exploit vulnerability. So basically they will try to determine the threats, determine the threat which could exploit the assets vulnerabilities. Now next step is determine the business impact to potential threat. That is your fourth step. Then based on that, they will provide a cost benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the cost of the countermeasure. As per part of risk management, they have asked that go and do the risk analysis of the firewall. Okay, now in this case, in risk, and how we'll do the risk analysis, like you four are there, the Deepesh, our team, our Paul, and whatever XYZ, these people are in that team, they are doing the risk analysis. Okay, what they will do, first thing they will try to, you remember the circle, guys, just remember the circle, everything would be very clear for you. Here assets, right? Here what was threat, here it was vulnerabilities, right?
Yes.
Everything will be very clear if you clear about this. That's why I came from there. Risk, then now you just keep this in your mind. Okay, now first step, locate the asset or find the asset. What is the asset? My asset in this condition is firewall. Here I'm talking about, I got to know, is it a tangible asset or intangible asset? Firewall is a tangible asset, right? Clear? Because you can look and feel, right? Now next, second step, value of the asset, value of firewall. Let's say I'm saying $1 million. Then you will think more because the money is more here. Now third step, I will see what are the weakness in this assets, means weakness in the firewall. When I see the weakness, right? Let's say I have 100 weakness, but it is not published to the internet, or this threat is the threat or attacker. I'm sitting outside the organization. Okay, I don't know what are the weakness. By seeing the threat, I will make a list. Now next step, by seeing the vulnerability, I have listed the threats, like what are the attackers, what are the different threat vectors I have. Now what threat can do, what threat can do to my vulnerabilities. How much they can exploit. Now I will say by seeing the exposure, I will produce a cost benefit analysis to management, saying if you will not put the countermeasure, if you will not put countermeasure or safeguard, you will be losing. If you are attacked once, you will be losing $1,000. But if you put a safeguard of $100, you can reduce this attack, you can reduce this exposure, you can reduce the exposure to $500. Now see, if they will put a countermeasure of $100, before countermeasure, what was the value? 1,000 loss, right? This was exposure factor, right? Now they put $100 countermeasure. After that, they are losing $500. Then this is 600 loss if they will be attacked, and this is $1,000 without countermeasure they will lose. This type of report they will submit to the management. When management will see this report, oh, we are losing here $1,000 without safeguard. Okay, let's put the $100 safeguard right now and let's save $400 right now. That is your risk decision. This decision has to be taken by whom? That is all about your risk management. When they will give this risk analysis, right? They, like, this team will perform from here to all the way to here. They will produce the report to the management. Please note one more thing. We discussed about risk assessment also, right? In this risk assessment, they will say this $100 safeguard, right? If they will buy, where they are going to place. Now in risk assessment, also in this report, they will say if we'll buy another firewall of $100, then we'll put in front of the firewall the old firewall, then we can save straight away $400. By seeing this management, this report, right? Management will say, go for it, buy the firewall right now and put it. So now guys, I'll write few more things. Okay, this risk analysis, right? Like the team, right? I constructed team, right? Dipesh, our Paul, team, and Minj, and Raghav, all this team, right? They can do this risk analysis in two ways. One is quantitative, and another one is qualitative. Same method, same output, same thing they can do in two ways. Okay. When I say quantitative, the output is always dollar value. When I say qualitative, the output would be high risk, low risk, or medium risk, or they can say P1, P2 issue, P3 issue, like this. This is subjective. This is subjective, the output, and this is straight away dollar value. Please remember, if management has asked you to do the risk analysis, you will do two ways. There are two methods. You will apply two methods. But management always prefer dollar value. They don't want to read the whole bullshit report from you. They just want to know how much they're losing, how much they're saving. By seeing that, they can make a decision quickly. But they always ask for, if they will ask in exam, you need to do both the activity together. Now we'll discuss about this quantitative risk assessment, risk analysis first. Now see guys, if you understand this, then you are good. See what we have done in this circle or risk analysis. First thing, DPS has found out asset value. Let's say $5,000 is my asset value. If DPS asset would be attacked by the DPIN as a threat, then he will be losing 5%. Okay, exposure factor. If DPS assets would be attacked once, how much DPS is going to lose at one time? That is called single loss expectancies, SLE. What is that? Single loss expectancies. The formula is simple, asset value into exposure factor. Now, how much time the PACE computer or the PACE system got attacked in a year? That is not nothing but annualized rate of occurrence. How many times in a year that system was attacked? Let's say 3 times. Then annualized loss in a year, how much money the PACE is going to lose? That is called annualized loss expectancy. The formula is very simple. One time if you attacked, you are losing this many. If you will attack 3 times, then how much you will lose in a year? 3 into AV into EF. Now I'll simplify this. This is 5,000 value. This is 5%. Now I will calculate SLE. Now 5,000 into 5 by 100. 20 gone. 20 eating. So $250. If the pace would be attacked once, he is losing $250. Now in a year, he's been attacked 3 times. Then how much he is losing in a year, guys? He might lose 750 by the threat, if threat will attack him throughout the year. This is you need to find out. Then you will do a cost benefit analysis of counter manager. Now you will think, in order to save the $750, what shall I do? I can put another $200 of firewall or safeguard or control, which can, let's say you put a countermeasure of $200. Okay, now your saving yearly becomes $300. Now your total expense is, after countermeasure, how much you are losing? $500. Now I said, right, there are 2 methods of the risk analysis: quantitative and qualitative. So quantitative method, I said, right, the way we have done all this, right? Like when you will find dollar value, that is quantitative. Qualitative is a subjective in nature. It's those are the qualitative risk analysis, more scenario based than a calculator based. Rather than assigning dollar figure to possible losses, you rank the threat on scale of evaluate their risk, cost, cost, effects, all this. Okay, so there are different method we have. So like brainstorming, what I will do, I form a team, right? 5 people, like Raghav, Deepesh, Vivek, our Paul team, and means, or everybody their team, right? What they will do, they will do a brainstorming among the team, saying, if we'll buy the fire, if we will keep this firewall, how much risk they will happen. That is called brainstorming method. They'll discuss together, and they will bring other people into the team also. Let's discuss, if we'll have the firewall, what would be the problem? If we'll have another firewall with a safeguard, shall we do or not? That is called your brainstorming. Clear? Second one is Delphi method. Delphi is, just remember, it is anonymous feedback. I'll give an example for this. If you are working to any corporate organization, right, you have seen some kind of survey whatever the input you will put, right, your name would be not published to the management. Your identity be not disclosed. Means they are giving a anonymous feedback. So what they will do, they will form a group to discuss the risk management or risk analysis, and based on individual reaction, they will form a cumulative detail and they will produce to management saying this is what we got. That is called Delphi technique. See, Delphi technique. Delphi technique probably only mechanism. The previous list is not immediately recognizable or not. The Delphi technique is simply a anonymous feedback and response process. How they do? See, used to enable a group to reach an anonymous consensus. Its primary purpose is to elicit honest and uninfluenced response from all the participants. That's the objective of Delphi technique.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Now you have done the risk analysis. You have submitted the report to management. Now it's time for the management to do the response to the risk. The risk response should be clear. If risk response is not correct, then it is management will be held liable for that. Okay, please remember that if risk analysis is done properly and management has not done the due care properly, in that case management will be held liable for that. Okay, now
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
there are different way management can respond to the risk. These are the way to respond the risk. One is reduce or mitigate the risk. Second one is assign or transfer the risk. Third one is accept the risk. Fourth one is deter the risk. Fifth one is avoid. Sixth one is reject the risk. I will go one by one very slowly. Okay. Now, when I say mitigate the risk, that means management will say you buy the countermeasure. Okay, you buy the countermeasure and you reduce this risk. Okay, but as a standard outline, I said you can't mitigate all risk. Only you can reduce the risk to a acceptable level. Now, next one, if management feels that if we buy the countermeasure, it is very expensive. Instead of buying countermeasure, maintaining the countermeasure, it is very tedious task for the my team. In that case, they will ask to transfer the risk. When I say transfer the risk, I'll give a classic example. Buy any kind of insurance, like we all drive cars, right? We buy insurance so that we transfer our risk to insurance. Although we pay some amount, it's very minimal amount, but they hold up the complete risk of damage of the car, isn't it? That is called assign or transfer the risk. Now next one is accept. Now we have seen that formula, right? ALE1 minus ALE2 minus ACS. In this case, if it is negative, the output, management will say, let's not buy the risk, let's not buy the countermeasure. I will accept the risk. If there will be something wrong, then I will try to manage in future. But let's not invest more money because already my project is going on loss. I don't want to put any more money into that project so that I'll be in debt. That case, management is going to accept the risk. In which case you will accept the risk? When the cost of the countermeasure is huge or the management is not able to bear the cost of the countermeasure, in that case, they will say, I will accept the risk. Okay. Now next is deter. Deterrence is nothing but it's create kind of a fear in your mind, simple fear. So what it will do, it will kind of create a persona saying there is some kind of monitoring happening. Don't do any type of silly activity, you will be caught. Okay, that is called deterrence. Risk deterrence is a process of implementing deterrence to would-be violator for security policy. Some examples are auditing, cameras, security guards, all these things management put. Instead of buying a countermeasure, you will spread some kind of rumors saying this premises is under monitoring. Although we don't have proper cameras, but we say this premises is being monitored. So it kind of persona it will create under the fear in the people's mind. Then it would be difficult for them to do any wrong kind of thing. Okay, that's called your risk deterrence. Now next, avoid. This is a very interesting one. Let's say I am going to establish a company in China. So before establishing a company in China, my management will ask, let's do a risk analysis. By seeing their risk analysis report, it's very unlikely management will decide, let's not start a project or let's not establish the company in China, because it's quite vulnerable. Because if somebody goes to China, right, they always produce a duplicate copy of that, isn't it? So they will try not to establish the company over there. So instead of that, they will say, let's increase the headcount in US. Let's not establish the company in the US, in the China. That means they're avoiding the risk. They're completely stopping that project. Management will avoid the risk when they will feel there are so much of risk in future. Let's not start the project itself. In case of acquisition, right, different company acquisitions, like when during the bidding process, you have seen many companies pull their hands. Why? Because when big companies start doing the bidding, right, small companies, they pull their hands, because they will be in an impression saying, if we'll be doing the bidding with a high price, we will not get out of anything. That is kind of risk avoidance. The last and very important fact, please remember, reject or ignore risk. If management is ignoring the risk, that means they are not doing the due care properly. There is no concept of risk rejection. You should not, the management should not reject any kind of known risk. Like my example, COVID is there. Management knows if people will come to office, the employee will be infected. There might be some employee will die, but still they are, by seeing that repercussions, they are still calling the people into office. That means they are ignoring the risk, which will be very cost effective to the management. If somebody will die and he will put a case in the court, that means the court will find huge fine to the management, saying, why did you open the office? Why didn't you consider the risk? Those questions would be asked by the court to the management. That's why you should not ignore any kind of risk. Is it clear? You should not reject or ignore any kind of risk. Now we know whether we need to accept the risk, we need to reject the risk, we need to deter the risk, we need to ignore the risk, whatever we need to do, right? So after selecting the countermeasure, you will do that, right? So when you find a countermeasure, right, you can implement the countermeasure in three ways. One is administrative way, technical way, and physical way. What was the output of risk analysis, guys? The output is simple. Suggest a countermeasure to the management, right? Provide a cost benefit analysis between impact of the threat and cost of the countermeasure. This is the output, right? Why we do risk analysis, right? We found some kind of countermeasures and said, these are the suitable countermeasure. You decide whether you want to implement the countermeasure or not. Now, when you find out the countermeasure, the implementation you will do in three ways: administrative way, technical way and physical controls. When I say administrative, it's simple. If your output is deterrence, like putting a training, giving a training to the management, to the people, in that case you will do the administrative control, you will implement a administrative control. But in case your output is technical, like put a fence, put a put a firewall, in that case it is a technical control. Now if your output is physical, like put a high fence, plant trees on the perimeter of the company, in that case it is comes under physical control. This is the way of implementing the controls to protect the assets. Now risk management we have done, from management to find out, to do a risk analysis of the device, of the assets. What is the output? Cost benefit analysis. They will do and find out the suitable countermeasure. Okay, when they will find out the suitable countermeasure, they will report this to management saying these are the countermeasure, you choose whether which countermeasure you need to put. By seeing this cost benefit analysis, management will either deter, accept, transfer. Then mitigate. Right? Based on this cost of the countermeasure, they will decide. Now, once they decide, right, they have to implement in the organization, right? They can implement in 3 ways: administrative, technical. What is the summary of risk management? Management will say, let's do a risk analysis to bring the risk into a acceptable level. Okay, in order to bring the risk acceptable level, let's do a risk analysis. Let's find out a cost benefit analysis. Let's see what are the available countermeasures we have. Now, after seeing that, what I will do? I will take a decision, being a management, because I have to sponsor money, right? Based on my pocket, I will tell you what I need to do. Okay. Based on that, when I management select, let's mitigate the risk. Let's buy a firewall. It would come under technical control. Let's do training to the people to create a deterrence. Let's do administrative control. Let's put an administrative control. Okay, let's put 2000 security guard around the perimeter. In that case, what they will do? They're putting a physical controls in order to reduce the robbery in the company. Isn't it? Based on your role and responsibility, you will be awarded your access, whether you are a database administrator or a firewall management or whatever which department you are doing. Let's say you join to firewall management, so your access will be created. Your access would be awarded based on your job responsibility. Based on your job responsibility, your access would be created. There is a concept here, introducing a new concept called least privilege. Minimum access provided to you to perform your duties or perform your responsibilities. That is called least privilege. The principle of least privilege states that in a secured environment, users should be granted the minimum amount of necessary for them to complete their required work, task, or job responsibility. Now, in company, right, if your manager is following company's policies, procedure, guidelines, standards, he will incorporate something called job rotations. When I say job rotation, what do you mean by job rotation? In order to reduce the redundancy. When I say reduce the redundancy, let's say Vivek got knowledge X, team got knowledge Y, then they have a strong command to that work areas. If you will fire me, right, your X work would not going to happen. So in order to bridge this gap, they do something called job rotation.
Okay, they rotate the roles between different roles. If you see here how they do, if you're network management, you should go database management, go to firewall management, then you should go to user management and keep on rotating. So when they will keep on rotating these roles and responsibility, generally they reduce the redundancy between the persons. Okay, now second very important thing, if you see here, see, this is very important. Let's say if you rotate, you are in network management only, you have done any kind of fraud. Now I rotated you to here and this guy has come here. Then he can find out what is the fraud you have done, right? Isn't it? That's very easy way to find out, right?
You need to understand this thing very clearly. What is your goal, what is your mission, and what is your objective? These are the three interdependent language or interdependent terminology we use in our information security or in the area of governance. When I say goal means it provides the overall context for what the organization wants to accomplish. That is your goal. Okay, from organization perspective. Okay, now mission means you can note down, this is a very important point I'm saying. So goal means goal provides the overall context for what the organization wants to accomplish. It's overall goal, what your organization is trying to achieve. Now next one is mission. Mission is a statement of the organization purpose and reason for existence. Mission is a statement of the organization purpose of reason of existence. And objective, as Vivek said, are the map used to reach goal of the organization. Very important concept from the from your understanding perspective. So mission, if you understand mission, then goal would be very clear. So my company's mission is I want to be 5 trillion or 5 billion, trillion is too much, 5 billion company in next 5 years. I am currently with a 10 million company. My overall revenue is 10 million. I want to be 5 billion company in 5 years. This is my mission. Mission means I want to be 5 billion or I will not able to survive because the expenditure, the the employees cost, and the reason for the existence, it's required to have a huge revenue in order to thrive, in order to survive in the market. That's my mission. So goal is, if you see goal, if you have seen my if you have noted down my definition, goal provide overall context for what organization wants to accomplish. My goal is 5 billion, but this is my mission to survive. Otherwise, my goal is simple, I want to achieve 5 trillion, but my mission is, if I will not get 5 trillion, probably my company will not able to survive. Now objective, in order to reach the 5 trillion, what are the countermeasures? What are the steps you will take? What are the steps, whatever the merge acquisition you will take? That is comes under your objective. Is it clear, guys? When I say my mission is to be 5 trillion or I will not survive, I'll give one more classic example after that to in order to fit in your mind. Second one, goal. My goal is what I want to achieve. My achievement is 5 trillion. That's my goal. But how you will reach your goal and mission? By your objectives, because it used as a map between these two. Okay. Now, three terminology you'll heard first time if you have not gone through the book. Recovery point objective, this one, recovery point objective, ZTO. If you see here, the ZTO, recovery time objective, this is recovery point objective, this is WRT, work recovery time. Okay. Now, in the example Raj said, he is doing he has a setup in a company like a server. Okay. And this server has a backup process running, saying I run a backup process every 12 hours. Means I go here and take up the backup of the server in every 12 hours. Every 12 hours. Let's say I'm doing
4 o'clock, 4 a.m. Then again, I'm doing 4 p.m. This 2 times I'm doing backup right now. Okay. In my example, this is my 4 a.m. Okay. Now, business is running here. Some kind of disaster hits here. Let's say it's 6 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Now, do you guys think if I need to recover this system, do I have a backup from here to here? Because I do a backup. This is my 4 a.m. to 4 a.m. You can have 4 a.m. is here, 4 p.m. because I'm doing a backup every 12 hours. Do you think I have a, if I want to recover a system, do you think I have a backup from this to this? No. So that is called recovery point objective. That is called your recovery point objective. If you see here in the example, here I have done the data backup. Now disaster strikes here. Okay. Now from here, from this point to this point, whatever the data was there in the server, it is lost because I don't have a backup. So your recovery point objective is nothing but data and work loss resulting from disruptive event, usually expressed in unit of time. Let's say in my example, I said 6 a.m. means 2 hours data I lost. I lost 2 hours data backup. RPO stands for recovery point objective. Now from here, disaster strikes. Your IT team will come into the picture and they'll try to set up the server, new server. They will build up the new, now everything VMware or, everything is software based, SDN. So it's immediately it is happening. Let's say in the legacy way. Now your IT team comes down and if they have a backup server or they have a spare part, they'll put into place. And from here to here, they will do all the critical, see infrastructure recovery, app data recovery, and all this they will put through. If you see here, from here to here, they will try to recover the system. Means, let's say your firewall goes down. One firewall you have one firewall, it goes down. Then they took 2 hours to build up the firewall from the scratch, to put the interface IP address, routing, everything, rules, everything. They took 2 hours. So in my last example, here to here, 2 hours data we lost in the RPO. If you see here, 2 hours here we took in order to build up the system. Now, after building up the system, I will put into the production and try to check with a different team whether it is working or not. So this time is known as work recovery time. Means from here to here, I'll check with multiple teams. Business is hurt, whether business is functioning or not. If business is not functioning, I'll keep on testing this. Is it clear about RTO or WRT or not? RTO is nothing but the technical time you took in order to establish the system. That is your RTO. Now, WRT is nothing but testing or checking with a different team. If somebody reports any issue or not, that is my WRT. Now, see, some companies, right? If you see here from this point to this point, they are losing how many hours backup, guys? 5 hours. It's a golden time. Time is very important. Time is money. Time is value, isn't it? Now, 5 hours is a lot of time. So what decides in your company, what decides how much downtime you can offer or how much time you can make your system offline? What define? That defines your MTD, maximum tolerable downtime. Now in BCP, we are going to read what is the use of MTD. So BCP, there are 4 defined steps in BCP. Okay. When I say 4 steps, there are 4 broad steps. One is project scope and planning. First one. These are the 4 steps we have by the IC square. There are 4 main steps. One is project scope and planning, business impact assessment, continuity planning, approval and implementations. So now, under this project scope and planning, there are again 4 steps. How you'll remember this? Okay, guys, I'm telling you, you need to understand the concept. If you understand the concept, then you will be able to answer. Now, when I say business scope and planning, see, BCP processes BCP process means, I said, right, business continuity as a planning is a kind of, it's a complete planning how you can make your business smooth around the clock, 24/7. It should function normally, right? So in order to make that happen, you will define your BCP process should be defined in 4 defined way. One is project scope and planning, business impact assessment, continuity planning, and approval and implementation. Guys, please remember, before going further, BCP is a team. If you're seen, right, in your company, if there would be a disaster strike like fire, somebody from your team or somebody from somewhere other team will come with a jacket, fire jacket, and they will say, move there, move, go there, like this. Have you experienced anything? I think mock drill happens every company, right? Isn't it? So they're done, right? Very often companies does all this, isn't it? Now BCP is, like, you can say, BCP process defines how a team can be formed and what would be their role and responsibility. So in project scope and planning, please remember there are 4 steps: business organization analysis requirement, BCP team selection requirement, resource requirement, and legal and regulatory requirement. You need not to remember anything. Now, guys, see, I will be I will be giving you a tips how you will remember this. If somebody asks you, what do you do in project scope and planning? If you see here, what is this? Scope means what? Who can say, tell me, what do you mean a scope? What do you mean a scope, guys? What is my scope? My scope is here to teach you CISSP, 30 hours, golden time, isn't it? My time. Clear, guys? That's my scope. My scope here to teach you BCP. Now, in a company, let's say, this is my organization, there are different business runs, different business or different projects, you can say, runs, isn't it? Now there would be critical project, there would be, medium project, or some kind of project is low impact or low drawing money, or you can say low revenue income money business, or it's not that revenue generated business, right? So we generally, what do we do? This is critical business, because this business particular project, right, give a lot of profit to the organization. Let's say you are working for a service organization in India or US. So they have different kind of projects. In that project, they define which team is critical, which team is medium, which team is normal, or which team doesn't require any focus from management. If it work, that's okay. If it doesn't work, that's okay for them. It doesn't matter, right? So out of this 3 type of, I'm giving you an analogy, guys. Let's say I have 3 type of different business in my organization. Out of these 3 types, who can have a stake, or who can have a stake in BCP, that I would be defined here: business organization analysis. Is it clear or not? Who can have stake in BCP means, which project out of this many project, which project BCP team will monitor continuously to make sure the business will run uninterruptedly 24/7. Yeah. So if you see here, who can have a stake in BCP, please remember your IT team, your HR, IT, facilities, operations, security operations. This need to be mandatory, be it a low income, low revenue generated team, because IT, everybody's called IT in an organization, right? They said, those guys, if you are in a product based company, they always say, these guys are eating our money, isn't it? They always say, isn't it? So, but please remember, they provide hands and feet support if some disaster strikes. So those teams always need to be considered as a critical team for the organization, although they are not making any revenue for the organization. Is it clear, guys? Now I have defined who can have stake in BCP. Next is, I'll do a BCP team selections. Now I identified 20 business or 20 projects I need to onboard to my BCP. Means BCP team, BCP team, BCP process has to be imposed, or has to be imposed, or has to monitor this 20 project.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, if you see BCP process, BCP has to create a team in order to manage this 20 project, isn't it, guys? I have defined 20 projects which is critical for my organization. So I need people in BCP team who will be interacting to those teams, who will be seeing what is going on inside, isn't it? So now BCP team selection I will do. Next one, in order to manage the 20 project, I will do a BCP team requirement. So BCP team selection, please remember, when I select a team for BCP, right, I need to make sure there should be people from IT team, from technical team, from security team, and from the senior management team. Please remember, it is mandatory to have a senior management in the BCP team. Who can tell me why it is required? If you hire somebody, let's say in BCP processes 20 projects are there, so I need 5 people to monitor them. Who will going to pay them? If senior management approval would be not there, or management would be not there, then who will pay them? Where will get the money? One thing, first, this is the first reason. Second, out of this 20 project, let's say 5 projects are very critical for our organization. Now disaster strikes. This 5 team will tell these 5 people saying, I need my issue has to be fixed first, not that team. I am generating revenue for organization. So it would be a conflict of interest between the teams, isn't it? So in order to manage that problem also, we need somebody from the tag from the senior management. If senior management will tell something that would have a different value, if I being a architect, if I'll tell something or SME, that would have a different value. Now, next is resource requirement. So resource means what? So I hired 5 people now. I have money. And guys, I missed one thing. In BCP team selection, right? Let's say 20 project, you can, instead of hiring from outside, right? You can call this project people saying, you nominate somebody from your team and put into my BCP team. They will be partially working with the BCP team and they will be part of your project team. Some service-based company, they do like this. Okay, but if you are in a project-based good earning company, then they create a separate team. They have a different budget for that. Clear, guys? Now, please remember why we need a legal team. Law of the land. Law of the land means every country has a different law and regulations. Let's say you have company, a big company, you have 50 different countries, you have business establishment. So you need to have legal team in every states or every country, or you can have one legal team, one person who has 50 countries laws ideas. So he can give a define idea what should be legal, what should not be legal. That's clear, guys? It's very important. I'm highlighting those points. Okay. Now I have formed a team. Now next is resource requirement. When I say resource requirement, what I'm telling, I need to train this BCP team, right? I have hired 5 people, or I have got 5 people from different project. So I need to train them so that they can follow the instruction, or they can guide the people or project team during the BCP. That's the resource requirement part. See, assess resources required during different phases like BCP development, BCP testing, training, maintenance, BCP implementation. We need to teach them. Okay, so that's the objective of resource requirement. We need a BCP development team. We need BCP implementations. So we need to tell them this is what you are going to do. Now, legal and regulatory. This is the last phase of project scope and planning. The last step says legal, regulatory, or contractual obligation apply to your organization and industry. Law of the land, simple. If somebody is there here in BCP team selections, he will take care of this easily. I'll give him one more example. Probably it would be a lengthy example, but I will keep it short. In Delhi, in India, there is a state called, or India capital, Delhi, right? They had a rule. No women should work beyond 8 o'clock. But if you are running a call center, you need people throughout 24/7. In that case, what you will do, guys? You need to hire a proportionate women and men so that you can run properly. So that type of advice would be given by the legal team. That's a simple example. But if you want to have a bigger example, go through the book, please. Now, next one. This is the first step. I have covered this first step, guys. Now, this is the important and this is the most difficult step of BCP business impact assessment. What is the business impact assessment? Here it will come our, our knowledge in risk management. So if you say assessment, what do you mean assessment, guys? Where can be, which team would need more attention? So this business impact assessment, right? Again, this is two types. You can do business impact assessment in two ways, quantitative and qualitative. Similarly, in risk management, whatever I taught you, risk, if I say quantitative, it's dollar based, means so there would be a output result in a money, like this many dollar, this $1,000. That is my quantitative way of getting some output. And this is, it's like opinion based or something. That's two step will perform in the business impact assessment in order to what? We need, in order to find out something that I'm going to tell, you need to remember in detailed way. Let me read the definitions, then I will tell you a simpler way how you can remember. BIA identifies the resource. See, remember this. It identifies the resources that are critical to the organization, ongoing viability, and threat posed to the resource. It also assesses the likelihood that each threat will actually occur and the impact those occurrences will have on the business. That's the definition from IC square. In a simpler way, in BIA, I said I have onboarded 20 projects. In my scope, I have defined 20 projects in BCP. Out of 20 projects, I will identify which is critical. Let's say I identified 5 projects is very critical for my organization. In BIA, in business impact assessment, I will try to assess this project in a detailed way, and I will try to find out what are the kind of threats it posed. When I say kind of threat it posed, if you remember the circle, guys, threat comes here, vulnerability comes here, assets comes here, then exploit come here, then risk come here, some kind of resource prioritization. Okay, now BIA steps are, first step, please note down, identify priorities. Identify priorities. When I say identify priorities, I will try to identify the assets which is valuable for the organization. How I am going to identify out of this 5 project, which is very, very critical, guys. Based on what? I can identify the priorities. There will be 3 factors. Based on the value, and you have rest of all the elements, whatever in your house, it's not $1 lakh, any of them, then you will consider TV as a most valuable part, right? So your asset value will decide which item is critical for the organization. Like in my example, in 5 project, I'll try to identify which project has more asset value or more revenue generating value company. Okay. Once I identify that, then I'll try to find out this MTD. Okay. MTD means maximum time. Let's say out of 5 project, I have seen project number 1. Say I have project number 1, project number 2, project number 3, project number 4, project number 5. This project is having asset value more. Okay. Now in this project, I'll try to see what is the MTD. MTD means what is, somebody was talking about SLA, right? Service level agreement, isn't it? So I will try to find out what is the MTD, means how much time this process or this project can go offline without any significant impact to the project. That is my MTD. Maximum tolerable downtime means how much time if the project will be down, there will be no impact to the organization. Basically, you can say it's kind of SLA. Now you find out MTD saying what is your maximum tolerable downtime of this critical project one. Let's say my MTD is 2 hours. Then I will think about this RTO and RPO. I'll try to find out the RPO and RTO in this identify priorities. Why I'm trying to identify, who can tell me? So that if there would be any disaster strikes, I'll give more priority to this project to see like this MTD is 2 hours. I need to fix the business in 2 hours for that project. I'll make sure, being a BCP team, I'll make sure this project has to be fixed before 2 hours. Otherwise, the company will go on loss or it will not able to survive. That's the objective, guys. Clear? Now, next step, risk identification. Similar, I have told this thing. When I say risk identification, now I have identified this project. Now, in this step, what I will do, this project, I will try to see in the circle. This is my asset, project one, the valuable asset. I'll try to see what are the vulnerabilities are there with the project. Now I'll see what are the threats. Threats are two kinds. I said natural and man-made, isn't it? Now I'll try to see what kind of threat it posed. Is it a natural or man-made? Okay. And I'll identify the risk. How will I identify the risk, guys? The third step, I have identified the threats. In this risk identification, I have just identified the threat which can create the risk to this project. Now, next one is likelihood assessment. When I say likelihood assessment, who can tell me this if you have understood risk management? Likelihood means how often it happens. Now, when I say likelihood assessment, likelihood means how likely you are getting attacked. Likelihood is nothing but your arrow. Now see, next step is, first step was resource prioritization or identify priorities. I have identified the project. Okay. Now next step, I did a risk identification by seeing the threat. Now third one is likelihood assessment. Means I find out how often I'm getting attacked. Okay. Now fourth step is your impact assessment. Impact assessment is nothing but find out these three things.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
Quantitative and qualitative way. Impact assessment. How much impact I'm getting. Okay. Impact assessment. SLE and ALE. I know SLE, I know ALE, I know ARO, I know EF, I know which is identified, which is critical from my organization. Based on that, can I not prioritize the resource now? So who has maximum loss? Let's say annualized let, so descending according to the ALE. Please remember. So if I found out there are two projects, project one and project two, in critical, in my example I found out one, okay, but let's say I found out two. Now who is project, this both are very critical from my organization, who is losing more or who is having annualized loss of occurrence more? See, prioritize the allocation of business continuity resource to the various risks that you have identified and assessed in the processing task of the BIA. Is it clear or not? Clear, guys? Now I have done the privatization, I have done the BCP selections, everything is done. Now next step is I'll make continuity planning. I will make strategy here. How you can do the strategy. One second, guys. Let me erase these stuffs. Then it would be very easy for you to understand. Continuity planning. There are two steps. Actually, there are actually 5 steps in the continuity planning. But you know, you remember these two things. One is provisioning and processes. This is called as meat of the BCP. Okay, please remember this. And one is strategy development. These are the 2 steps. Continuity planning. Everything is set up. Now I'll do a strategy. When I say strategy, see, developing and implementing a continuity strategy to minimize the impact of realized risk might have to unprotected assets. There are multiple subtasks involved in the continuity planning. There are multiple tasks. You can see plan approval, plan implementation, training and educations, provisioning and processes, strategy development. You need to remember two things. When I say strategy and development, please remember it bridges the gap between BIA and continuity planning phase. When I say bridge the gap, this strategy would be developed by seeing the what? Resource. You will prepare your strategy by seeing the output of your BIA, which resource I need to prioritize first. Based on the priorities of that resource, I'll act upon on that. Is it clear or loud or not, guys? Is it clear? In strategy development, what I will do? This phase bridge the gap between BIA and continuity planning phase of BCP development. The BCP team must now take a prioritized list of concern raised by the quantitative and qualitative resource prioritization exercise and determine which risk would be addressed by the BCP. Simple. I'll make a strategy based on the resource prioritization. I know what are the risks it has posed. What are the risks it has posed. I know how often the risk happens. Now I'll make a strategy how to tackle that. That's all about my strategy development. Clear, guys? Now, what is provisioning and processing? There is some attack is happening right now. You reduce the effort, you reduce the impact, and try to produce or try to support the business as much as possible. That's the goal of the strategic development. See, guys, when I say strategic development, it's simply you are making some kind of planning in order to mitigate the risk. Clear? Process and provisioning is it's kind of design specific produces for mitigations. So in this case, right, in this step, you will act upon. You made the strategy here. You will act upon. See, BCP designs the specific procedures and mechanism that will mitigate the risk deemed unprecedented or unacceptable during the strategy development stage. Three categories of asset must be protected through the BCP provisioning processes: people, building, facilities, and infrastructure. Okay, so what are you saying? BCP team designs the specific procedures and mechanism, means this one. Okay, that will mitigate the risk deemed unacceptable during the strategy development phase. Three categories of asset must be protected through BCP processes, provisioning and processes. Please remember that. There is an important point I'm saying here. You need to protect people, building, facilities, and infrastructure. Their main aim is this. Now I'll ask one question: if there would be a BCP strike or there would be a disaster strike to your organization, are you going to save data of your business or the people? Now see, plan and approval, plan implementation, training and education, these are the phases of continuity planning. Let's go one by one. The plan of approval. See, now see, here you made the strategy. You want to implement. You want to make sure that this thing would be safe. Now you need money, right? You need a top management support endorsement to the plan. If your top management doesn't support your plan, what would happen? You can't do anything. You can't make your commitment to the business. You will not able to do that. Please remember, senior management inclusion into your BCP will make this thing very feasible, or feasible, or you can say make very very easy, because they will give a stamping. Yes, let's go ahead. I'm paying the money. Plan implementation. Simple. BCP teams should get together, develop implementation schedule that utilize the resource dedicated to the program, achieve the stated process and provisioning goals. Now, the most important, training and educations. Training and educations. Everyone in the organization should receive a training and educations or training from the BCP team or from the external vendors who can teach the BCP. There is a BCP team. If there will be an issue, report to the BCP team. See, people with direct BCP responsibilities should be trained and evaluated on their specific BCP task. But you need to train everyone in the organization, telling that there is a BCP team in our organization. If there would be any disaster strike, please contact these people. If you see in your company, right, they keep on sending emails. If somebody leave from the BCP team, they keep on updating through emails. This guy has left this organization. He would then need replacement. If somebody joined that position, he needs the training and education, right? There would be the money. The money would be coming from here, plan of approval from the top management. This is very, very easy steps. That's why I'm not putting so much of pressure here. Now, next, BCP documentations. This is very, very important from the organization perspective. From the exam perspective, it is also very important. Why? This plays significant role in case of somebody leave the organization. Let's say you have 5 people in BCP, 3 people left. So if they didn't made any documentations, or they didn't make any proper documents, in that case it would be very difficult for the new people who will come into the team, right, who will be work on, right? So this plays significant role from the company perspective. Clear, guys? See, it ensures that BCP personnel have written continuity document to reference in the event of emergency. Even senior BCP team members are not present, guide the effort. See, documentation means every step should be recorded. If there would be any disaster, they will follow the guidelines, steps, procedures, and all this. If there would be senior management not there, this document would also help. It provides will be useful for future personnel seeking both understanding reasoning behind the various procedures and implementation necessary changes in the plan. It focuses the team members commitment, their thoughts to the paper. So here sanity check, and I missed the important point, like to put it here. If somebody leave in the organization, the example I said, if somebody leave in the organization, if you don't have documentation, how will follow? He will not able to do that, right? So this will help that. Now, there are 4 kind of documentations. This is very important from the exam perspective. Please remember this. You need to identify this. They will not ask any direct questions, but they can ask in a different way. Say, trust me, I didn't receive any question from BCP, but you never know when you will get the questions in the organization, in the exam. There are 4 kind of BCP documentation we do in organization: statement of importance, statement of priorities, statement of organization responsibility, and vital record program. When I say statement of organization responsibility, this is very simple to remember. Business continuity is everyone's responsibility. This should be your, you know, statement. In statement, see, in documentation, right, you will prepare this 4 kind of statement. One is statement of organization responsibility. When I say statement of organization responsibility, it's very simple. Business continuity is everybody's not responsibility in the organization, not only the 5 people who are in BCP. If your people in the organization will not support that 5 people, do you think you will be able to run 5 people who will be able to run 20 projects? No. So everybody has a responsibility towards the BCP. Now next one, vital record program. See, this is important. The BCP documentation should outline a vital record program for the organization. This document states where critical business records will be stored and procedures are for making storing backup copies of these records. What it means? Let's say you create the complete BI. See, BCP documentation is nothing but it's kind of a records what you need to do in case of disaster strikes, which is team is critical, and this keep on changing, right? Don't you think, guys, your BCP documentation need to be updated very frequently, guys? It has to be updated because today project 1 was critical in my example. Tomorrow project 2, a day after tomorrow project 3, based on the revenue, based on the asset value, isn't it? So vital record program is is a is a kind of program through which it will tell where you can store the critical business records and what are the procedure for making storing backup copies of those records. Okay, one of the biggest challenge in implementing a vital record program is often identifies identifying the vital records, where the vital records. So if why it is, this one I highlighted the biggest challenges. Let's say you keep the BCP documentation into your building number 1, but unfortunately that building number 1 got fire, then all the documentation would be lost, right? So when you design this vital record program in your BCP, you should make sure you should have multiple copies of the BCP documentations, and you would have keep into different building, so that if one building get fires, another building would be available to serve that. And another important point is, sometime in disaster strikes, right, BCP team also will be hurry to follow the documentations. That also pain the organization in a whole. Okay, is it clear, guys? These two things. Then I will go to the statement of importance and statement of priorities. When I say statement of important, it reflects. See, statement of importance means it says how critical BCP for my organization. If every company in our organization thinks that, in every project thinks that BCP team, right? Oh, okay, this guys create noise, this guys send comms, let's not give priority to them. That's wrong. That's that's why we have prepared those teams in order to make your business smooth. But if you not provide the data, or you will not provide respect to them, then they're useless, right? They will not able to do anything. So statement of importance will force or give a enforce or give a importance to the BCP team. Now, statement of priorities. It flows directly from identifying priority phase of the business impact assessment. It simply involves listing the function considering critical to continued business operation in prioritize or order. So it's nothing but, let's say you have 20 projects, I say, it will create a list like this: which project is critical, which project is less critical. Let's say project 10 is critical, then this. So it create a statement of priorities like this. Without your government in your country, do you think your life would be easy? If you don't have rules, if you don't have anything to follow, do you think your life will be easy? Guys, they're doing a lot of things. They're making our life easy. They're making rules, regulations. They're making a set of practice which we need to follow. So in government security, in governance, right, there are two kinds of governance we have. One is called organizational governance, and one is called security governance. I have taught this goal. Oh my god, my pen. What is goal? What is mission and objective? So do you think if your company doesn't have any proper governance or proper administrations, will you able to achieve that or not? What do you feel? If you don't have any strategy, if you don't have any objective to be achieved, do you think you will fall? If you don't have governance, will you able to achieve that? Play significant roles in order to move the either country or organization very smoothly. Now I'm putting a twist here. One is organizational governance and another one is your security governance. Please understand the difference. One is security governance, one is organizational governance. When I say organizational governance, it's on the whole I'm talking about, or whatever the aspect, whatever the different teams we have, whatever the different project I have in the organization, it has to follow the directives, the strategy, the objectives in order to achieve the mission goal. Now I will ask a question to you. If you don't have a security governance, or if you don't have proper security in the organization, do you feel your organization overall goal and mission would be achieved? Because your security has to be aligned with the organizational governance. Like to ask one question right now. Do you think your business drive the security policies, or policies drives the business? So if you'll make policies which will impact or reduce this money, Do you think your business, your policy will drive the business? No. Your business will drive the policies. Okay. If you are government, like if you are in a Chinese government or Indian government or US government, probably they don't care how much they are losing, but they will, if there are questions about national security, probably policy would play significant, above rules towards businesses or whatever the different components in the defense academies. Okay, but in our organization, business drive policies, not policy drive business. Now coming back to this concept, security governance. This governance, your organization governance should be aligned to the security governance. Why? Because if your security is not proper, then you have seen like thousands of attacks, ransomware, zero-day attack, various attack could be happen, and you will never able to survive in the market. And you have seen, right? Windows 7, Yahoo, what happened to them? Lots of junk mail in Yahoo. Lots of they were not thrives towards the security. That was the whole sole problem. They were not able to you know continue towards their missions. That's why they were not able to survive in the market. That's why Google takeover, Gmail takeover on Yahoo, isn't it? That's really important. You need to understand. So when I say your security governance should be aligned with the organization governance, then you can able to achieve your mission goal and the objective. Now please remember, see this picture very carefully. Your company's board of director here, your executive is here, your managers here, employees here. If this is security executive or CISO is sitting here, these teams, part of governance team, means they built up the policy. They run the shows. They run the show of the company. Means your policy would be made by these governance people. Top management people will make the policy by seeing where they're getting what kind of money. Is it clear, guys? Please remember, security governance rules always flows from top to bottom because policies are made here. Policies. Then this guy has to follow this policy. Means policy flows top down, not bottom up. Now security. Now I am into security governance. Security management planning. Security management planning has three defined states. One is, it is also top to down. Please remember this. This is top to down flow.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When I said top to down, if you remember this picture, that's why I said remember this picture. This is CISO. He's sitting here. He, whatever the policy he will create, all his manager, all his employee will follow that until the last level. That's why it is top down approach. So your organizational governance and security governance, they should tightly coupled, means tightly interdependent. This guy has to be aligned with the organizational governance. So now, based on the organizational governance requirement, your security management planning will flow in top to direction, top to down approach. There are three defined approach. One is called strategic plan, where we make a planning saying in 5 years, my organization goal is in 5 years they want to have 5 trillion company. So in that case, that's my strategic plan. Now in order to support the strategical plan, I'll form some kind of tactical plan. Please remember, This strategical plan, it's a long-term plan, like 5 years, 10 years down the line, I want to be there. Like my plan, I want to be a, black hat hackers in my life. I'm into 35. I want to be a black hat attacker. Black hat attacker means I want to compromise people's privacy. That's my goal. Okay. So in order to reach that, what I'll do? I'll do different kind of, Kali Linux on all this, isn't it? Not my goal. Okay. I'm just saying, don't think in a serious note. Okay. That's my plan. 5 years down the line, that's my strategic plan in the organization. Let's say plan is company wants to be 5 trillion. So there will be a tactical plan which will support this plan, which will implement this strategical plan. Please remember, tactical plans are ad hoc based. When I say ad hoc based on the requirement changing, they will change their way of thinking, way of implementing. Is it clear, guys? See, it is a midterm plan developed to provide more detail of accomplishing the goal set forth in the strategic plan, or can be crafted as ad hoc based. Please remember, tactical plans are like yearly plan. In every years, let's say 5 years plan I have in strategic plan. In tactical plan, I have 5 different layer of planning where I can incorporate. See, guys, you never know. Do you know what kind of new attacks will come next year? Now 0-day came. Now in tactical plan, why I did say that? Let's say new type of attackers are evolving. So in tactical plan, it's ad hoc based. You can modify your approach in order to address the new kind of attack. Yearly based, because this is 5 years long-term plan I made it. I can't change it. So in order to support that, I can make ad hoc plan in each year, or amendments. You can say amendments each years. That's called tactical plan. The next one, operational plan. It's nothing but it's a short-term plan, highly detailed plan based on the strategical and tactical plan. It's nothing but your managers in your team who recruits people based on the requirements. That's your operational plan. Now when I say governance, what they did, they made policies, right? Now I'm going to talk about policies. In order to achieve this, in order to function this, the policy would be at the strategic level, this governance policy has to be identified or it has to be written. So when I say policies, who can tell me what is policies? Now your policy features should be this. Your policy should align with the business, which I said. Business should drive the policy, not be a policy should drive the business. Your policy, it should not be one time development. Your policy should be reviewed frequently, periodically, you can say. Every 3 months, 1 month, 6 months, you need to review your policy. If you don't review your policy, then probably you're not able to reach your mission goals. Okay, your policy, please remember this, I'm giving emphasis here. Your policy should be non-technical. You should not write any technical terms in the policies, ungeneric words in the policy. If you put right, it doesn't look good because it's coming from the top management. This is important to understand, guys. There are two things. One is type or types. There are two types: by scope and by enforcement. Okay, when I scope, there are three kind of policy type. One is, there are three kinds of policy. There are three types of policy: organization specific policy, system specific, and issue specific. These three types of policies are by scope you there. When I say scope, in organization in whole, these are the three kind of policies we have. Now when I say by scope, three types, when I say organization policy, please remember this organization specific policy, it defines the organization specific policy from the top. It doesn't show you the organizational security policy. Please note down, it focuses on issues relevant to every aspect of the organization. It's, you can say, as a whole organization, what are the policies you have? Standard policies. Now, when I say issue specific, please remember it focuses on a specific services, services department or function in the organization that needs a distinct or a different policies to for tackle that. Like in a company, we have sales department, we have IT department, we have retail department, or retail, I am saying you have, security department or something. So there could be a different policy. The issue specific policy you can put to exclude some kind of departments, or you can amend some kind of new policy for department specific. That is called issue specific. Okay, it focuses a specific services management, or sorry, focuses specific services department and functions in the organization. Now the third one, system specific, it focuses on individual systems. Please remember there's three different kind. If you're not able to understand this, now by enforcement, you can enforcement this kind of policy in three ways. See how I'm making the distinction, guys. If you're going to the slide next time, you can make this way. This is scope, means what are the different kind of policy you can have, but you have different kind of policy. How you are going to enforce it? When I say enforce it, how you are going to push it to the people in the organization? You can push in three different way. You can make the policy regulatory, advisory, and informative. When I say regulatory policy ensure that organizations is following industry specific regulations like HIPAA, PCI DSS, all this kind of regulatory policy we have. Regulatory means, let's say, I'll give you an example on this so that you'll better understand. Let's say you want to establish a company in Taiwan. In that case, you need to follow their local policies, you need to follow their industry regulation over there. If you don't follow this industry regulatory over there, then you will be, fined hugely. The third one is advisory. Please remember, second one, advisory policy strongly advise the employee or user the type of behavior or activities they need to follow. That is called advisory policy. Advisory simply you can say how you can handle companies, people's in your company, people's personal information. It's kind of advisory policies. Or advisory means let's say your company's different people are there, right? For their for their medical information, how you can for process them. That is a kind of advisory policy. Now informative policy is nothing but it informs the employee of certain key topics or key areas, like they will explaining the goal and mission of the organization to the people. So informative policy, you can say, if you want to reset a password in your company, you will follow the informative way, like you will follow sort of instruction, isn't it? So informative is kind of providing the information, what kind of information you need to have in order to work in the organization. So see, your policies, I created the policies, but how I'm going to implement or functional implement the how I'm gonna implement the policies into the organization. So you can say the flow like work like this: law, then law and regulations, then organization policy. See, please remember this law and regulation policy is from the regulatory, okay? Regulatory requirement. This is at the top of the stack, because if you want to establish a company in a different country, you need to follow first this. Based on your this law and regulation, you will made up your policy. Regulation policy, regulatory. Now organization policy, you will build up based on the regulatory policy. Now next one, to implement these policies, right? You need some kind of standards. You can need some kind of guidelines. You need some kind of procedures. You could need some kind of baseline. Is it clear? Functional means what? In reality, how you're going to enforce the policy into different key areas in the organization. Okay. Now, when I say standards is there, baseline is there, Now procedures is there. These four things. Oh, sorry. Standard procedure, guidelines, and baseline. Okay. Here it is there. So functional implementation of policy is your through standard procedure, guidelines, and baseline. These four things, guys. Four things. Very, very important. Please start noting when I say standards. Please note down. Standards refers to the mandatory activities, rules, actions, or regulations. See, when I say standards, have you note down, guys? Whatever I said, the definitions. Standard means it's a mandatory activities, rules, action, or regulations which you need to follow. Second, it's a compulsory requirement for the organization to follow. Like ISO 27001 is a standard. If your organization is following, it's a standards you need to follow homogeneously across the organizations. Okay, please remember your standard could be a tactical document. Please remember this, it's important. Okay, it's a it's a compulsory requirement which you need to follow. Like if your company is following ISO 27001, you need to follow that. You can see this define compulsory requirement for the homogeneous use of hardware. Like if you're using Palo Alto firewall as standards in your organization, you need to follow throughout the organization. Okay, any questions?
Nope.
Any questions on this? Clear? What do you mean a baseline? Baseline, please remember, there is a very important point I'm going to say. Whenever I will say baseline, please refer this point of reference. Point of reference. Okay? Baseline means minimum requirements, minimum, bare minimum requirement, your system, your level of security, every system must follow. I'll give you an example in order to understand this. Windows 7, Windows 10. If a company defines that my minimum baseline is Windows 10 across the organization, then you need to follow the baseline Windows 10. Now, third one, guideline. Guidelines is a set of recommendations, or it's kind of a guide in order to do something. Like if you are resetting your password in your laptop, you'll follow some kind of guidelines. Your password should be 5 letters, it's 7 letters or 8 letters. It should be containing uppercase, lowercase, special characters, all this, right? That is called your guidelines. Okay, is it clear, guys? Guidelines are not mandatory statements, but if you are following some kind of guidelines there in password, right? Your password should have 12 characters, but if you want to shorten one letter, that's okay. You can use this way. There would be multiple alternative in the password. You have seen, right? When you are resetting the password in your laptop, right? Multiple option would be there. The next one is procedures. Procedure is nothing is like it's a step-by-step approach of achieving something. Okay, it's a step-by-step procedures. Okay, let's say you want to do a database migration. In that case, what are the steps you will follow? That is your procedures or procedures. So guys, now I wrote the policies. I know my governance. Now I need to manage my organization assets, right? Isn't it? Because I know the policy. This is my policy, procedure, guidelines are there here. Now organization process. Okay, there are two things in organization process. One is change management and the classifications. So if you see here till now we have done the strategical, tactical, and operational plan. Now I'm talking about change control to change management. I will take care in domain 7. I'm not going to teach right now. I know you are going to forget by the time, so I'll teach over there. Now next thing is organization process is data classification. What do we need data classification, guys? Now I'll try to explain you in a different way. Okay, my way would be simple and two-liner. Now guys, I told you, right, there are different type of data available in the organization based on their what value, isn't it? Or based on their different classification scheme, or based on their value is different type of data. Maybe it is like one data is, let's say I'm giving a monetary value $1,000, one data is $500, and worth, and one data is $100. So it's a three different kind of data I have, isn't it? Now, for organization in a whole, for me, it's not three kind of data. It's just a data for me. If I'll not classify, how will I identify which is critical for my organization? If I'll not identify, then how I'm gonna protect them based on their value. I've read in BCP, right? I always try to identify the priorities in order to protect them, isn't it? If I not identify their priorities, do you think I can make a BCP? No, I'll give arbitrary judgment in BCP. Similarly, in organization, there are various kind of data processes or available, or various kind of assets available, isn't it? Now, if I need to protect all the assets based on their value, then I might sound good. But if I want to protect all the assets uniformly, then might be I not sound good. Why? Why can't I protect all the data in similar fashion? Who can tell me? Now, if in an organization we have, I will give a simple analogy before going to that. I have different kind of people in organization. Let's say in our organization, 1,000 people are there. CEO is there, CIO is there, then CISO is there, then manager, senior manager, department head, people, users, different kind of people are there. Do you think whatever the protection I will give to you, to your laptop, being a user or being an administrator or being a manager, do you think I will protect your laptop? Do you think I will protect my CEO laptop in that similar fashion? Do you think?
Nope.
No. If I'll protect everybody uniformly, I need to spend money, huge money, isn't it? Instead of doing that, instead of spending money, what I can do, I can classify different people, and based on their value, I'll spend money based on their value. That's the objective. That's the goal. The goal is find out the right security control for the right people. The overall goal, if you see here, somewhere they mention. Okay, I was trying to see some communication, but nothing is happening. That's okay. But the goal of classification, data classification, to find out the right control for right sort of people. Okay, if you will not put right control for the right people, then probably you are not doing an efficient way of managing the risk or efficient way of spending money. Clear, guys? Now, there are various category or various method we use in order to classify the data, like usefulness of the data, timeliness of the data, very important, value or cost of the data. Based on those category, this category, organization follow this category in order to classify the data. Please remember, if it critical data, the volume of data doesn't, this is important point, does not decide the classification. Now next to important concept. Now guys, see, here is one point I said, lifetime of data. Who thinks the value of the data changes over the time? Who thinks that? The data's value, data has a life cycle. Okay, in life cycle, every data when it created, it has a end time. Like people, we have an age. After certain age, we need to die. Our soul will go to either hell or sky. We never know based on your activity, right? But it will go somewhere, right? We have to die because everything in the world has a life. Everything in the world follows the life cycle model. Okay, only the life, not the even those things like laptop. It doesn't have any life. It's like a static object, but still it has a life cycle. It has to be damaged, right? So please remember, there is a concept called declassifications. Declassification plays significant role in the organization. If you haven't done the declassification very often, then probably you're not able to save this money. Why? When I say data value change over the time, then you need to declassify the data from that level to next level. Maybe you are a manager right now. After 2 years, you may be what is that? You have been your level has been reduced, or that one term I sometimes I forget that. So you have been demotivated or demoralized, or you have been your position has been reduced. Might be I will not give the same type of protection to you. I'll reduce your protection. If I'll do this declassification properly, probably I'll save money. Okay, based on the life cycle, I'll do that declassifications. Clear, guys? There are two levels of classification in organization in the world as per the IC square. One is for government and another one is for private organization where we work. In government, there are these are the levels. Please remember, this is very, very important. I'm saying in government, there are different classification. In private, we have different classification. In government, we have top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive, but unclassified, and unclassified. These are the steps you need to remember for second domain. Otherwise, it would be dark for you. When I say top secret, please remember, if top secret data would be revealed by the government, your government's top secret data would be revealed, then your government would be in grave damage. Grave damage. Okay. Similarly, if you see here, now in government, if secret data would be lost, you can see there would be, there would be a term you need to follow: critical damage. If this data would be breached, critical damage to government. Similarly, if confidential data would be lost, see, there would be a terminology they will be used. Okay. In my slide, you can find it very easily. Or in domain 2, it's very important to remember the names. See, noticeable effort cause serious damage. Serious damage. Please remember this terminology. So if this data would be lost by the organization, grave damage. Not organization, by your government, the government would be grave damage. If this data would be lost, then the government would be critical damage. If confidential data would be lost, then sensitive damage. Now, sensitive but unclassified. This is important to remember. See, sensitive but unclassified is used for data that is for internal use, for office use only. Often SB used to protect information that could violate privacy right of individuals. In government, people works, right? Their private information comes here. Okay, please remember that. Now, unclassified data is used to for data that is neither sensitive nor classified. So unclassified data means can cause a noticeable damage also. This is not technically classification level, instead marking a label used to indicate use or management. So when I say unclassified, your company's public data, the data which you put in the internet, like your company, if you go to your company portal, right? It's all about your company reputations. It's all about your company's face. It's your face value, your company's face value. If you will not protect, Raj, your company's detail which is put into the internet, like your revenue detail, your company's revenue, your company's stakeholders, if you will not put all this information correct, I will altered it. I will lost the integrity of your information over there. Do you think your company's reputation will still remain same? Today I'm publishing 10 million my revenue. Tomorrow I will publish 1 million. Day after tomorrow I will publish 30 million. I'm being a hacker, I'm changing it. Do you think your company reputation will remain same? No, right? He has a book, how you can think like a manager. Okay, like I said, your Facebook data, if I'll put some, you know some falsified information in your Facebook, I will tag you over there. Your reputations, your friend will ask questions. How come team is publishing this thing? He's been tagged. Guys, when I started using the Facebook in 2011 or 2010, trust me, somebody has tagged me into a nude videos. Trust me, somebody did that. And I just opened that and I didn't use Facebook till 2014 or 13 or 15, you can say. I was suddenly in 2019, I was going through that my history of Facebook because I want to limit my privacy over there. Then I saw one of my friend wrote a statement over there. Dipan, how come you will be there into this tagged into this video?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
He used that WRT or whatever the standard words we use in our English. He used that. How come you tagged with this? But I was not aware. I didn't see that. If I created my Facebook account, I should have monitored. I should make sure my data should be solid. There would be no integrity change.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, in private organization, we have confidential, private, sensitive, and public. Similarly, search the words. It's very not that difficult. Confidential. See, please remember, in private organization, we always give preference to integrity, then confidentiality. Isn't it? I said this in first class. Why? They always think about their integrity should not change. What would be confidential? They also give equal. They give equal priority actually, but some company they give integrity more priority. Okay. Now, when I say modeling, do you know models? We have models, right? Models like face and work. You have seen, right? Models. What they do? They come with a different, dresses, different, different kind of etiquettes and different kind of, gesture or different kind of, things. But how will I identify them? How will I identify them? Based on their name or something, right? Isn't it? That's called modeling, right? Or modeling is sometimes is a structuring. You can say structuring, isn't it? Now, when I say threat modeling, I want to do models of my threat. So when I say models of my threat, please remember how I can model my threats. Means which threat is dangerous, which threat is less dangerous, and which threat is very less dangerous. So how I'll get to know that? Who can tell me? It's very easy to understand. See, threat modeling, one of the best concept or important concept, but I can guarantee you in 15-20 minutes, you can tell, if you'll follow me, will say, I got threat modeling very clearly. Threat modeling, you need to remember this way. You need it in order to model the threat. How you'll do? You need to first identify the threat. Then what you'll do? You'll categorize the threat. Then you'll analyze. Then based on the analysis, you will find out a report like this. You'll find out report saying this, how much damage potential that threat has. How can I reproduce, how often that can reproduce that threat? Why I need to do that threat modeling? If I'll not do the modeling of the threat in a proper way, then how I will treat them? I'll not able to treat them, right? I'll give one more example. You have different kind of, let's say Raj has 5 friends. Mindset should have different kind of mindset for 5 friends. Out of 5 friends, friend number 1 is okay. Friend number 2 is very good for me. Friend number 3 is my best friend. Friend number 4 is okay. Friend number 5 is a different category. For what ways do? You identify your friends, then you categorized based on their trustworthiness, correctiveness, or whatever the factor you used in order to, categorize them. Then you put a label saying, okay, this is okay, this is good, this is very good, this is my best friend, like this, right? You do, right? Generally, this is human mindset, right? I'm just playing with your human mindset. Then you will understand the concept. Is it clear or not?
Yeah.
Similarly, in threat case, until you identify the threat, until you categorize the threat, what category, is it a high category, low category, or medium category? How you'll find out? Until you will do analysis, do you think you will be able to categorize the threat? You will able to model the threat? Do you think you will model the threat, guys? Now, threat modeling, when I say identify, how will identify? In order to identify, we follow a process that is called FA, FA, and FS. Focus on assets, focus on attackers, focus on software. These are the defined process we use to identify the type of threats. When I say type of threats, I'm identifying these three ways. Please remember, when I say focus on assets, this method uses asset evaluation result and attempts to identify threats to valuable assets. So based on your asset value, who can attack you? What kind of threat can target you based on your value? This will comes here. Focus on attacker. It is based on tactic, technique, and procedures. I have few enemies in my life. They can attack me. So I'll categorize here. In your example, in Raj's example, 5 friends he had, he categorized based on their trustworthiness. He categorized them based on their richness. How many cars friend number one has? How many cars friend number 2 has? Because Raj loves car. Based on that, see, until you put into your realistic environment, right, this will bounce around your mind, this concept. I hope so. Okay. See, this way you need to remember. Now, next one, focused on software. When I say focused on software, if an organization develops software, it considers potential threat against its specific features and input mechanism. I'll explain this one. Let's say Tesla. Tesla develops cars, right? Good cars, right? Electric cars and all this. Now, Tesla has competitors in market. Based on their competitor, he can categorize the competitor attackers into different slabs. Basically, Tesla is identifying their competitors and putting into one category. He's identifying this is the steps to identify the threats, guys. Now identify the threats. Next, once I identify the threat, I have to modeling or I have to do a reduction analysis. Cool. Now I identified focus on assets. See, assets, focus on attacker, focus on software. I did it. Now, after I identify the threats, I identified here. Now I have to place into buckets, right? So in order to place buckets, I use something called stride. Okay. This is a acronym. When I say stride is acronym, see this is a stride. See, you can say, however, it can be also context. If you read this, they're saying in order to put this in my slide, actually I put a different way. See, I do a categorization of threat modeling based on the stride. See, A stands for spoofing. See, I identified the threat. What threat can do? Based on this model, I'll put into the bucket. If this is threat number A, maybe he can do spoofing. Spoofing means falsified information, right? Isn't it? Tampering, they will target for integrity. Reputations, R stands for reputation. I stands for information disclosure. D stands for denial of service. E stands for elevation of privilege. I explained all this concept already. Now I'm trying to put the stress here. Based on the threat behavior, I'll put into respective categorized. Okay, that is the objective of stride. I identified threats. Like I said, Raj identified his 5 friends. Now he is putting into buckets based on the assets value or friends value, like how many cars he has, or who is trustworthy to him. And third factor is who is taller like Raj. I'm just giving an analogy. Okay, so he's using 3 methods. Now this, based on these 3 methods, he put into that group. Now some threads can be doing this spoofing attack. Some thread can do Tempering. Tempering is nothing but altering the data. Some threats can change the reputations. Non-reputation means ability. You have ability to deny. Reputation is just opposite, right? Now, these are the desired property which I already explained. Now I have categorized based on the threat. I identified. Now I categorized. Now I will do what? I will do analysis, right? Isn't it? Now I categorized. Now what I will do? Next one is I will do a reduction analysis. So when I say reduction analysis, see, diagramming. So I know my environment. I have identified the threats. Now I have categorized the thread. The next one is I'll analyzed. When I say analyzed, I'll put into a picture. Let's say this is my database server or database. How the user interact from internet to this database? There are several ways. They can log in like this, okay? Then through UF page, through user direct API, they can do login. Then they login process, then come to the library and they launch. They do SQL inject. You know, app, DB, and web layers, right? Okay, web, app, and DB. You know the concept, right? So here SQL attack hosted, sometime SQL injection. Okay. So now we are doing the analysis. In this analysis, I'll try to find out where is the weakness, where is the weak points. So when we will do the performing the weakness, we'll find out this trust boundary, any location where the level of trust or security changes. If you see here, in the diagram, I will put into the diagram, then I will try to find out in any level where the trust of this database is getting changed. I'm just giving an analogy to understand you simply. Now, data flow path, the movement of data between locations. So how the data flow from here to user to here. So based on that, I'll do an analysis. Now next one is input points. Where I'm getting the data to my database. Is it through console or where I'm coming? So I'll do a complete analysis through a pictorial way. Okay. So once I have done the analysis, then I will put into a what analyze mode. See, everything is done. Now I will put into a rating system so that I can identify what kind of thread is for what kind of thread is. So in order to put into a prioritization order, I might use the high, low, medium. The output should be like this, or I can use this DRAID model in order to find out how much critical data. See, DRAID rating system is designed to provide a prioritized solution that is based on the answer to the 5 question about each thread. See guys, I have identified, then I have categorized. Now I am trying to, what I'm trying to do, I am trying to find out whether that thread is critical, medium, or just informational. In order to do that, I'll ask few questions here. DRAID model will solve that questions. When I say DRAID, D stands for damage potential. You need not to remember, but if you remember this, it will play in your mind. When I say damage potential, I'm talking about how bad would be the attack be. Means how if there would be attack realized, then how bad, what would be the impact happen to me. Reproducibility, it's very important. How easy it to reproduce the attack. Means if I got attacked once, then how easy to attack me again. So based on that questions, I will also rate that. Okay. Exploitability, how much work is to launch the attack. Means how much work attacker has to take time to launch me attack. That it will tell this. Affected user, how many people will be impacted if I will be attacked by this threat. Discoverability, how easy it is to discover the threat. That is called your discoverability. After getting the answer of this, if you see here in the book, after getting the answer of this here, this one I put through, I'll put into a label. Is it a high? It's a high threat or medium threat or low threat, or is a priority 3, 1, 1. Based on that asking, I'll put into a categorizations like this is my best friend, this is my not best friend, Like that I will do. Is it clear, the threat modeling?
So to begin with, who is a cybersecurity engineer? Well, cybersecurity engineer are the people who identify threats and vulnerabilities in systems of an organization. They are highly skilled and use those skills to design and develop high-tech solutions to ensure that they are secure if they are attacked by cyber criminals. Now, let's see what work a cybersecurity engineer does in a company. First, implementing, managing, monitoring, and upgrading security measures for the protection of an organization's data, systems, and networks. He also responds to all system or network security breaches, ensuring that organizations' data and infrastructure are protected by enabling the appropriate security measures. Apart from these, he also participates in the change management process of a company. He also have daily administrative tasks like reporting and communication with the relevant departments in the organization. After doing all these work, he also tests and identifies network and system vulnerabilities. Well, that's a lot of work, right? So now let's move on to why we need cybersecurity. Remember we talked about how many things a cybersecurity engineer does in a company in last part? Well, that's the reason this role is very high in demand and paid very well. Companies are getting cyber attacked daily multiple times. So in order to protect their data, companies are hiring cybersecurity engineers. Well, that's why your future is secured, right? If you are certified in cybersecurity courses, your market value is raised by a lot of time as an individual professional. So let's jump into knowing what are the cybersecurity job roles present in any company. So these are the roles that are there in cybersecurity: security architect, consultant, penetration tester, chief information security officer, cryptographer, security analyst, and security engineer. So if any job role looks interesting to you, please let us know in the comment section. Now let's move on to requirements that you should have before starting your career in cybersecurity. First, let me show you what companies require from the job roles of cybersecurity engineer. IBM is hiring for cybersecurity analyst. The candidate should have the knowledge of firewalls, IDS, IPS, security incident, and event management. And even the languages that you require are also mentioned over there. The certifications that you have to do, CISSP, OSCP, or any other technical certifications are also a requirement for cybersecurity analyst. You should also know the different models that companies run against cyber attacks. Now let's see one more company. Deloitte. Deloitte has a requirement for an experienced professional with 3 to 4 years of experience. We even see ERP security as well. The candidate must have the knowledge of models and tools that are shown. In addition, you must have experience in performing segregation of duties and mitigation risks. And you even have to work with the information security and risk management teams. Now that you have seen companies' requirements, let me summarize what companies are looking for. So, the first and most important requirement is you must have a graduate degree in computer science or cyber security, or information science, or any related field. Apart from these, you should understand the architecture, administration, and management of operating systems like Linux, Windows, Mac, etc. You should be very good at vulnerability testing. It is a process that detects and classifies security loopholes in the infrastructure. You should also know basic networking like routers and switches. In other words, get to know and love things like firewalls and network load balancers. There's also need to understand more common programming languages including C, C++, disassemblers, assembly language, and scripting languages like PHP, Perl, or Shell. Now these are the most famous tools about which you should have knowledge. Wireshark, Metasploit, and Nmap are tools for Kali Linux used for testing and scanning. MySQL is a database language that will be helpful to understand data storage and how to secure it. Now we come to a phase where you will get to know how to kickstart your career in cybersecurity field. Now there are two main certifications that are required to get into cybersecurity. First, Certified Ethical Hacker, that is for beginners, and second, CCSP, that's Certified Cloud Security Professional for advanced professionals. We will look into these certifications one by one. CEH course is provided by EC Council. To start your career in cybersecurity, you have to write this certification. This course will teach you the latest hacking tools, techniques, and methodologies used by hackers and information security professionals to lawfully hack an organization. It's a 4-hour MCQ exam, and if you want to increase your value even higher, you can attempt for CH practical exam. That's for 6 hours as well. And when you clear both of them, you will earn a CH master degree. Now these are the job roles that you get after you do the certification. Now you notice that these are just the level 1 job roles that you get. When you are new to this technology, you will get basic job roles. You will get promotions and new job roles as you move up the ladder in a company. Now we have CCSP, that is for professionals. A CCSP applies information security expertise to a cloud computing environment. It also demonstrates competence in cloud security architecture, design, and operations. Now for this, candidates must have experience of 5 years into information technology or any other related field. Now if you have experience in other fields except this, then you are not qualified to get a certification in this. And these are the job roles that you have after you do these certifications. Now you notice that these job roles are very highly paid, and these are very important in any company. When you start getting experience and knowledge, you will be paid more than anyone in an organization. And the reason behind this is you are protecting the critical information of the company. If that information is leaked, the company might get heavy losses or it might shut down.
Now that we have understood what is cybersecurity, let us know the need for cybersecurity. Besides the technical reasons for learning cybersecurity, the cybersecurity experts are paired in handful. A cybersecurity specialist average salary is 8.8 LPA. Because there are very few cybersecurity professionals and cyber threats are growing enormously, every company wants to secure their business trade information from cyber attacks. Most of you out there want to become a cybersecurity expert, but are not certain that what skills to learn or where to begin. These top skills will assist you in getting a good start in your cybersecurity career. So let us have a look one by one. The first skill on the list is computer networking and system administration, technical fundamentals. The third skill is cloud security, and the fourth skill is network security control, and the fifth one is operating systems. So let us dive further and look into these skills in detail. First one is networking and system administration. Computer networking is the most important skill to have in cybersecurity because it is the internet's backbone. To begin a career in cybersecurity, one needs to gain extensive expertise in computer networking. Let us know what is a network. A network is a group of connected devices. It is an approach done that understands how data between these devices is transmitted, transferred, and received. You need to understand and know various routing protocols and models such as TCP, IP, and OSI. Learning networking helps you to understand the technical aspects of data transmission that instead help you secure your information and personal data. For a strong networking basis, security certifications such as Security Plus and Cisco are the skills you can use to master the management of your networking system. The second skill we'll talk about is coding or technical fundamentals. C, C++, Python, SQL, and JavaScript are the best programming languages to make your cybersecurity career worthwhile. Coding is one of the technical skills required for cybersecurity. To have a colorful career in cybersecurity, technical expertise is deemed necessary. You may be wondering if coding is vital to become a cybersecurity professional. Most cybersecurity professionals do not have or require code skills, but the knowledge of zero codings can limit your chances in the future. Knowing some languages in programming will help you identify the plan behind an attack and defend yourself against deadly hacking techniques. The first programming language you should master on is C++. C++ plays an important role as this is low-level programming language that have access on hardware and low-level IT infrastructure, which are most often vulnerable to hacking techniques. The second programming language is C.
C is also known as the mother of other programming languages, and it is also a low-level fast programming language. It helps in gaining low-level access to memory and system process. Many security experts use C to simulate library hijacking attacks. The third language you should master on is SQL. SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications. By knowing SQL, one can defend and overcome SQL injection attack. The other programming language is Python. Python is an advantageous programming language for cybersecurity because it can perform malware analysis, scanning, and penetration testing functions. Java is another high-level programming language that adds interactivity to web pages. A good advantage of knowing Java is that you can prevent cross-site scripting attacks from occurring. You can't lock yourself into one programming language in cybersecurity, and it is advisable to master a couple of programming languages. So the third skill on our list is cloud security. In the next few years, there will be a greater demand for cybersecurity specialists with cloud security abilities. Companies are on the lookout for security experts who have a basic knowledge of AWS and Azure, since these two are cloud-related techniques. Cloud security is the protection of data stored online via cloud computing platform from theft, leakage, and deletion. Now let us see Amazon Web, how exactly AWS and Azure will help us in cloud security. Cloud security at AWS is the highest priority. Beyond securing its own users' data, Amazon has two primary areas to focus for cybersecurity and data protection. Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure provides a secure foundation across physical, infrastructure, and operational security. People with experience and knowledge in managing these platforms are in high demand. The fourth skill is knowledge of operating systems and virtual machines. The cybersecurity expertise must have a thorough understanding of multiple operating systems. Hands-on experience with operating systems such as Mac, Windows, and Linux is required. Cybersecurity isn't just limited to computers. You will need to be comfortable working on a variety of operating systems, computer systems, and mobile devices, and keep up to date on advances in the field for all of them. Most cybersecurity specialists make use of Linux operating systems. Linux plays an incredibly important part in the job of a cybersecurity professional. Specialized Linux distributions such as Kali Linux are used by cybersecurity professionals to perform in-depth penetration testing. The last skill on our list is network security control. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data from unauthorized access. Network security control, it is one of the fundamental abilities that every cybersecurity practitioner should possess. As a cybersecurity specialist, you must be able to run intrusion detection systems and identify suspicious activity on the network and understand the differences between IDS and IPS and how they relate to firewall. Companies require skilled professionals who can protect their electronic data. Here, in-demand skills are authentication, authorization, malware analysis, and data recovery. As a cybersecurity expert, you must be prepared to handle any imminent threat of violating an organization's security policy. By following an updated incident response in your team can proactively protect your data and minimize the damages. A security incident can be an active threat or a successful compromise of data or an endured intrusion. It can also be incidents like DOS attacks, phishing apps, ransomware, and many more. Now that we have seen the top 5 cybersecurity skills, here are the additional key skills. The first one is risk identification. Identifying risk even before their arrival is a great skill. Cybersecurity professionals are required to identify, manage, and mitigate risk. Risk management and mitigation is a skill set that is going to be highly in demand in the coming years. Blended with technical expertise and experience in cybersecurity, it helps them identify the most severe threats to their companies, and they can assign fewer resources successfully to provide the highest possible level of security. The second skill you must master on is DevOps. Having an understanding of DevOps helps a lot in cybersecurity. Organizations are seeking to add security considerations into the application design and development phase to ensure more secure apps. That requires security people with development and operation knowledge and experience. You must also have interpersonal skills. The cybersecurity function has become not only more critical with the rise of digital economy, it has become more prominent as well. That puts cybersecurity professionals in front of the C-suite, board members, and employees with greater frequency. So they must be able to collaborate, communicate, and consult with these various stakeholders. Communication is a key skill in cybersecurity. At last, I am concluding the topic. Cybersecurity professional must possess a lot of technical, vocational, functional, and vital soft skills sought by employers. That helps them to stand out from the crowd. Companies look for safety-resistant security experts. Mastering the skills help you to get your dream job. Concerning cybersecurity, the first question is, what exactly is cybersecurity? In simple words, cybersecurity is the application of technology, processes, and controls to protect system, programs, devices from cyber attacks. Cybersecurity aims to reduce the risk of cyber attacks. As we all know, cybersecurity is a field that has evolved into one of the most advanced technologies. According to Forbes, the global cybersecurity market will be worth to $70 billion by 2026, up from $173 billion in 2020. In simple words, cybersecurity can also be coined as information security, because in cybersecurity, we are securing our data, our private information from hackers and from users with malicious intent. We live in a digital era. Whether it's booking a hotel room or hailing a cab or ordering food online, we are constantly getting the data from the internet that is stored on the cloud. So this cloud is nothing but a huge data center that we can access online. And this is the golden opportunity for the hacker with so many access points as public IP addresses and constant traffic and tons of data to exploit. Importance of cybersecurity. It is completely accurate that today's generation lives on the internet, right? And most of the users are unaware of how those random bits of zeros and ones reach the computer securely. Yes, cybersecurity makes this possible. Cybersecurity is important because it protects all categories of data from theft and damage. This includes sensitive data, personal data, and information related to health. Cybersecurity awareness is the combination of both knowing and doing something to protect a business information assets. Basically, when an enterprise employees are cybersecurity aware, it's a plus point for them. It means they understand. They understand what are cyber attacks, the potential impact of the attack, and the steps required to reduce risk and prevent cyber crime infiltrating their online workspace. Cybersecurity is required because it protects us from threats and such as data theft and misuse. What are cybersecurity certifications? Computing and the internet are more important than ever. The well-respected security certifications listed below will help us understand the valuable members of the IT community. The list of top best cybersecurity certifications are here: CISSP, CompTIA Security Plus, GSCC, SSCP, CEA, OSCP, PMP, CISA, CAP, and CISM. Certificates in cybersecurity are now available in variety of formats and topics, ranging from forensics to intrusion detection to ethical hacking. These certificates are commonly administered by accrediting bodies such as CompTIA, EC Council, and CA Square.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. Which one of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? A. DOS attack. B. Phishing. C. Soliciting. D. Both A and C. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Working in IT security necessitates both knowledge and certifications. So these cybersecurity certifications are important in working in IT security. IT security department. Let's discuss about the first certification, that is CISSP, with an acronym of Certified Information System Security Professional. A widely recognized credential for information technology security professional is CISSP. CISSP course is aligned with ISC Square CBK 2018 and covers all aspects of IT security. So one may become a strong information security expert by having this certification. The CISSP exam is based on the managerial mindset. That means the answer might not be from the technical background. It mainly focuses on managerial topic. The domains of CISSP are security and risk management, asset security, identity and access management, communication and network security. There is a total of 11,679 jobs listed by the CISSP certification. The next certification is CompTIA Security Plus certification. CompTIA Plus is an excellent entry-level industry certification. This certification requires 2 years of an IT administrator with a security focus. And this certification is valid for a period of 3 years. One of the valid DoD's recognized baselines for level 2 IT security technicians is CompTIA Security Plus certification. CompTIA Security Plus is one of the greatest methods to start a career in security. When it comes to CompTIA Security Plus jobs, the number is insanely huge and the overall difficulty isn't that challenging for majority of people. The job roles for CompTIA certification holders are helpdesk managers, analysts, system administrators and DevOps. The next certification is GSAC, that is GIAC Security Essential Certification. Another notable entry-level InfoSec certification, that is DoD approved for level 2 IT security. Security Essentials are the name of the certification, which also includes Network Essentials. GSAC domains comprises of the following: Windows Network Security, Networking and Protocols, Critical Controls and Cryptography. The pay scale of a GSEC certified professional varies from $50,000 to $91,000. The next certification we'll talk about is SSCP, that is System Security Certified Practitioner. SSCP is seen as a relatively easy vendor neural badge to obtain. The certification is one of the US Department of Defense approved baseline certification for both level 1 and level 2 information assurance technical certification. The domain SSCP cars are cryptography, access control, security operations and administrations, risk identification and analysis. The next certification on the list is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacking. It is an intermediate level certification that focuses on preventing and safeguarding systems and networks against the most frequent attacks. CEH is aimed to guarantee that students have a thorough understanding of hacking techniques. Hacking techniques such as footprinting, network scanning, cross-site scripting, SQL injections, worms and viruses, social engineering and honeypots. The job title for CEH is Application Security Analyst. Also check out our course on Certified Ethical Hacking on our website. The domains of CEH include security operations, risk identification, access control, and cryptography. The next certification on the list is OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This certification focuses on ethical hacking and penetration testing. And to take up this exam, one must first clear penetration testing using Kali Linux course. It's a must-have for this certification. The fact that you can only pass the OSCP if you study a lot and learn it quickly. It's one of the main reasons for its popularity. This certification will put your determination and capacity to learn on your own to the test. These are two incredibly useful abilities in the actual world. So OSCP basically focuses on self-learning. This certification is higher on the list because penetration and ethical hacking are such a small fraction of secure employment. This credential has more than 1,104 job openings. The next certification is Project Management Professional. Project management is always going to be around as you rise in seniority and you going to be leading projects in the organization. So it makes sense to get more knowledge on this certification. The PMP certification in cybersecurity is one of the most respected certification for project management. The PMP has a total of 15,266 job openings. The next certification is CISA, that is Certified Information System Auditor. Another useful certification to have on your resume is CISA. It verifies experience, technology, and expertise in the field of IT security control auditing. The CISA program teaches how to manage to audit and guarantee that IT assets are adequately protected. Job titles of CISA are Information Security Analyst and IT Auditor. Salary range of CISA professionals and the job titles. The next certification is CAP, Certified Authorization Professional. CAP certifies skills and teaches the processes that information system go through before being authorized, including the authorization process, assessment process, and how to monitor information security controls in a real-world enterprise setting. Information System Security Officer ISSO, Security Control Accessor, Information Assurance Analyst, and Compliance Analyst are some of the job titles held by CAP certification holders. The CAP certifier is in charge of overseeing the information system security procedures. The next and the last certification is CISM, Certified Information Security Manager. CISM is a managerial certificate. CISM validates skill sets, expertise, and how to develop, deploy, and manage expertise enterprise information security programs. This certification is ideal for Chief Information Security Officer, Security Professional, Security Consultant, and Security Analyst. Domains of CISM are similar to CISSP. The domains are listed below: security operations, risk identification, access control, and cryptography. Cybersecurity key skills.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
First one is problem-solving skills. As a cybersecurity professional, problem solving will play a major role in your day-to-day work. So in this field, need to find creative ways to take on and address complex information security challenges. So problem solving skill is considered as a key skill for cybersecurity. Technical aptitude. Cybersecurity is a technology-focused field, and the cybersecurity expert will likely be tasked with responsibilities such as troubleshooting, maintaining and updating information security systems. Attention to detail. Being able to defend an organization against cyber breaches requires you to be highly vigilant and detail-oriented to effectively detect vulnerabilities and risk. Communication skills. As a cybersecurity specialist, you'll be working closely with individuals, other roles and departments, and it is important to be able to effectively communicate and explain your findings and concerns. Hacking knowledge. A basic ethical hacking knowledge is required, as it helps the enterprise to detect hacking in prior. Knowledge of security. Having a knowledge across all the platforms and having a knowledge in security is a must. Forensic skills. As cybersecurity and forensics are closely related, or deep observation is required. So forensic skills are also important. Computer fundamentals. Knowing the basic computer fundamentals is a must for a cybersecurity expertise. Conclusion. Here I'm concluding the topic. As we know, cybersecurity is a domain that has evolved as one of the best technologies, and as a cybersecurity professional, will be working every day to ensure critical infrastructure security. And we every day we face challenges, and with new and interesting challenges. Having cybersecurity certifications add more value in the career and helps to stand out from the crowd and become more valuable members of the IT security community.
So, guys, if you are planning to shift to the security domain, or let's say you are already working in the security domain, in that case, you should basically think about getting yourself certified in CCSP. Okay, moving forward, let me talk also about the different kind of profiles that you can apply to when you basically become a CCSP certified, right? So let's say you are already one of these profiles, or somebody who wants to become one of these guys, then you should actually go ahead and get yourself CCSP certified, because then these would be the kind of profiles that you would be able to apply to. And if you search these profiles on, let's say, Naukri or Glassdoor, you will see that most of them will require you to have a security certification. And no matter which security certification you do, CCSP is always going to be the best. Now, what is the reason for that? So, guys, there are more than 150,000 professionals who are CCSP certified right now. And if you talk about their salaries, then in the US, the average salary of a CCSP certified professional is $138,610 per annum. And similarly, in India, it's 13.5 lakhs per annum, right? So it's a pretty good salary, and it's basically the average salary. So there are people who earn more than this as well, and obviously there are people who earn less than this as well. But in majority, out of the 150,000 professionals that are CCSP certified, this is the salary that they are earning. Right now, this was basically launched in 2015. This was basically introduced, and this is basically a part of the ISC Square certification body. Okay, now in order to get certified in CCSP, you basically have to pass exams, right? And the exams are basically available in 882 locations worldwide, which is basically spread across 114 countries, right? So this basically tells you how widely this certification is accepted, right? And one more stat to back that up: there are 170 countries in which you will find CCSP professionals. So it will not be like that you give CCSP certification and you get stuck in your own country. Even if you have to move abroad for any reason, it could be personal or business, you will find jobs relevant to the certification that you do. Okay, so this is one more reason that why you should become CCSP certified. The first reason I told you was that there are 150,000 professionals who are already CCSP certified. So you will be a part of a network of 150,000 people who can endorse each other. Second thing is the salary. The salary is pretty decent. Third thing is it is absolutely viable in most of the countries. There are a lot of places where you can give these exams, and at the same time, there are a lot of places where CCSP professionals exist. Okay, so this is why you should actually go ahead and become CCSP certified. Now let's move on and talk about what is exactly a cloud certified security professional, right? So let's go ahead and understand that. Alright guys, so basically CCSP certification certifies you that you basically know how to apply best practices to cloud security architecture, its design, its operations, and the service orchestration. Now, there are a lot of reviews out there for how beneficial the CCSP certification is, but according to Cloud Computing Intelligence, it was the number one cloud computing certification for 2017. Also, if you think about how many people are like you who want to get certification or who want to basically acknowledge their skill sets of cloud security, then according to a report of Spiceworks in 2018, skills respondents wanted to improve cloud security as a skill set in themselves, right? And this was the number one skill set that they want to improve, right? Also, according to CertMac 2018 survey, CCSP certification could be the next big thing. And it has become eventually the next big thing when it comes to security certifications. Also, it was basically developed by the ISC Square certification body, and I've already told you that. And it was done to ensure that security professional, cloud security professionals which are out there, they have the required knowledge, skills, and ability in the cloud security design, implementation, and architecture sectors. Right. So this certification, the employers can rely on that the candidate who has passed the certification is basically efficient in all the security aspects that revolve around cloud. Okay, so now that we have understood what is exactly the CCSP certification, right, let's go ahead and now talk about what are the benefits, what is in it for you that you should actually go ahead and become CCSP certified. So let's go ahead and discuss that. All right, guys. So the first thing that you will get is career advancement. Why? Because obviously once you get certified, once a organization or a certification body like ISC Square certifies that you're good with security, obviously a lot of companies will now reach you out when you make that public either on your LinkedIn or on the job portal that basically you have uploaded your resume. Right. Second thing is, because you, when you will be preparing for this certification, you will be going through a lot of skill sets, right? So at the end of the day, when you will get certified, you will have a versatile skill sets to cater to different kind of cybersecurity needs in different organizations, right? So that's also a good point. Third thing is, it'll give you a solid foundation as well, because not only you will be working through a lot of basic cybersecurity aspects, but at the same time you will be catering to a lot of new cybersecurity concepts which have come into place, right? And because of that, you will have a solid foundation on the top of which you can add on your experience when you will start working in any of the company that basically you will be hired with as a security professional. Finally, you also will be a part of a community of professionals who are also CCSP certified. Now, how that helps is that because of this community, you will be able to endorse each other as people who are certified in the same domain. So let's say somebody in your community or some CCSP certified professional is working for a company called, let's say, XYZ. So that guy can refer you in his network that anybody who's looking for a security professional who's CCSP certified, I have a friend or I have a colleague who would be interested. Right, so that's how the community works, and that's how most of the CCSP professionals basically make use of the community. Also, you will get better visibility because, like I said, you will be getting certified. You can basically add that in your resume. You can also add that on your LinkedIn, and because of that, you will start appearing in a lot of search results where people look for security professionals. And finally, higher salaries. So most of the people who are in the security domain but are not certified are earning less than 35% of the salary with the same skill set when they are certified, right? So if you are a person who is planning to move to the security domain, obviously it's going to be beneficial for you. But if you are already in the security domain but are not certified, with this certification you can earn an extra 35%, or you can get a hike of 35% once you get CCSP certified. And this has been basically this number we have got from a research or a survey which ISC Square itself conducted. Okay, so guys, these are the benefits which basically can help you when you get CCSP certified. Now, apart from that, ISC Square membership, you will also get a ISC Square membership, which also has a lot of perks, right? For example, you will get a lot of online ISC Square professional development courses, right? You will get free subscription to their security magazines. You will get, discounted prices for ISC Square events, and this discounted prices is only basically valid for IC Square members. You will also get frequent expert-led webinars, which will basically talk about the latest security issues and how to tackle them, right? You will also be able to start your own IC Square chapter. Let's say if you want to do that, you will also have a lot of volunteer opportunities. Let's say you can basically go ahead and share your expertise with a lot of companies which probably cannot afford you, right? And also you will have digital badges which will be issued to you by IC Square, which you can add in your social media, you can add in your social or your professional network, anywhere you can add it, and that will basically give you again a boost of visibility of that you are CCSP certified. Okay, so guys, these are the benefits of being CCSP certified. Now let's move on and talk about how you can become one. So now let's talk about how you can basically crack the CCSP exam. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the exam overview. So guys, there are basically 6 domains in the CCSP exam which you will have to master, and all of them have basically been divided or have been given a certain percentage which will constitute towards all the questions which are basically asked in the exam. So you can see that all the domains such as cloud concepts and architecture, cloud platform and infrastructure security, cloud application security, cloud security operations, they're all at 17% distribution in the exam questions, and the 19% of the questions will be on cloud data security, and finally 13% of questions will revolve around legal risk and compliance. Now when you talk about the exam, in total it will have 125 MCQs for you to attempt. You will have 3 hours to attempt these MCQs, and the score that you have to get is 700 out of 1000 in order to pass this certification. Okay, this exam will be available in English, and you can give it at Person View data centers, and this will cost you around $599 if you wish to proceed and give the exam. Okay, now this basically requires a minimum of 5 years of experience in the IT industry. If you want to give this exam, this is the requirement, and apart from that you should have 3 years of experience in the security domain as well. Apart from this, you should have 1 year of experience in any of the domains that we discussed that will be asked in the exam. And in case you do not have that experience, what you can do is you can basically get a certificate for CCSK, which is basically cloud security knowledge, and this can basically replace that 1 year of experience that you require in one of the domains which will be basically asked in the exam. Apart from that, if you are, let's say, a CISSP certification holder, which is basically for cybersecurity, right? If you are certified in that, then you automatically meet all the requirements that are required for the CCSP exam, which is also a plus. So if you are one of those who have the CISSP certification, then you don't have to worry about the number of years of experience that you have. All right. Apart from that, once you basically get certified, I've already told you, you can get endorsed by your peers, by the other people who are certified in CCSP on professional networks such as LinkedIn, etc., or even the ISC Square membership circle. You can get endorsed over there so that people can refer you in different companies where other CCSP professionals are already working. And apart from that, you will have to recertify yourself after every 3 years to get to be updated with the market. And the way you can get yourself recertified, or the way you can make it easy for yourself, is by earning CPEs. What are CPEs? CPEs are basically continuing professional education points, right? You earn these CPEs when you basically attend various mediums through which the new cybersecurity threats are taught about, and how to basically tackle them is also taught, right? So these CPEs can be earned by attending trainings and events, by volunteering in IC Square's certification exams. You can also, read the magazine that you will get, of course, free of cost once you get certified, and also joining webinars and e-symposiums, right? So these will help you to gain the required skills, the required knowledge, which will be an additional to whatever knowledge you already have, and this will basically help you to crack the certification, which again you will have to give after every 3 years in order to be a CCSP professional. Okay,
Let's take a quick look at what ethical hacking is. It has the term hacking in it, which might lead you to think that it is something illegal, something which is not supposed to be done, unauthorized, all of this, right? Well, let me change your opinion on this, because ethical hacking involves using white hat hackers to actually, check the system's integrity, find all the flaws that exist in a product, in a company, in a network, whatever it is, to make sure that there are no other breaches as well, right? See, white hat hackers are people who are hired by the company. Ethical hackers are hired by the company itself, or they're part of the company itself, where they themselves will sit and hack the company that they're working for. So why would they do this, right? I mean, they would do this to actually find out and see if there is anything that's lacking in the company, right? See, so if you yourself can sit, hack, and find these potential anomalies and fix them up, then there's a good chance that there is no other actual hacker who would do it. Because if you're doing it just to test your security methodologies. But if someone else is doing it, means that he or she has the capability to completely wipe out, a lot of important data, get access, privacy breaches, a lot more things, right? So to avoid all of that, we use ethical hacking. And one of the other things that you really need to know about ethical hacking is that it's one of the most rapidly growing IT career in today's world, because at the end of the day, every company out there needs security. See, we ourselves on social media, we look out for so many things in the cases of privacy, in the cases of security and whatnot. And now if you consider the data that's coming in from thousands and thousands of companies across, be it military data, be it...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of cybersecurity by answering this question. What is code red? A. An antivirus program. B. A photo editing software. C. A computer virus. D. A video editing software. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a product data, regular data, whatever it is, you have to safeguard all of this. And to do that, we need to keep testing things to see if the current methodologies work or not. And to do that, ethical hackers actually do it really well. Now, talking about the legality of ethical hacking is completely legal. What's not legal is black hat hacking. Black hat hacking is when you use methodologies to hack into a system, a machine, a product, or a company to make use of it with an ulterior motive. So black hat hacking uses a lot of technologies, a lot of methodologies that are not really good. Hence the name black hat hacking. White hat hacking is when we actually hire hackers, and these guys are the ones who use the right methodologies, the right tools, the right techniques to work their way structurally into the system, to breach the system basically, and to show where the security methodologies are lacking. And comparatively, if you compare both white hat and black hat hackers, that creates another generation of hackers. They call gray hat hackers, where they use both black hat techniques and they could use a lot of methodologies from white hat hacking as well. But at the end of the day, what you should know about ethical hacking is that it's completely legal. It's completely necessary to hack our own companies to see where there are chances of other people attacking and to fix them. Coming to cybersecurity. Well, cybersecurity, I'm sure you guys would already know what it is, because at the end of the day, cybersecurity is one of these huge fields that we have put into place, where we're using it to create a lot of policies, methodologies, techniques, tools, all of these being done to make sure we safeguard the data from unauthorized access. Now, you might be wondering, well, how is this different from ethical hacking? Because there too, we are trying to safeguard the data. Cybersecurity is also talking about safeguarding the data. Well, as you'll see in the in-depth comparison, you will understand why there is a difference between cybersecurity and ethical hacking as well. One thing you should know about cybersecurity is that it is the most important thing that we require, right? See, ethical hacking can be considered as a part of cybersecurity itself. But cybersecurity is the big cloud. As I told you, even the small devices like our mobile phones, smart watches, whatever it is, we have some sort of security that's put into place, right? Because we know, if things can go wrong, people will misuse it, right? It's not that everyone will misuse it, but there are certain negative elements that we have to think about as well. To make sure all of that doesn't happen, we have cybersecurity. So cybersecurity expert, creates security policies for a company. So he or she actually puts into place a couple of rules and regulations saying this is how things should be done if we should avoid getting hacked. And then there's something called as a risk register that they take care of. So risk register is basically literally a diary which consists of all the data points which can be breached or which are almost breachable. So, these are like the weak points in the building of or an apartment or something, and people actually take a note of that to make sure they fix it down the line. That's a risk register. So a cybersecurity expert will actually oversee the creation and the maintenance of the risk register as well. And then of course, today's technology is tomorrow's obsolete, and especially in the world of cybersecurity, to make sure you're one step ahead of all the hackers, you really need to have the capability to learn new things, rapidly pace yourself, and make use of new technologies to the best of their abilities as well, right? So in that particular case, a cybersecurity expert has the capability to learn new technology and use it thoroughly as well. And as I just mentioned, ethical hacking goes hand in hand with cybersecurity, more than the difference. But this doesn't mean the difference doesn't exist, because there's a huge difference between ethical hacking and cybersecurity in the approach and a lot of other points as we'll be discussing. The first point in this comparison between ethical hacking and cybersecurity, let us check out the mode of working. See, what happens with ethical hacking is that ethical hacking concerns with the company people itself breaching their own security methodologies that are created by cybersecurity experts, right? So cybersecurity experts, they create certain firewalls, they create barriers and all of that. Then later the same company will hire ethical hackers to make sure to find ways on how they can, breach these barriers and break down the firewalls. So it's a game between these two guys, to be very honest with you, because as I told you, a cybersecurity professional has the capability to recognize and resolve any sort of issues that are present. But then there might be some things that are not visible to the naked eye for a cybersecurity expert, right? So there may be backdoor approaches that one can take into the company. This is where an ethical hacker comes into the picture. And then when we're talking about the end goal of ethical hacking and cybersecurity, ethical hacking is completely concerned about exploiting the company itself. See, exploiting in a good way and not a bad way. Understand that, because here we're trying to find out all the weak points, and in fact we're just demonstrating total failure in security. And if you're wondering, hey, isn't that a bad thing? No, here it's a very good thing, because a very good ethical hacker has the capability of hacking the organization and showing the failure. The victory aspect of ethical hacking is to show failure in the company. Because once you know that there is a failure, you can have cybersecurity experts fix that. So what do cybersecurity experts do? Well, this entire field in general is completely concerned about the creation of policies. First of all, after the policies have been created, you have to make sure that there is no unauthorized use of these policies or any sort of violation in these policies that will lead to the unauthorized access of other people as well. So in that particular case, cybersecurity people create the policies, ethical hackers make sure to find ways to destroy and work their way into the company with bypassing all of these security measures. Then they report it to the cybersecurity team, and the cybersecurity team fixes it. This goes on in an iteration. Coming to the third point in the comparison, it is production environment. See, what actually happens is that, with ethical hacking, we're trying to evaluate the system based on all the policies that already exist, right? These policies have been created by cybersecurity experts that the ethical hackers use and evaluate, and to see how they can get into the system. What cybersecurity is completely doing in the case of production environment in a company is that these guys will take care of the auditing of all of the security technologies that get implemented, right? See, once you have certain technology implemented, you need to audit it, you need to keep it in check and make sure that as a cybersecurity expert, you're not leaving any room for any sort of unauthorized hacking. In that particular case, this is exactly how it works in a production environment too. A cybersecurity team involves auditing the security technologies, while ethical hacking is completely concerned with the security policies that are already existent in the company. And that's a very important difference that you have to know about, because cybersecurity experts can create new policies while ethical hacking experts cannot. They have to work with the existing ones that are there and break them. So with this, we can move on to point number 4, where we'll be talking about reporting. In both of these fields, let me tell you that reporting is very, very important, because ethical hacking actually involves the creation of very thorough documentation to show what loopholes are present in this. So ethical hacking completely involves creating very, very thorough documentation, because using those documentation is how you will explain to the company members, the people who are not into security, the people who are probably a non-technical audience, saying, hey, this is where things have went wrong. This is the thing that we picked up which could lead to a vulnerability, so get it fixed. So to do all of that, you need to have very good documentation skills, and of course, ethical hackers have this skill as well. But will you require so much of documentation for cybersecurity? Well, let me tell you, cybersecurity is all about maintainability, right? So having the documentation of how things are going day to day is more important rather than having things, which are not in the scope of cybersecurity there as well. So to keep your documentation in check and to keep your daily working in check, you will have documents, yes, but these documents are more concerned about maintainability rather than the daily operation as well. So in terms of reporting, ethical hacking has a bit of an advantage or an edge here because of the thorough documentation that it offers. And then when we have to talk about client usage, well, ethical hacking, as I just told you, it involves showing the weakness of a product, right? So when you have a client who comes to you saying, hack my product, you're going to take all the measures, all the tools, all the techniques, you're going to hack into the client and you're going to show, hey, this is where the weaknesses are. This is how I breached into the system. This is how people can potentially breach into the system. So make sure you protect these. A cybersecurity expert takes a very different approach, because here all we're trying to show is the latest methodologies, the latest techniques that we have, and how best we can implement them to safeguard all the technology that we have, to make sure that, we don't give a chance to hackers to hack. That's the pretty simple difference that lies in between how clients approach ethical hacking experts and cybersecurity experts, and what they get at the end of it as well. Coming to point number 6, we have to talk about problem solving. See, problem solving is a very important thing, because with ethical hacking, we take an approach of an attacking stance. Because here, ethical hacking experts will show you how an attack can be launched, how it can be succeeded, against a company or an individual or whatever it is, and how data can be stolen without their permission. But with cybersecurity, what we're trying to talk about is we're trying to show if there is any violation in the policies that exist that might, lead to that as well. But then, if there are no violation in the policies, if all of the security measures are right, if all of the policies are right, and if they're perfect, it means there is no requirement for an ethical hacker. Because if your cybersecurity methodologies and tools and techniques are bulletproof, then you would not require ethical hackers, right? But that's not the case. We are hiring more ethical hackers these days than cybersecurity experts, and there's a reason for that. No matter how good your cybersecurity methodology gets, as there is a code that says for every lock there is a key, and for every lock which is probably a cybersecurity firewall, a hacker will know how to work around the key. So in that particular case, ethical hacking is very, very important in solving the problems. Point number 7 that we have to talk about is data access. See, what happens is that with ethical hackers, right, they need to hunt for new methods, they need to hunt for novel things to hack into an already existing security system. So an ethical hacker, if he's a person who is sourced out of the company itself, he or she might not have the access to complete working of the company. So he or she is just given the task to see how you can get into the system and breach the network. But an already existing cybersecurity expert in the company will have complete access to the system, so they will know it thoroughly in and out. So this is where the expertise of an ethical hacker will come to the picture. It doesn't mean that, a cybersecurity professional is not an expert, because, the cybersecurity methodologies of today are almost bulletproof. I want to say that it's almost bulletproof. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that can be beaten, and cybersecurity systems are one of these things as well. So ethical hackers need to have the capability to work completely out of their comfort zone, while cybersecurity people, they will have all the access to the data, tools, methodologies, techniques, whatever you name it, and they'll have to work with that. Coming to point number 8, I'm sure you guys are curious about the job roles that exist in between ethical hacking and cybersecurity, right? So ethical hacking has a lot of roles as well, but the major roles that the world is hiring for right now is penetration testers and security managers. These guys, as the name suggests, a penetration tester is a person who has the capability to penetrate into a company, penetrate into a network in an unauthorized way, and work with it as well. And then when we're talking about cybersecurity professionals, we have CISO, we have SPC engineers, we have security analysts, and many other jobs as well. So if you're thinking about, hey, is there only 3 or 4 roles in each of these domains? The answer is no, because at the end of the day, if you have a product that's probably connected to the internet, you will require some sort of cybersecurity, right? So now think about the millions and millions of computers across the globe that's connected to the internet. You need the toughest cybersecurity methodologies put into place, and you need the most skilled ethical hackers to find loopholes and fix them, right? So in that particular case, there are many other job roles, than just the ones that are mentioned here too. So coming to the next point, where we talk about the average salary of these developers, ethical hackers actually get a very good pay, somewhere around $122,000 per annum in the USA and around 12 lakhs per annum in India. And cybersecurity professionals get an average salary somewhere around $135,000 per annum in the USA and 13 lakhs per annum in India. These are the average salaries of both of these domains, and you do have to understand that there will always be a requirement for cybersecurity experts and ethical hackers no matter what. See, the entire world can go into a recession, but people will be still hiring for these guys because they want to keep all their data secure and not lose it just because there's a recession going on, right? So when you think about it, it's a very bulletproof job that pays a very good salary. There's always someone hiring for it. So if you have enough skills, if you are certified in ethical hacking, a lot of potential employers will be interested to hire you as well. Coming to the last point on this comparison, which one is easier to learn? Well, easier to learn is subjective, because whenever we talk about ethical hacking, you need to be creative and you need to have a lot of out of box thinking to be able to crack into system, right? Because see, you have to find out ways in which an actual hacker would hack into a system, and then you will have to trace the same steps as well. So you need that kind of a thinking. You need to have a third person approach here to make sure you find ways, and of course you have to be very very good with the tools that exist as well to break, let's say, a Wi-Fi password, or to break into a very secure network, anything for that matter. And then we're talking about cybersecurity actually involves detailed learning methodologies. You have to learn a lot of tools, you have to learn a lot of techniques, and the other thing is that, right, whenever we're talking about cybersecurity, there is no one solution for every problem. So each of these organizations will have their own methodologies, their own policies, their own structures, right? They have their entire cybersecurity architecture which could be unique to their organization. So as in when you progress in your career, if you are a part of a very big company, you will understand that their architecture is very different to probably someone else's. So in that particular case, whenever we're thinking about learnability, understand that you can get started with both ethical hacking and cybersecurity in a very easy way. But as you grow into your career, you might move into tools that are unique to their organizations. In the case of cybersecurity, and with ethical hacking, you need to have the capability to learn new tools, because at the end of the day, cybersecurity companies can provide very good tools, very good firewalls which will prevent ethical hackers from hacking them. But then to allow for all of that, of course ethical hackers will find their way to get into the systems, or actual hackers as well. So in that particular case, if I have to pick one, I would suggest ethical hacking would be a little easier and a little more fun to begin with as well. But then that's my opinion. Head to the comment section and of course do let us know yours as well. So you might have a question saying, okay, I know what ethical hacking is, I know what cybersecurity is, I understand the comparison that exists, but which is better? Now, again, this is another very, very finicky question to answer, because there is no such thing as one being better than the other, right? So ethical hacking is a part of cybersecurity, and ethical hacking will ask you to think completely like an hacker, because if you have the capability to think like an actual hacker, it means you can beat him or her at their own game. So you need to play the game. You need to be either as good as the hacker, an actual hacker, or be better than he or she to make sure that you beat them at their game. That's a very important thing that you should know. And then when we're talking about cybersecurity, right, cybersecurity is all about preparing for what comes next, right? So you'll be planning for the next attack to make sure you can stop it in a way. But you're not wasting time thinking about what happened in the past, how to fix it and all of that, because this will eventually happen. You would have fixed a lot of vulnerabilities in the past, but your focus as a cybersecurity enthusiast or an expert is to make sure that you keep your eyes wide open to check what's happening with your product in the near future, because vulnerabilities are always there. Hackers are always waiting on the edge to have unauthorized access to your machine. So in that particular case, you really need to work on the future rather than dwindling on the past in the case of cybersecurity as well. So this is the difference that lies in between ethical hacking and cybersecurity. Do head to the comment section and let us know which you would prefer, or which is which you're most interested in. Basically, is it ethical hacking, is it cybersecurity, and why? So let's head to the comment section. I'll be more than happy to interact with you guys there.
Let's start with subjective questions. Now let's get into our first question. The first question is, what is a CIA trade? Now, CIA Triad is a model designed to handle policies for information security within an organization. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is a collection of rules that limits access to information. Integrity means it assures the information is trustworthy and reliable. Availability provides reliable access to data for authorized people. It is the most important part of an organization to work and increase their business. Now let's get into our second question. Compare symmetric and asymmetric encryption. It has different purposes. Symmetric uses a single key to encrypt and decrypt information, while asymmetric uses a pair of public and private keys to encrypt and decrypt information. Symmetric encryption performs faster, while asymmetric encryption performs slower. Some algorithms that symmetric uses is AES, RC4, DES, Quad, 3DES, Blowfish, etc. And examples of asymmetric algorithms are Diffie-Hellman and RS. The purpose for symmetric encryption is it's preferred for transferring huge data, while in asymmetric is used for exchanging secret keys very safely. Our next question is, what's the difference between hashing and encryption? Let's look at the answer. Both hashing and encryption are used to convert readable data into an unreadable format. The significant difference is that encrypted data can be transferred into original data by decryption, whereas hashed data cannot be processed back to the original data. Our next question is, what's the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? The answer for this is, I'll tell you first about vulnerability testing. It's a process to define, detect, and prioritize the vulnerabilities in computer systems, network infrastructure, applications, etc., and gives the organization the required information to fix the flaws. While penetration testing, which is also called as pen testing or ethical hacking, it's a process of testing a network, system, application, etc. to identify vulnerabilities that attackers could exploit. My next question is, what's a three-way handshake process? People who know networking might have guessed it the right answer. A three-way handshake process is used in TCP protocol for transmission of data in a reliable way between the host and the client. It uses three kinds of packets. The first one is sync packet. The client wants to establish a connection with the server and sends a segment with SYN to the server if the server is up and has open ports. Then the server responds to the client request with sync acknowledge signal bits that send it has open ports. And finally, the client acknowledges the response of a server and sends an ACK packet back to the server. Our next question is, what are the types of port scanning? Now we all know there are ports in computers, right? A port scanning is an application designed for identifying open ports and services accessible only on host network. Security administrators mostly utilize it for exploiting vulnerabilities and also by hackers for targeting victims. Some of the most popular scanning techniques are ping scan, TCP connect, TCP half open, stealth scanning, and UDP. Our next question is, what is more secure, SSL or HTTPS? Now SSL is a secure sockets layer. It's a secure protocol that provides safer conversation between two or more parties across the internet. It works on top of the HTTP to provide security. While HTTPS, it means Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, is a combination of HTTP and SSL to provide a safer browsing experience with encryption. In terms of security, SSL is more secure than HTTPS. Now our next question is very basic that every networker should know. What are the 7 layers of the OSI model? Now the main objective of the OSI model is to process the communication between two endpoints in a network. I'll start from layer 1, that's physical layer. It transfers the computer bits from one device to another through the network. It also controls how physical connections are set up to the network and also bits represented into signals while transferring either optical, electrical or radio waves. The second layer we have is data link layer. It handles the flow of data to and fro in the network. It also controls problems that occur due to bit transition errors. The third layer we have is network layer. It is used to transfer data to and fro through another network. Transport layer is used for sending data across a network and also offers error checking practices and data flow controls. Session layer determines the period of a system that awaits for another applications to respond. Presentation layer manages encryption and decryption of data required for the application layer. It translates or formats data for the application layer based on the syntax of application that accepts. The final layer we have is application layer. It allows users to communicate between network application when required to perform network related operations. Now let's get into our next question. This is very important for cybersecurity and networking people. What is the use of Address Resolution Protocol, aka ARP? Now ARP is a protocol specially used to map IP address to physical address such as Ethernet addresses. It translates 32-bit addresses to 48 bits addresses and vice versa. This is needed because the most common level of IP we use today is 32 bits long and MAC addresses are 48 bits long. Our next question is how to reset or remove the BIOS password. Now there are many ways to reset or remove BIOS password. You must have seen similar picture like this in your PCs or in your laptops. You have to enter password there and then the hard disk allows you to get into the computer. Now the ways are by removing the CMOS battery, by using software, by using the MS-DOS command, or by using motherboard jumper, or by using backdoor BIOS passwords. Now we use tools for this which you are going to learn when you learn cybersecurity. The next question is explain traceroute. Traceroute is a tool that shows the packet path. It lists all the points that the packet passes through. Traceroute is used mostly when the packet does not reach the destination. It's also used to check where the connection breaks or stops or to identify the failure. Now if you see in this command prompt, I tried to traceroute google.com and it shows me how many hops I have to reach the Google server. The next question we have is what is a VPN? Now VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. A VPN connection establishes a secure connection between you and internet. It's a network connection method for creating an encrypted and safer connection. This method protects data from interference, snooping, and censorship. Next we have define the process of salting. What is the use of salting? Now salting is that process to extend the length of passwords by using special characters. To use salting, it's very important to know the entire mechanism of salting. The use of salting is to safeguard passwords. It also prevents attackers testing known words across the system. For example, what you see on your screen. We have a user password that's happy face. We add some salt value to it and we get an hash algorithm. Then again we use salt into it and then we get a hash value. Now even if hacker tries to hack your password, he can see the hash value but not the user password. The next question we have is what is black box testing and white box testing? Black box testing is a software testing method in which the internal structure or program code is hidden. Example, when you search something on Google by using keywords. And white box testing is a software testing method in which internal structure of the entire program is known by the tester. For example, when you input to check and verify loops in any program. The next question we have is what is IP and MAC addresses? IP address is the acronym for Internal Protocol Address. An Internet Protocol Address is used to uniquely identify a computer or device such as printers, storage disk, or a computer network. For example, we have IP address as 192.64.25.124. MAC address is the acronym for Media Access Control Address. They are used to uniquely identify network interfaces for communication at the physical layer of network. We have an example for MAC address 9C355B5F4CD7. Now these are the format what IP address looks like and what MAC address looks like. The next question we have is explain honeypot and its types. Honeypot is a decoy computer system which records all the transactions, interactions and actions with the users. Honeypot is classified into two categories, production honeypot and research honeypot. Production honeypot is designed to capture real information for the administrator to access vulnerabilities. They are generally placed inside production network to increase the security. Research honeypot is used by educational institutions and organizations for the sole purpose of researching the motives and tactics of the black hat community for targeting different networks. The next question we have is, what is WEP cracking? Web is a secured layer. In order to crack web, we need to first capture the large number of packets. That means we can capture a large number of IVs. Once we have done that, we will use tools like AirCrackNG. These attacks will be able to use statistically attacks to determine the key stream and web key for the target network. This method is going to be better when we have more than 2 packets and our chances of breaking the key will be very higher. The next question we have is list out various methods of session hijacking. So we have four methods of session hijacking. The first is using packet sniffers, cross-site scripting, IP spoofing, and blind attack. The next question we have is explain the difference between stream cipher and block cipher. Stream operator operates on a small plain text units while block cipher works on very large block data. Stream requires very less code while block requires a large amount of code. Stream cipher can be used only once, whereas block cipher can be used at any number of times. Stream cipher is used on SSL or secure socket layer, while block cipher is used to encrypt file and database. Stream cipher is used on hardwares, while block cipher is used on softwares. Now let's move on to our next question. What is remote desktop protocol? Let me show you an image first. Have you come across image like this, guys? If you are not, go on your run command and then type remote desktop connection and press enter. You will come to this screen. RDP is developed by Microsoft, which provides graphical user interface to connect two devices over a network. The user uses RDP client software to serve this purpose, while other device must run RDP server software. This protocol is specifically designed for remote management and to access virtual PCs, applications, and terminal server. It's time for multiple choice questions, guys. Now in this section, I need you guys to answer before I give you the answer. Which of the following tool is used for Wi-Fi hacking? Any guesses? Well, the correct answer is AirCrackNG. Our second question is, which of the following is a popular IP address and port scanner? I think you guys can guess it. It's Angry IP Scanner. There are dash types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. How many types of scanning are there, guys? There are 3 types of scanning in ethical hacking and cybersecurity. The next question is, which of the following is the most important activity in system hacking? Is it covering tracks, escalating privileges, cracking passwords, or information gathering? The correct answer is cracking passwords. It's very difficult, right? Moving on to our next question, which of the following is the first computer virus? It's Creeper, Blaster, Caesar, or none of the above. I know you guys know it. So the correct answer is Creeper. Our next question is, which of the following option is used to protect data against passwords? Now this is a security question. Authorization, authentication, encryption, or non-repudiation. The correct answer is, it's encryption. What does TCP/IP stands for? Is it option A, B, C, or none of the above? The correct answer is Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol. Now our next question is, why would a hacker use a proxy server? Any reasons? To create a stronger connection with the target, to create a ghost server on the network, to obtain a remote access connection, or to hide malicious activity on the internet. The correct answer is to hide malicious activity on the network. That's why hacker uses a proxy server. Moving on to our next question, which of the following can be considered as the class of computer threats? Is it DDoS, phishing, soliciting, or both A and C? The correct answer is DDoS attack is considered as the class of computer threats. Moving on to our final question. In Wi-Fi security, which of the following protocol is more used? WPA, WPA2, WPS, or both A and C? The correct answer is WPA2.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cybersecurity, then Intellipaat has a post-graduation certification in cybersecurity and ethical hacking by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by MNIT professors and industry experts.
That's it from our side, guys. If you have any questions regarding this, make sure you put them in the comment section below. And stay tuned for more from Intellipaat.